Chapter 2602. Everyone discussed animatedly, their hearts filled with shock. It seemed that this young man was only 16 or 17 years old. How could he have such terrifying strength? Such a tyrannical cultivation? He fought against 8 people alone and easily won. This young man, even in the capital, could be called a genius. The young girl's gaze instantly froze. Her arrogant expression became extremely awkward. Watching her 8 flower protectors being sent flying with one move, her heart was already surging with monstrous waves. No. Don't come over. She was terrified. She no longer had the arrogance from before. Especially when she saw Ling Xiao walking towards her step by step, the fear in her heart instantly rose to the extreme. Usually, she used her family's power to flaunt her prowess in the capital, wantonly humiliating foreign martial artists. Those people had never dared to resist her. So she became more and more arrogant. But today, she had hit a nail. A nail that made her incomparably regretful. Kneel. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The young girl subconsciously knelt on the ground with both knees. She didn't want to do so, but that terrifying pressure seemed to have a terrifying magic that forced her to kneel. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Many people knew the identity of this young girl. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to make the young girl kneel, they were all shocked. You asked me to kneel for you, lick your shoes clean, and be your slave. But now, you're kneeling in front of me without even the courage to stand up. What are you? Ling Xiao didn't like to cause trouble. But he was absolutely not afraid of trouble. Because his strength wasn't strong enough, he hoped to keep a low profile. But if there were people who didn't want him to keep a low profile, then he would keep a high profile for them. He was afraid that if he kept a high profile, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. Moreover, facing this kind of vicious and ugly woman who wanted a yard after taking an inch, your weakness would only make her more rampant. If you took a step back, she would take 10 steps forward. If Ling Xiao really had to kneel today, then he would be crippled. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. This couldn't be allowed to happen. Moreover, kneeling to obtain the other party's forgiveness? That was obviously impossible. The final result would be kneeling, being humiliated, and possibly dying without a complete corpse. It wasn't as if there were no such examples. Ling Xiao had seen many. So, could he admit defeat? Would he be able to do as he was told? If he couldn't do it, then he had to resist, even if the road ahead was filled with unknown dangers. Ling Xiao never thought of himself as a good person. He didn't think that he was a pushover either. He didn't think that he was a soft-hearted person. Since he had already come this far, he might as well be even more arrogant. You can't hit me. My status is incomparably noble. If you hit me, you're dead. The young lady's body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, other than using her identity to threaten the other party, she couldn't find any other way to solve this problem. Honorable? I really can't tell. Ling Xiao said in disdain, you should understand that the profound world is a world where strength is respected. A person's status is earned by their own ability. Perhaps your family is very powerful, but in front of me, you are a complete piece of trash. A fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate others. Useless mud can't support a wall. Don't worry, I said before that I won't kill you, but these 10 slaps, I must do it. He continued to walk forward without the slightest hesitation in his eyes. Whatever he said he would do it. You're crazy. You lunatic. You dare to hit me. I will definitely let you die without a burial ground. Since I was born, in this world, no one has dared to slap me. Even my father didn't hit me. The young lady roared loudly. She wanted to turn around and run away, but the pressure Ling Xiao gave her was too terrifying, to the extent that her body couldn't move at all. Haha, then I will feel very honored. The feeling of slapping your face must be very good. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Stop. Stop your dirty and lowly actions. I swear, if you touch me, those 3 women with you will all be sent to the brothel and be trampled upon by countless men. The young lady let out a vicious curse. This made Ling Xiao's sneer become even more sinister. Other than deepening Ling Xiao's determination to hit her, it really didn't have any effect. There are some things that you have to pay the price for doing. There are some things that can never be said out loud. Otherwise, don't be surprised if you appear in the brothel of the royal city one day. Because I've remembered everything you've said. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to just slap the other party and get it over with, but the other party's vicious curse made him want to take revenge. His friends, his women, no one was allowed to humiliate them. Never. Don't. The young lady was almost in despair. No matter how she threatened Ling Xiao's palm was already brandishing. A strong wind was blowing on his palm. With this slap, not only would she lose all her face, but her face would also be deformed. She could feel the terror of this slap. Have mercy. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the stairs. It was a woman. And Ling Xiao knew this woman. It was none other than Hong Minute, who had followed Ji Hyun of Silla in the 8 Immortals County. At this moment, Hong Minute's red dress was fluttering in the wind. She was like a goddess who had emerged from a raging fire. Her beauty and nobility actually caused countless people in the restaurant to cheer. This kind of beauty, if it were any other man, with just a few words, they would have already fallen under her skirt. TSK, even Ji Hyun of Silla's top strategist is here. I'm afraid she won't be able to see today's slap. That's right. Although Ji Hyun of Silla and the warring prince are at loggerheads in the imperial court, they like to rope in each other's people. If Hong Minute can save the young lady, it will be a great favor. That's right. Moreover, the young lady's identity is indeed not ordinary. Since Hong Minute is here, if she doesn't help, it will cause a lot of trouble. What a pity. Everyone felt that regardless of whether Ling Xiao was Ji Hyun of Silla's man or not, since Hong Minute was here, this matter should be over. Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minute calmly. He had seen this woman once, but today, he realized that she was even more charming than before. And she exuded a noble aura from head to toe. That kind of nobility made people afraid to get close to her. However, there was no change in his eyes. Hong Minute's beauty was out of this world, but compared to the Moon Lady, she was still a far cry. Why would Ling Xiao care about her? Moreover, Hong Minute liked to play tricks. Back in the 8 Immortals County, when An Po came to deal with him, it was probably this woman's doing. Therefore, not only did he not like this woman, but he also hated her. It was just that he did not show it. Miss Minute is pleading with her. Chapter 2603. Hong Minor felt helpless. She knew Ling Xiao's temper. He was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She did not want to offend Ling Xiao because of this girl. However, after weighing the pros and cons, this girl's family was much more valuable to Ji Hyun of Silla than Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had no choice but to offend Ling Xiao today. That's right. You can't touch this woman. Hong Minute nodded. Her tone was firm and unyielding. It was as though Ling Xiao had to do as Hong Minor said. This tone made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. Even Chen Kanglan of Ji Hyun of Silla doesn't dare to talk to me like this. You're just her strategist. I respect you, but I'm not afraid of you. I hate it when people order me around. I hope there won't be a next time. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and firm. Upon hearing this, Hong Minor frowned. Did Ling Xiao really think he was someone important? Ji Hyun of Silla treated you well because she wanted to use you. Now, your value is obviously not comparable to that girl's family. Why should she give you face? She sneered in her heart and said, I don't dare to say that I'm ordering you around, but it's not that far off. After all, you're a Grand Lord trained by Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla. It's not too much to ask you to let someone go, right? Did you know that she attacked us with the snake oil? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. Hong Minor nodded. Did you know that she wanted me to kneel down and become her slave? Yes. Then did you know that she wanted to send my friend to the brothel? Yes. Very good. So you knew everything. That's good. You knew, but you still came to plead for her. It seems like you think that I'm easier to bully than she is, right? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that things had come to this, he could not admit defeat. If he bowed down in front of Hong Minor, such things would happen more often in the future. Therefore, he had to display his strength and willpower. Only in this way could he stand tall in front of Ji-hyun of Silla. You're right. In the balance of power, you're not as important as her, much less her family. Hong Minor did not deny it. You should know your place. Don't cause trouble for Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla. Am I weightless? Today, I'll add some weight to you. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his hand to slap the young girl's face. Humans are not animals. There was no need to compromise on anything. It seems like you haven't figured out my character. When the loud slap was heard, Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minor coldly. He was giving Hong Minor a choice. They were his enemies. Or continue to be his partner for the sake of mutual benefit. He wanted to tell Hong Minor that he was not an insignificant chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Humans have to pay for what they've done. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's slap landed on her face again. He slapped her 10 times. Every slap was loud and clear. When the slaps landed on the young girl's face, Hong Minor's expression turned ugly. Inside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Who was that young girl? She was the 14th prince's cousin, noble consort Ju Hua's maternal family. Although she was not a member of the royal family, she was a member of the royal family and had a close relationship with the 14th prince. The young man really did slap her. This slap was not only aimed at the young girl's face. It was aimed at the 14th prince's face, noble consort Ju Hua's face, Hong Minor's face, and Ji-hyun of Silla's face. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a crazy person. The young girl's face was completely disfigured. However, she was not concerned about her face. She was concerned about her own face. She was a member of the royal family, noble consort Ju Hua's maternal family. Many people wanted to curry favor with her. Who would dare to hit her? However, this young man did not hesitate to slap her 10 times today. Until now, she still could not believe that this was the truth. Her somewhat frightened and dazed eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have hit her. If you hit her, Ji-hyun of Silla won't be able to protect you. Not to mention the 14th prince, noble consort Ju Hua's title is second only to the queen. Now, she's deeply favored by the king. If she were to say something to you, you wouldn't be able to survive in the imperial city. Hong Minor's voice was somewhat frightening and cold. Although she still had a noble air about her, one could feel that she was burning with rage. Ling Xiao had offended her. He did not give her any face at all. This was something she could not accept no matter what. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minor and said, so you're saying that I should kneel before her, lick her shoes, and become her slave? What a joke. Ling Xiao's voice was arrogant and unruly, cold and awe-inspiring. This was an innate pride that was integrated into one's soul. A proud soul would not allow others to humiliate him. You might not like to hear this, but this is the imperial city, not the 8 Immortals County. Here, you're nothing. Even if she really wants you to kneel and lick her shoes, you should listen. Only then will you have a chance to live. You should know that in the imperial city, there are many men who want to lick her shoes but don't have the chance. Haha. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh coldly. What are you laughing at? Hong Minor asked with a frown. I'm laughing at you. Didn't you find out when you investigated me? When I first set foot in the 8 Immortals County, someone warned me as well. But I didn't listen. What happened in the end? Those people were all trampled under my feet and became my stepping stones to improve myself. To put it bluntly, the Imperial City is just a slightly bigger 8 Immortals County. The Chen country is not as strong as the Volcano country. Moreover, there are at least tens of thousands of countries like it in the Western region. What a joke. Do you think this is a scary place? I'd like to see what I can do after I hit her. Lunatic. Hong Minor was silent for a moment before she said, to think that Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla and I had high hopes for you and let you become the suzerain of the 8 Immortals County. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. That's funny. What difference does it make whether Ji-hyun of Silla gives me the position of suzerain of the 8 Immortals County? That place is already my territory. If you don't believe me, you can ask your spies and see if they are regretting being locked in a steel cage. Ling Xiao stared at Hong Minor and said, I didn't mention this before because I wanted to cooperate with Ji-hyun of Silla. But what you did today made me very unhappy. Let's postpone the cooperation. Because you'll be responsible for the consequences of today's incident. If Ji-hyun of Silla still wants to cooperate with me, she'll have to pay a better price. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. You're still in the mood to talk about cooperation with me? Do you know that even if Ji-hyun of Silla and I don't pursue the matter, you're dead meat after hitting her? Chapter 2604. Dead meat. Haha, Hong Minor, I think you've misunderstood the crux of the matter. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, perhaps in your eyes, my value is incomparable to this woman's family. In front of her, I'm like an ant, not worth mentioning. I can even be humiliated and tortured at will. I can't fight back or resist. Even if she kills me, I'll have to thank her with a smile. I'm sorry, but I'm not that lowly. Even if I don't do anything, I'll still be humiliated and even killed. I'll slap her, but I'll be happy in return. The worst outcome is still being tortured to death. Then, may I ask, how should I choose, Hong Minor, my great strategist? But have you ever thought that if you don't fight back, you'll be the only one to die? Once you fight back, all your family and friends will die. Can you afford to pay such a price? Hong Minor asked. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. He looked at the girl coldly and said, in other words, I can only choose to die, or my whole family will die with me, right? That's right. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? The girl seemed to have realized that she had a powerful backer. Although her face was deformed from the slap, her courage returned. She actually mustered the courage to yell at Ling Xiao again. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. Listen up, little girl. No matter which family you're from, I can guarantee that before you hurt my family, I'll let you taste the feeling of having your family destroyed. Especially you. No matter what your family wants to do to my friends, once I find out about it, I can guarantee that you'll disappear from this world. I can guarantee that no matter what price I'll have to pay, at least before the price falls on me, I'll let her pay the price first. His vicious words caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. What a terrifying young man. It turned out that before he made his move, he was already prepared to fight to the death. Although the girl's family was powerful, there were many people in her family who were not as powerful as this young man. There were even ordinary people. If this young man really became ruthless, not to mention that this young girl would die, her family would most likely suffer heavy casualties. For such a large family, it was not worth it at all. Exchanging thousands of lives for a few ants was really not worth it. A threat. This was a clear threat. Even the royal family wouldn't want to offend such a lunatic. He was like a poisonous snake. If you couldn't kill him immediately, then what awaited you would be endless revenge. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Hong Minita frowned. She began to wonder if it was worth it to offend Ling Xiao for this girl. This Ling Xiao was really too calm. He was so calm that it seemed like everything was under his control. How could this be? Could it be that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve? Come to think of it, when she was investigating Ling Xiao's identity, there were still many suspicious points that she had yet to investigate. You dare threaten me? You dare threaten my family? The girl clearly understood what Ling Xiao meant. She rubbed her pale face and asked in disbelief. Looks like you're not so stupid that you can't be saved. That's right, I'm threatening you. So what? Ling Xiao looked at the girl coldly. In his opinion, it was a miracle that this girl could live to this age. For such a stupid and arrogant person, no matter how strong her background was, she would meet her match sooner or later. Even if she didn't meet Ling Xiao, she might meet someone else. In the world of martial arts, there was no lack of lunatics. Not to mention that this girl was just a relative of the royal family. Even if she was from a legitimate royal family, she would still have enemies like the heavenly demon cult. Those people would even dare to attack a prince, let alone an idiotic girl. Perhaps you're so arrogant now because you don't know how powerful this child's family is. If you do, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel and beg for mercy. Hong Minita felt indignant. Perhaps it was because she was used to controlling others. Suddenly meeting someone who didn't follow her routine made her feel a little out of control. She wanted to see Ling Xiao ask her for help. Kneel in front of her and beg for help. This way, her master, Ji Hyun of Silla, would be able to control Ling Xiao better. Haha, I really don't know what kind of top expert can scare me into kneeling and begging for mercy in the small Chen kingdom. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Hong Minita looked into Ling Xiao's eyes and said, her father is a martial artist at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th level of hell. As for her cousin, the 14th prince, his strength is even more unfathomable. No one knows his true cultivation, but everyone knows that he can easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th level of hell. Hong Minita hoped to see fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. The girl also hoped to see Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy in a panic. That way, she could return the 10 slaps to this guy. However, it was a pity. Whether it was Hong Minute or the girl, they didn't see a trace of fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. Instead, they heard Ling Xiao's disdainful sneer. That's it. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I thought it was some great expert. I wonder if you'll faint if I tell you my master's identity and strength. Your master? Hong Minute frowned. She almost forgot that there was a rumor in the 8 Immortals city that Ling Xiao had a powerful master who could easily destroy the entire 8 Immortals mountain. However, she didn't find this person during the investigation, so she didn't take it to heart. Now that Ling Xiao mentioned it, her frown deepened. That's right. This guy has always been very casual. He never gives in to others. It seems that he's not reckless. He's confident. Hong Minute started to worry that she might have ruined Ji Hyun of Silla's plan. Today, she was only here to pick up Ling Xiao under Ji Hyun of Silla's order. However, she acted on her own initiative and helped the girl. If something really went wrong, she couldn't explain it to Ji Hyun of Silla. What kind of master can a country bumpkin like you have? The girl asked disdainfully. My master is from the golden heavenly nation. With her cultivation, it's easy for her to destroy the small Chen nation. Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin like me have such a good cultivation? How could I have such a great talent? Those were all given to me by my master. Ling Xiao's words explained his abnormal talent and cultivation. It didn't matter if others believed it or not. It was just an excuse. Nonsense. How could the golden heavenly nation have anything to do with a lowly guy like you? Chapter 2605. It seems that you know something about the golden heavenly nation. Ling Xiao smiled and said, as a member of the royal family, you don't know how to concentrate on cultivation. You only know how to bully others and cause trouble everywhere. People like you will not only bring great danger to yourself. You may even destroy the entire royal family of the Chen kingdom. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. It's not like there haven't been such examples before. The girl's face suddenly became very ugly. Although she didn't know if Ling Xiao's words were true. But because of arrogance, offending a strong enemy and ultimately leading to the destruction of the entire family did happen. And it happened in the Chen kingdom, so she was very clear about it. You're just trying to scare people. Do you really think that a few specious words are enough to scare off the heroes of the capital city? Another person appeared on the stairs. He was about 40 years old, with a tall and sturdy figure. There was an explosive aura erupting from his body. On his left and right, there were 2 men following. The aura of these 2 men was actually comparable to Ling Xiao. And this man in his 40s was naturally much stronger than Ling Xiao. Uncle Ji Yu. Seeing this middle-aged man, the vicious girl seemed to have seen her savior. She ran over and cried, Uncle, you have to uphold justice for me. Good girl, don't worry. As the commander of the city defense camp, this old man is responsible for this kind of thing. Ji Yu Tianba gently patted the girl's hand, then looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, Boy, are you ready to die? Die? Sorry, I haven't lived long enough. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Yu Tianba indifferently. He suddenly remembered that he had killed Ji Yu Mingyu before. If Ji Yu Tianba knew that his precious son was killed by Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would he have? Would he still have the mood to stand up for someone like this? This old man doesn't care if you've lived long enough. Today, you committed a crime in this old man's territory. If this old man doesn't kill you, I won't be able to answer to my old friend. But don't worry, this old man won't bully you. Let my two subordinates come down and spar with you. Jiyu Tianba smiled faintly. Marquis Jiyu still has the mood to meddle in other people's business. Why didn't he investigate whether his precious son had died outside? When I was on my way to Thunder City, I heard that a group of Arcana Academy's disciples had died in the mountains and were discovered by hunters. TSK, they died so miserably. One of them was even wearing the waist token of a first-grade military marquis. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the smile on Jiyu Tianba's face disappeared. Jiyu Tianba's face suddenly became very ugly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao and reached out to grab Ling Xiao. He only had one son. If he died, it would be the end of his family line. The main reason was that she had provoked an enemy 2 years ago. As a result, her private part was destroyed, and she could no longer have children. If Jiyu Mingyu really died, then he would be in a miserable state. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery loach. In an instant, his figure turned into several wolf shadows, dodging Jiyu Tianba's attack and grabbing the girl instead. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed in fear. I told you before that if your people touch me, I will kill you first. You didn't believe me before, but now you should believe me, right? Ling Xiao said coldly. Let her go, or I will kill you. Jiyu Tianba was very protective of the girl, but now, because he was eager to know the news of his son's death, he directly rushed over and tried to force Ling Xiao to let go of the girl. Boom. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, Jiyu Tianba was blocked by a middle-aged man who had just arrived at the restaurant. Jiyu Tianba, are you crazy? My daughter is in his hands, do you want her to die? The man who came was the girl's father. It seemed that his strength was not inferior to Jiyu Tianba. Experts were gradually showing up one by one. Father, save me. The girl shouted loudly. Let go of my daughter and I will spare your life. The voice of the middle-aged man who had just arrived was filled with anger. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao like a mountain, wanting to crush Ling Xiao directly. However, he miscalculated. Only the defeated Ling Xiao and the unintimidated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said, You know that your daughter is in my hands, but you still don't speak properly. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill her? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? Under the feet of the emperor, how can you act recklessly? Jiyu Tianba became even angrier. The terrifying pressure made the entire restaurant begin to shake violently as if there was the possibility of it collapsing at any time. The crowd in the restaurant who were watching the show, except for a few who were relatively stronger, almost all of them retreated outside to watch this show. Ling Xiao could feel that the pressure on his body was getting heavier and heavier. However, his back was still very straight. He looked at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, I told you to be more polite when you talk to me. A sword aura emerged from his fingertip and left a bloody mark on the girl's neck. The middle-aged man was shocked, but he was immediately filled with rage. Suddenly, he pounced on Lin Ruoxian and the others. Sigh, Ling Xiao, I told you that you shouldn't have done that. Hong Miniter sighed and said, Now, do you still dare to repeat what you said before? Even if you kill that child, your 3 friends will have their blood splattered on the spot. She enjoyed the thrill of controlling others. She liked to see other people panicking. She hoped that others would beg her. Only then would she be able to satisfy her boundless vanity. However, Ling Xiao's face did not have the expression she expected. Or fear. Or regret. Or panic. Ling Xiao's face was filled with absolute coldness and ruthlessness. His hand gently slid across the girl's neck. A big head fell to the ground, making a bang sound. The sound instantly silenced the entire restaurant. The reason why the girl's father dared to attack Lin Ruoxian and the others was that he was sure that Ling Xiao would not dare to kill his daughter. Because if he killed his daughter, Ling Xiao would have no hostages. But he never expected that Ling Xiao would actually attack. Ah! The girl's father exploded with endless anger and roared. He originally wanted to take Ling Xiao's friends as hostages. But now, he did not intend to do that. His action turned into an attack. He wanted to kill the 3 women. At the same time, Jiyu Tianba also attacked. He charged toward Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had lost the protection of the hostages, he no longer had any scruples. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A gust of terrifying cold air suddenly swept up in the restaurant. It was as if the moonlight had turned into frost when it shone on the ground. Then, Jiyu Tianba and the girl's father were both thrown out of the restaurant. "How dare you bully the man I like?" It was Yu Fanghua who spoke. Chapter 2606. No one is allowed to hurt my man. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yu Fanghua's voice came from behind the veil under the bamboo hat. It was extremely cold. In an instant, the entire restaurant seemed to have turned into night. Only the bright moon was emitting cold light. At this moment, everyone felt fear and coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Even Hong Minute was frowning. She was no longer as calm and composed as before. She did not understand. How could Ling Xiao be protected by such a woman? Such terrifying strength. What is her cultivation level? Hong Minute thought to herself. 10 levels of hell in 1 revolution? 11 levels of hell? Or even stronger? If she was at the 10 levels of hell in 1 revolution, she would definitely be considered an expert in the royal city. If she was at the 11 levels of hell, she would probably be one of the top experts in the royal city. What if she was even stronger? Hong Minute did not dare to think about it. The others also felt that this woman was unfathomable. Although they could not see her face clearly, her body was emitting bright moonlight. She was like a beautiful fairy from the Moon Palace. People could not help but imagine the peerless beauty behind the veil. Some women were like this. Even if they did not use their beauty, they could conquer men with their aura alone. They could also conquer women. Everyone was shocked by this. Of course, no matter how strong her aura was, she was only slightly more noble than a vase. Whether a woman could be recognized by the mystic world depended on her strength. This woman only used 1 move to send Marquis Jiyu Tianba and the vicious girl's father flying. How could she be weak with such strength? Even Ling Xiao was surprised. Previously in the valley, he saw the corpse of the 3-headed lava hound and knew that Yu Fanghua was not weak. This was also the reason why he did not intervene when he saw the vicious girl's father attacking Yu Fanghua. However, he was very surprised that Yu Fanghua was so strong. Although her aura was still far from the Moon Lady's aura, she was indeed very strong. There was no doubt about it. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on Sister Yuan's protection in the past, and now, I would have to rely on her reincarnation, Yu Fanghua, to protect me. Looks like I really have to work harder. Otherwise, how can I protect my woman? Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Yu Fanghua's strength made him even calmer. He believed that with his strength and Yu Fanghua's cooperation, they would be able to make a name for themselves even in the royal capital. Why aren't you getting lost? Are you waiting to die? Jiyu Tianba and the vicious girl's father had already stood up and returned to the restaurant. Young lady, do you know that by doing this, you have committed a great crime? Jiyu Tianba frowned. Scram. Yu Fanghua gently flicked her sleeves, and Jiyu Tianba was once again blasted away. This time, he was blasted even further, flying hundreds of meters away. He fell into a residential building and never came back. And you, take her corpse and scram. Yu Fanghua looked at the vicious girl's father and said coldly, don't think about revenge. I'm already being merciful by not exterminating your entire family because of her. Thank you. The vicious girl's father no longer had any thoughts of revenge. Instead, he was filled with fear. When he saw the girl's corpse, he even felt lucky. His foolish daughter had died, but he had seen how terrifying his enemy was. Even if he was beaten to death in the future, he would never offend such a terrifying existence again. Unless he had a stronger power or backing. So what if he was a relative? In front of a powerful martial artist, authority was not worth mentioning. What are you still doing here? Scram. Yu Fanghua looked at Hong Minute and said coldly, I was ordered by Ji Hyun of Silla to pick up Ling Xiao. How can I leave without picking him up? Hong Minute shook her head. She did not look good and was no longer as calm as before. This was because she knew that she was no match for the woman in front of her. She was unhappy that the other party asked her to scram, but she did not dare to be angry. Nonsense. Is this how you welcome Ji-hyun of Silla's guest? I don't care what kind of person your Royal Highness is. What kind of sincerity is this if you don't come personally to pick up my man? I'll give you 3 breaths time to scram as far as you can. Although Yu Fanghua was the reincarnation of the Moon Lady, her temper was even more domineering than the Moon Lady. She was comparable to Ling Xiao. Miss, although your cultivation is powerful, the capital city is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Ji-hyun of Silla is not someone Ling Xiao can compare to. Why should the Royal Highness come personally to pick him up? One more breath. Yu Fanghua did not respond to Hong Minute-er's words. Her cold voice was heard again. Hong Minute-er wanted to say something. Yu Fanghua had already attacked. It seemed like a casual slap, but it caused the expressions of everyone in the restaurant to change. Boom. The terrifying wind from the slap uprooted the restaurant and caused it to collapse instantly. Dust and smoke filled the air. Hong Minute-er was sent flying by the slap. She no longer had the gentleness she had before. Damn, this woman is so ferocious, so powerful. Yeah, she sent Ji-hyun of Silla's top strategist flying with a slap. What kind of power does she have? No wonder that young man is so confident and dares to kill in the capital city. He has a strong background. Could that woman be his master? Didn't you hear what he said? He has a master from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Even the 9 Supremes are afraid of the Golden Heavenly Nation, let alone our little Chen nation. Damn, this young man really has a strong background. I'm afraid he's going to cause a huge commotion in Thunder City. The person who said this was probably just saying it casually. He would never have thought that what he said would become the truth. Boss, I'm very sorry for destroying your restaurant. How about this? I'll compensate you with double the price. Ling Xiao looked at the restaurant owner who was trembling in the ruins and couldn't help but feel apologetic. Although he wasn't the one who destroyed the building, Yu Fanghua was his woman after all. Naturally, he should be responsible. No, you don't have to compensate me, you don't have to compensate me. The restaurant owner's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he was shocked by Yu Fanghua's terrifying power. Although the restaurant owner had a backer, it couldn't be compared to Ji-hyun of Silla. She even dared to beat up Ji-hyun of Silla's men, let alone him. If he wants compensation, just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yu Fanghua said fiercely. Okay. I'll take it. This restaurant is worth 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Just give me 1 million. I don't dare to ask for double. The restaurant owner hurriedly said. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and handed it to the restaurant owner. Take it. There are 2 million low-grade spiritual stones inside. You don't have to return the storage ring. I'm sorry about today. Chapter 2607. Let's go. Let's walk around the streets. Ling Xiao threw the storage ring to the restaurant owner. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Although he hadn't eaten, this place was already in ruins. He couldn't stay here any longer. Moreover, he didn't like being surrounded by so many people. The 3 girls followed him to the streets. They found a stall with good food and sat down. Only then did they have time to eat. 4 martial artists of their level, eating was basically a pure enjoyment. Little sister Fanghua, your strength is too strong. After eating, the 4 of them sat down and chatted. Lin Ruoxian said with a bitter smile. She thought Ling Xiao was already a monster. However, Yu Fanghua, who was about the same age as Ling Xiao, was even more abnormal. She really didn't know how this woman cultivated. Moon Death sighed. She originally had some expectations for Ling Xiao. She hoped that one day, she could serve Ling Xiao with Lin Ruoxian. But they didn't expect that even before Chen Guo left, they would encounter a monster like Yu Fanghua, who made them completely lose their competitiveness. Her beauty, temperament, and strength were all first class. How could they compete? Looking at big brother Ling Xiao's expression, he must be very fond of this Fanghua. You're so strong, But you were thrown to a small place like the Chen nation to fend for yourself. How scary is the Eternal Palace? Thinking about how he was going to the Eternal Palace to seek justice for his father Ling Xiao felt that his body was filled with energy and hot blood. The stronger the opponent, the more his fighting spirit was aroused. It's not really thrown. Although I was indeed isolated in the Eternal Palace has always had a rule. The most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation will be thrown far away to hide their identities and fend for themselves. Whoever can walk back to the Eternal Palace with their own strength can directly become a core disciple of the Eternal Palace. Yu Fanghua explained, "This is also a kind of experience for me. So that's how it is. The Eternal Life Palace is indeed the #1 force in the Black Tortoise continent. This kind of training method is simply unheard of," Ling Xiao said with some surprise. "Then, with a powerful bodyguard like me accompanying you, you won't feel bored, right?" Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. "Why would I feel bored? Don't you think that following us will affect your training?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course, he wanted Yu Fanghua to follow him, but he didn't want Yu Fanghua to lose the opportunity to gain experience. Even if he reincarnated, he still hoped that Yu Fanghua could become stronger. "It won't, because I know that as long as I stay by your side, something interesting will happen. I like this feeling." Yu Fanghua's voice suddenly became slightly agitated. He could tell that this woman was serious. Ling Xiao was a daring person. Sometimes, he would do things that would make people dumbfounded. Following him was indeed very exciting. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly saw a luxurious black tortoise carriage appear on the street. A person came down from the carriage. If it wasn't Chen Kanglan of Ji-Hyun of Silla, who else could it be? Chen Kanglan was walking in front with Hong Minute following behind. At this moment, Hong Minute was tied up with ropes and looked very miserable. Ling Xiao frowned and thought that Chen Kanglan was really a formidable person. In order to befriend him, or more accurately, to befriend Yu Fanghua, he didn't hesitate to play the trick of injuring himself to gain the sympathy of Hong Minute. That Hong Minute was still injured. "Ayaya, little brother Ling Xiao, it's really this king's fault for not being considerate enough and causing you to suffer. Minute, why aren't you apologizing to brother Ling Xiao? I ordered you to welcome him, but you turned against them. This makes me very unhappy." Ji-Hyun of Silla was very friendly to Ling Xiao, but he was very aggressive to Hong Minute. "It's Minute who failed to recognize you and offended you, young hero Ling. Please forgive me." Hong Minute lowered her noble head and apologized to the country bumpkin that she looked down on. "Your Highness, why are you looking for me today?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. Of course, he wouldn't be moved to tears because of Ji-Hyun of Silla's act. After all, he was a person who had experienced a lot and was no longer a 3-year-old child. "Brother, don't be angry. Come with me to Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence. I've already prepared food and wine and generous gifts. You can't refuse me." Ji-Hyun of Silla laughed. "Kill her and I'll go with you," Ling Xiao said all of a sudden. Ji-Hyun of Silla frowned. He didn't seem to understand Ling Xiao's meaning, but he also seemed to be in disbelief of Ling Xiao's words. "Is it strange? I'll go with you if you kill Hong Minute," Ling Xiao said calmly. Hong Minute became very angry when she heard what Ling Tianyi said. She was just cooperating with Ji-Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan to put on a show. She was already very uncomfortable when she was asked to apologize to Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao wanted her to die. How could she tolerate this? "Haha, it seems that your Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla is only this bold. Forget it, you can go back to your residence and I'll go back to my Arcana Academy. We'll have nothing to do with each other from now on," Ling Xiao said with a cold smile when he saw Ji-Hyun of Silla's hesitation. "Wait a minute." Chen Kanglan of Ji-Hyun of Silla suddenly attacked Hong Minute's forehead. This attack was very powerful and could definitely kill Hong Minute. Hong Minute didn't resist. It was obvious that she trusted Ji-Hyun of Silla so much. At that moment, she was stunned. She couldn't believe that your Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla, whom she admired and trusted, would do this to her. Was he really going to kill her? "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Your Highness took it seriously. Just when Chen Kanglan's attack was about to touch Hong Miniter's forehead, Ling Xiao stopped Ji Hyun of Silla and said with a smile, "Miss Hong Miniter is your Highness' strategist. What did Ling Xiao do to deserve your Highness' favor? You even killed your strategist to avenge Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao will definitely remember this kindness in his heart." Ling Xiao felt that his words were disgusting. It was not what he wanted to say. If Ji Hyun of Silla really wanted to kill Hong Miniter, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Ji Hyun of Silla was just putting on an act. Therefore, when he tried to stop him, Ji Hyun of Silla immediately stopped him. Ji Hyun of Silla was really cunning. However, no matter how cunning the wolf was, it was still tricked by Ling Xiao. Although Ji Hyun of Silla didn't attack Hong Miniter, it left an indelible crack in her heart. Ling Xiao believed that this crack wouldn't affect their relationship. However, it might not be the case as time passed. "Brother, what are you talking about? Since we're brothers, I'll do my best to help you. Can we go to my residence now?" Ji Hyun of Silla had cursed Ling Xiao hundreds of times in his heart. However, he didn't say it out loud and acted appropriately. Chapter 2608. Of course. Let's get on the carriage. After getting on the carriage, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I remember that your Highness was attacked by the Dragon Cult's assassins on the way to Thunder City. I wonder what the situation was like at that time." Fortunately, younger brother lured away an expert from the Dragon Cult, which allowed this king and Minna to join hands and kill a few of them before returning to Thunder City. It's a pity that 13th brother was snatched away by them. When Ji Hyun of Silla mentioned the 13th prince, there wasn't the slightest bit of pity on her face. On the contrary, she seemed to be very happy. This dragon cult really dares to make an enemy out of the royal family. At this moment, Ling Xiao was treating this Ji Hyun of Silla as his own encyclopedia. In any case, since they were in a cooperative relationship, the other party would definitely answer his questions. After all, it wasn't a secret. The dragon cult. That's the biggest cult in our Chen country, as well as our most terrifying enemy. It was originally created by an expert from the volcano country, but it developed and expanded, spreading throughout the Chen country like a prairie fire. Their cult members spread throughout the Chen country, and what they do is to dissolve the Chen country's authority. Chen Kanglan sighed and continued, "In order to eliminate the dragon cult, the royal family has launched several large-scale operations. However, this dragon cult is like a weed that grows again with the spring breeze. Although their overall strength isn't comparable to the Chen country's royal family or the Arcana Academy, their individual talents are extremely high. Therefore, even after so many years, no one is able to do anything to the other." Ling Xiao pondered inwardly. He had seen more than one person from the dragon cult. There were those with temperament, such as Sire Shui. However, there were also those with sinister intentions, such as Lin Quan. Therefore, no one knew what kind of sect it was. However, one thing was for sure, this sect was definitely an enemy of the Chen country's royal family. It was an extension of the volcano country's regime. "Younger brother, the people from the dragon cult are no different from ordinary people, so you have to be careful. Last time, you killed a disciple of the dragon cult, even though they weren't that strong. But since you've done that, the dragon cult might target you." Ji Hyun of Silla reminded. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I understand." Ling Xiao would not easily side with anyone, be it the Chen Kingdom's royal family or the dragon cult. These were all problems that he had to solve. He wanted to bring the state of Chen into the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. If he couldn't control these powers, then he could only destroy them. Not long after, the Black Tortoise carriage arrived at Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. The size of the prince's mansion wasn't considered large and looked rather plain. However, the overall construction was clearly specially designed and contained the profoundness of formations. If there was someone who didn't know what was good for him and wanted to make a move on this mansion, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. On the gate of Ji Hyun of Silla's residence, there were two ferocious cobra carvings. Ordinary people would think that these were carvings, but Ling Xiao, who was well versed in formations, knew. These ferocious cobras were the demonic beasts that guarded the prince's mansion. They were the most loyal and most terrifying guards. If a cultivator below the 10th level of hell in the yin-yang realm in the first revolution barged into the prince's mansion without prior notice, they would be instantly devoured by these venomous cobras. At the gate of the prince's mansion, the passers-by saw Ji-Hyun of Silla personally holding Ling Xiao's hand and walking into the mansion. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is that young man? Ji-Hyun of Silla is so close to him. You don't know, right? I know that young man crippled the 14th prince's cousin in the outer city. She's that vicious woman who flaunts her prowess all day, bullying foreign cultivators as she pleases, and treating their heads as toys. Is he very strong? Of course, but the woman by his side is even stronger. I heard that she's his master, someone from the golden heavenly nation." The crowd discussed fervently. Clearly, they were very interested in this mysterious young man, Ling Xiao. At the same time, they were also in awe of him. Hearing these people's discussion, Ji-Hyun of Silla revealed an imperceptible smile. His idea was actually very simple. He wanted to deliberately show his friendliness to Ling Xiao. He wanted to let everyone in the royal city know that Ling Xiao was his man. In this way, Yu Fanghua would naturally become his man. With such a powerful ally, those who wanted to be his enemy would naturally have to carefully consider the gains and losses. Without a doubt, this would make his forces even stronger. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the prince's mansion, he felt that there was something mysterious under the prince's mansion. Ji-Hyun of Silla, good job. There seems to be a giant beast or a powerful cultivator trapped under the prince's mansion. Because of the layers of formations, Ling Xiao couldn't see clearly with his Tai Chi eye. But what he could be sure of was that there was a strong power of light and heat under the prince's mansion. The aura that was constantly released could greatly increase the cultivation speed of the cultivators in the prince's mansion. I don't know what good stuff it is. If it's really something related to heat, I can let the little demoness devour it. My external incarnation should continue to grow stronger. He smiled secretly and naturally wouldn't say anything. Now that the situation was unclear, he naturally wouldn't do that. What he was most concerned about now was the situation in the extreme royal secret realm. The reason why he wanted to join the Arcana Academy was because of the extreme royal secret realm. So after entering the prince's mansion and sitting down, Ling Xiao directly asked, "Your Highness, can I report to the Arcana Academy today? Will I be able to enter the extreme royal secret realm soon?" He noticed that when he mentioned the extreme royal secret realm, Yu Fenghua's body seemed to tremble slightly. It wasn't a tremble of fear, but a tremble of excitement. Could it be that Yu Fanghua also wanted to enter the extreme royal secret realm? Ling Xiao planned to ask later. If Yu Fanghua really needed something from the extreme royal secret realm, he would help her get it no matter what. That was his woman, a woman who had protected him many times. It was only right for him to do something for her. Even if it was a risk, it was absolutely worth it. You don't have to report to the Arcana Academy. As for the quota for the Academy, I will arrange it for you. What you need to do now is to prepare to enter the extreme royal secret realm. Chen Kanglan said, "The extreme royal secret realm opens once a month for half a month. 2 days later, it will be the beginning of the month. According to the rules of the extreme royal secret realm, those who enter must be a disciple of the Arcana Academy. At the same time, they must be recommended by the prince or the king. This time, there will be 6 people from the Ji-Hyun of Silla's mansion entering the extreme royal secret realm. Including you, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death, there will be exactly 9 people. On the 14th prince's side, there will probably be around 10 people entering. The other princes will at most recommend 1 or 2 people, which is basically negligible. I only have one request, and that is that after entering the extreme royal secret realm, you must kill as many Yuanling as possible and obtain their origin spirit crystals. That is something that can greatly increase your cultivation. However, the Yuanling are too strong. For the time being, you can follow them and gain experience. Just don't drag them down." From Chen Kanglan's words, Ling Xiao grasped the crux of the problem. Chapter 2609. From Chen Kanglan's words, Ling Xiao also learned that Yuanling had an origin spirit crystal in her body that could improve her cultivation. However, this was not very attractive to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao preferred the cultivation environment of the imperial mystery realm and the treasures of heaven and earth. That was the key to him wanting to enter. Where are the others? Ling Xiao asked. I have already sent people to gather them. They are all geniuses, so each of them has their own personalities. Although your talent is not bad, your cultivation is not strong enough. So when you see them, you should try to keep a low profile. Chen Kanglan of Jihun of Silla did not know Ling Xiao's current cultivation, so he thought that Ling Xiao was still a warrior in the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell in Transformation 1. In fact, Ling Xiao had already broken through to the 9th level of Hell in Transformation 1. At this moment, 6 people walked in from outside. Ling Xiao looked back. Among the 6 people, 2 were women and 4 were men. They were all around 20 years old. Although they were older than Ling Xiao, they were still very young. All 6 of them were wearing the Mystic Land Academy's uniform with the Mystic Land Academy's insignia. Haha, speaking of them, they are here. Those 6 are my most capable disciples of the Arcana Academy. Every single one of them has been tempered through countless battles, so they are definitely not trash with no combat experience. Jihun of Silla seemed to think highly of these 6 people and was very satisfied. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that these 6 people were indeed extraordinary. Every one of their cultivations was stronger than his. Especially the guy who was completely blind. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Greetings, Your Highness. The 6 people all knelt on one knee and bowed to Jihun of Silla. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but be surprised by Jihun of Silla's ability. One had to know that these 6 people were all experts. If they did not have some ability, they would definitely not be able to obey Jihun of Silla. Get up. Let me introduce you. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death. These 3 people will enter the Imperial Mystery Realm with you. Jihun of Silla Chen Kanglan raised his hand and said. The blind person was obviously the leader of the 6 people. Hearing Chen Kanglan's words, he suddenly raised his hand, and 3 forces shot out towards Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death. Don't dodge, the blind man said at the same time as he shot out the qi. Ling Xiao used his Taikai eye to see that these 3 forces were not attacks, so he did not dodge. Since he did not dodge, the other 2 did not dodge. Too weak. A moment later, the forces circled around Ling Xiao and the other 2's bodies before returning to the blind person's body. 2 of them are at the middle stage of the First Revolution 8 levels of Hell, and 1 is at the early stage of the First Revolution 8 levels of Hell. They are not qualified at all. They will only be a burden in the Imperial Mystery Realm. However, their aptitude is not bad. It is rare for their cultivation to reach such a level at such a young age. Most of the cultivators from the county cities are only at the First Revolution 6 levels of Hell. They are all called geniuses. Ha ha ha, Avidinia, you have hit the nail on the head. If these 3 people are carefully nurtured, they will definitely become our best helpers. You have to protect them well in the Imperial Mystery Realm. Jihun of Silla Chen Kanglan laughed. Of course. Avidinia nodded and said, but Your Highness, there is no free lunch in this world. We will have to waste time and energy to protect them. We should at least get some benefits, right? Don't worry about this. As long as this king can do it, I will definitely give it to you. Chen Kanglan nodded and said, Your Highness can naturally do it. In fact, it is just a small matter. Wu Ming chuckled and said, this subordinate's 2 brothers have already reached the age where they should get married. However, because they have always been at Your Highness's beck and call, they have no time. I wonder if Your Highness can bestow Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to them. Even as concubines, they will not be wronged. Perhaps because he was blind, Avidinia did not notice the gloomy expression on Ling Xiao's face when he said this. However, even if he saw it, he probably would not care. Ling Xiao's strength was like an ant in his eyes. How could he care? This, Chen Kanglan did not expect Avidinia to make such a request. However, it was also true. These 6 people often went out on missions. 2 of them were women and 2 of them were like a pair of mandarin ducks. However, there were 2 of them who came out alone. Now that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death appeared, and whether it is in terms of beauty or talent, they are very good. Naturally, Avidinia took a fancy to them and wanted to bestow marriage to his two brothers who came out alone. However, Chen Kanglan understood Ling Xiao's temper very well. He could not help but feel a little troubled. Thus, he could only use a negotiating tone and asked, Ling Xiao, Avidinia's two brothers, no agreements, and Wu Yang, are first-class men. It is not wrong to let Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death marry them. What do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death faintly and said, Are you willing? Not willing. The two girls answered in unison. What kind of joke is this? If he wants to marry them, even if they don't agree, they would still be quite happy. After all, women dress up for the one who loves them. However, the problem is that Avidinia said very clearly that he wants to find concubines. This clearly shows that he looks down on the two of them. It's just that he doesn't have any women at the moment, so he used them to make up the numbers. These two girls have been with Ling Xiao for a long time. They are also people with tempers. How can they not be angry? Did you hear that? The two of them don't agree. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Avidinia and the others and said. Their rejection of these two marriages clearly made the six of them lose face. Especially from Avidinia's point of view. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death's lives are in their hands. After entering the Imperial Secret Realm, they will need to rely on their protection. Yet, they dared to reject their request. This is simply audacious. They don't know what's good for them. Her Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla, isn't she indulging these people a little too much? Avidinia's voice suddenly became cold and sinister. No agreements, and Wu Yang's expression became even more gloomy. Before they submitted to Ji-Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan, they were notorious villains. Very few people dared to provoke them. Those who dared to provoke them now have the grass on their graves a meter tall. If it wasn't for the fact that this is Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence, they would have already taught these three disobedient guys a lesson. Ling Xiao. I asked them to become the concubines of my two good brothers. That is giving them face, giving them glory. In the capital, there are so many girls who want to become the women of my two good brothers, but they can't do it. How dare you refuse? I will ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? Avidinia's voice was sinister and terrifying. It looked like he was going to attack at the slightest disagreement. Ji-Hyun of Silla, is this how you manage your dogs? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kanglan coldly and said word by word. I gave you face and agreed to come to the residence and help you complete the Imperial Secret Realm mission. Chapter 2610. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of offending Chen Kanglan since he had already decided to be forceful. If he were to back down now, he would be looked down upon and the situation would become even more difficult. That's why Ling Xiao dared to question Ji-Hyun of Silla and also dared to call the six people Ji-Hyun of Silla's dogs. Dogs. In that instant, Avidinia and the others clearly exploded. Ling Xiao actually dared to call them dogs. Although this might be the truth, they would never admit it. Also, this kid dared to speak to Her Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla in such a manner. This is simply too much. Ling Xiao, if you don't agree then don't agree. Why do you have to make it sound so unpleasant? Chen Kanglan was starting to get a bit upset. He suddenly realized that this Ling Xiao is really hard to control. For this guy, he made his subordinates bitterly disappointed. Is it really worth it? Are my words unpleasant to your ears? Why doesn't your Highness think that their words are even more unpleasant? Does your Highness think that my two friends can be humiliated as they please? Ling Xiao coldly looked at Ji-Hyun of Silla. Although he really wanted to borrow Ji-Hyun of Silla's power to enter the Imperial Secret Domain, this didn't mean that he would use his friend's dignity to exchange for it. Forget it. Chen Kanglan glanced at Yu Fanghua and forcefully suppressed his anger. He wants Yu Fanghua so he can't make a move against Ling Xiao right now. But after entering the Imperial Secret Domain, he can destroy Ling Xiao. Wouldn't that mean that Yu Fanghua is already in his bag? He, Chen Kanglan, doesn't believe that a mere Ling Xiao can be more charming than him. Avidinia, no agreements. Wu Yang, you three listen up. If you like women, this king will find them for you. They won't be any worse than them. If Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death aren't willing, then don't pursue them. This is a temporary forbearance. Chen Kanglan told himself that he can't fall out with Ling Xiao just yet because Yu Fanghua isn't someone to be messed with. Your Highness, we can give up on the women, but this kid must apologize to us. No Agreements loudly said. This was a man with a wild temper. Avidinia and Wu Yang's already endured, but he couldn't. You can apologize, but there is a condition. Ling Xiao looked at No Agreements and said. He knows that if he doesn't show a little bit of his strength, these guys would think that he's to be bullied. Moreover, the other party had humiliated Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shong. If he didn't vent his anger on someone, he wouldn't feel at ease. What condition? No Agreements. If I down to you US to down, ITSS down. Said CTE of AZIT. When these words were spoken, the 6 people were suddenly stunned for a moment, but soon after, they burst into loud laughter. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to propose such a condition. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? A martial artist at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm was courting death by challenging a martial artist at the middle stage of the 9th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. Is it really that funny? Ling Xiao asked. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny? Fine, if you want to get beaten up then just say it. I've misunderstood you. It seems like you sincerely want to apologize. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, I won't beat you up like a pig's head. Wu Yu laughed so hard that he almost felt his stomach hurt. He had never thought that he would encounter such a ridiculous challenge today. A brat who overestimated himself, it's time for him to vent his anger. No Agreements, be careful. He's His Highness's guest, don't beat him up too hard. Avidinia didn't know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from when he proposed to fight with No Agreements. But he was sure that Ling Xiao was no match for No Agreements. He believed that his ability to detect his opponent's cultivation wouldn't be wrong. That move of his had a 100% success rate as long as his opponent's cultivation was lower than his. If his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, the success rate would be lower. But Ling Xiao's cultivation was obviously not as high as his. So he was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't hiding his strength and was at the middle stage of Yin-Yang Stage 8, middle stage of Hell. Maybe he's relying on some Dharma treasure. Avidinia sneered in his heart. This ignorant frog at the bottom of the well really thought he was invincible in the 8 Immortals County and could do whatever he wanted in the Imperial City. Ridiculous. The 6 of them were all geniuses from the Arcana Academy. The so-called geniuses were usually able to challenge people of a higher level. The 6 of them had all defeated martial artists whose cultivation was 1 minor realm higher than theirs. So if Ling Xiao thought that they were only as strong as they seemed, he would be too stupid. Challenging them wasn't just a joke, it was extremely stupid. Big brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't let this stupid donkey, oh no, brother Ling Xiao get hurt too badly. But fists and legs have no eyes. I can't stop when it's time. Try to be merciful. No Agreements said with a smile. In fact, he wasn't interested in fighting. If his opponent was too weak, he could just take care of them casually. There was no need to use too much strength. The 6 of them all thought that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself and was ridiculous. But Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan, and Hong Minita frowned. They knew Ling Xiao's character too well. He was definitely not an idiot, and he wouldn't make such a reckless request for a fight for no reason. That's right. With Yu Fanghua around, how could Ling Xiao lose? If No Agreements dared to harm Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua would definitely take action. After thinking for a long time, Chen Kanglan and Hong Minita could only come to this conclusion. They definitely didn't think that Ling Xiao's strength had reached the level where he could defeat No Agreements. It was too unbelievable. Can we start now, kid? No Agreements rubbed his fists and was ready to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He was getting impatient. Don't worry. Since it's a fight, how can there be no prize? If I lose, I can kneel down and apologize to you guys. What if you lose? You can't not offer anything, right? Ling Xiao said faintly. No Agreements sneered and said, no problem. Just tell me what you need. Spiritual stones, spiritual pills, magical weapons, martial skills. I can give you anything as long as I can get it. In fact, No Agreements didn't care about what Ling Xiao wanted because he never thought that he would lose. The rest of them were the same. Of course, Ling Xiao was interested in what they were talking about. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in those things. He was interested in something else. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'm afraid that only Her Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla can fulfill this bet. From what I know, there's a famous saber called Golden Crow Saber under the imperial residence. Although it's not a magical weapon, it's made from the rare godly iron produced after the Golden Crow fell. Can Your Highness use it as a wager?" It was Yu Fanghua who told Ling Xiao about the Golden Crow Saber. At first, he thought that there was something under the imperial residence, but he wasn't sure what it was. Chapter 26:11. Yu Fanghua told Ling Xiao about the treasure under the mansion. It was one of the remnant souls of the 9 Serenities Yellow Spring Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Saber was used to suppress the remnant souls. Ling Xiao did not directly mention the remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Spring Golden Crow because he knew that it was not easy to obtain. Therefore, he chose the Golden Crow Saber as the second best option. The Golden Crow Saber and the remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Spring Golden Crow had been together day and night, absorbing its energy. If the little demoness could devour it, it would greatly improve her cultivation. After all, Ling Xiao's external incarnation could not cultivate on its own for the time being. It could only improve its cultivation through devouring. Therefore, the Golden Crow Saber was necessary at this stage. For Ji-Hyun of Silla, the Golden Crow Saber could be replaced with something else. Therefore, it was not something that could not be given up. "How dare you? How can the prince's things be used as a wager? You think too highly of yourself." No Agreements said angrily. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would be so greedy as to set his eyes on Ji-Hyun of Silla's Golden Crow Saber. He had only heard that His Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla had such a treasured saber, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. "That's right. You'd better change your wager. This Golden Crow Saber is absolutely impossible." Avidinia said coldly, "You can choose anything else you want." Chen Kanglan of Ji-Hyun of Silla was very shocked. Apart from him, only the people who designed and built the mansion knew about the treasure under the mansion. But those people, except for the array master, were all killed. He killed them to silence them. How could there be a third person who knew about it? How did Ling Xiao know? "Your Highness." Ling Xiao saw Chen Kanglan's shocked expression and could not help but feel amused. He had already guessed Chen Kanglan's thoughts. He felt that Yu Fanghua was stronger than him, so he had already changed his partner to Yu Fanghua. He was prepared to kill him in the extreme royal secret realm and cut off the connection between him and Yu Fanghua. Since that was the case, Chen Kanglan would still endure even if he made a more excessive request. Although the Golden Crow Saber was precious, it was not something that could not be exchanged. Therefore, Ling believed that Chen Kanglan would make a choice. "I can use the Golden Crow Saber as a wager, but I have a condition." Chen Kanglan of Ji-Hyun of Silla pondered for a long time. "Your Highness, please say it," said Kanglan of Silla. "Bystanders are absolutely not allowed to interfere in this battle. The two of you shall fight. If bystanders interfere, then whichever side that interferes will be considered to have lost. What do you think?" Chen Kanglan's only worry was that Yu Fanghua would help Ling Xiao. No Agreements would definitely lose. But if Yu Fanghua did not help, the situation would naturally be different. Of course, this is a one-on-one battle. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He had long expected Chen Kanglan's condition. But Chen Kanglan probably did not understand that this condition was exactly what he needed. He did not need Yu Fanghua's help at all, but he was worried that someone would help No Agreements. In this case, there was no need to worry. "I will not let others help." No Agreements also nodded. "I agree to Your Highness' condition." He seemed to be a little touched because His Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla was actually willing to use the Golden Crow Saber as a wager to bet that he would win. What a great deal of trust. If he lost, it would not only be a disgrace to him, but also a waste of Ji-Hyun of Silla's trust. "Okay, since both of you agree, the bet is set. This place is too small, let's go outside. Although my residence is not big, at least there is a martial arts field." Ji-Hyun of Silla stood up and smiled. Then, everyone left the main hall and went to the martial arts field. Ling Xiao and No Agreements stood in the arena that was more than 100 square meters. The rules of this battle are very simple. You are not allowed to kill, but accidental injuries are inevitable, so it is acceptable to injure the other party. If either party is knocked unconscious, admits defeat, or is knocked out of the arena, this battle is over. Do you understand? Chen Kanglan asked loudly. Yes. Ling Xiao and No Agreements replied. No Agreements, remember, His Highness has used his beloved golden crow saber as a wager. If you lose, don't blame me for being rude. Avidinia reminded No Agreements, don't underestimate him. If it was any other wager, he would not be so cautious. If he underestimated his opponent, then so be it. Even if he lost, he would not lose much. But since the wager was made by Ji-Hyun of Silla, he could not be careless. Brother, don't worry. Don't you know my strength? Although it is not as good as you, it is more than enough to deal with this kid. No Agreement said confidently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, I wanted to go easy on you, but for the sake of His Highness' treasure, you will be beaten. Ling Xiao sneered and said, it is useless to talk. Let's fight. His opponent was stronger than the deputy general he met in the valley. Although they were both at the middle stage of the 9th floor of hell, No Agreements was indeed a genius. Ling Xiao admitted this. Whether it was combat ability or talent, he was stronger than the deputy general. But don't forget, Ling Xiao was already able to kill the deputy general before he broke through to the 9th floor of hell. Although he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul in the end. But now, Ling Xiao's cultivation was dozens of times stronger than before. This Wu Yu was simply delivering himself to his doorstep to help him practice his moves. Brother Ling Xiao, let that guy know that the martial artists of the 8 Immortal City are not to be trifled with. Moon Death shouted. Even now, she was still very angry. Naturally, she hoped that Ling Xiao could avenge her. No Agreements. His Highness has ordered that there is no need to go easy on him. As long as he is not dead, it doesn't matter even if you severely injure him. At this moment, No Agreements heard his elder brother Avidinia's voice in his mind. He knew that his elder brother Avidinia was transmitting his voice to him. Originally, he was still thinking about how to fight. Now that he heard Avidinia's words, he suddenly felt more confident. Although he said that he was severely injured, it should not matter even if he killed him. No Agreements wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He did not want Ling Xiao to take away Ji-Hyun of Silla's favor for the 6 of them. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, Ji-Hyun of Silla would naturally value the 6 of them more. Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile and released a dense murderous aura. Can we begin? No Agreements asked coldly. Of course, any time. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not take No Agreements seriously at all. Although this guy was indeed very strong, he was not a threat to him at all. Of course, he would not underestimate him. Because he knew the consequences of underestimating his opponent. He instantly entered the beast soul transformation state of the 3-headed lava hound. Chapter 26:12. The Cerberus beast soul naturally has a special skill, Scorching Hell. After releasing the skill, the caster can create an environment similar to Scorching Hell. In this environment, other than fire-type internal force, the effects of other attributes will be greatly reduced. Also, the constant eruption of lava will be a great threat to the enemy. The duration of the skill is the limit of the warrior's internal force and soul power. No matter if it's internal force or soul power, once consumed to a certain extent, the warrior will not be able to maintain this Scorching Hell. After one use, there will still be a cooldown time of half an hour. Because it's a new beast soul, Ling Xiao wants to test its power in this battle. He also wants to try this Scorching Hell. No wonder, you're a beast warrior, no wonder you're so arrogant. Looking at Ling Xiao's transformation, No Agreement sneered. Too bad, you're not the only beast warrior in this world, I'm one too. Seeing Ling Xiao's transformation, No Agreements became more confident that he can win. He guessed that Ling Xiao's biggest trump card is the beast warrior transformation. However, not only does he have the beast warrior transformation, his cultivation is also much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Terrifying scales grew out of No Agreements's body, his eyes suddenly turned into the strange eyes of a cobra. The tongue in his mouth is like a snake's tongue. This is the special blood that flows in the warriors of No Agreements's family. It comes from the blood of the Cobra King. It can let the warriors of their family awaken beast warriors. No Agreements, Avidinia, and Wu Yang are the best of the younger generation. No Agreements had a slight increase in strength due to the beast soul transformation, but not by much. However, the terrifying aura contained in his body was several times stronger than before. In particular, all the bones in his body were now as flexible as a snake, making it easier for him to attack. It's such a waste to use the three-headed lava hound beast soul on you. I'll tell you right now that a trash with a weak cultivation base will not be able to unleash its full potential even if you have a powerful beast soul. Looking at Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation, No Agreements sneered. You're now a three-headed lava hound. Don't turn into a dead dog later. Hearing this, many of the onlooking warriors in the mansion burst into laughter. In their opinion, there was no suspense at all in this battle. Although Ling Xiao had a beast soul that was not inferior to No Agreements's, his cultivation was too low and he could not exert the power of this beast soul. On the contrary, he might even be dragged down. Naturally, there were also people who would not laugh at Ling Xiao. Yu Fanghua and the other two girls would not laugh at him. Hong Minute and Ji Hyun of Silla didn't know how to do it either. This was because both Ji Hyun of Silla and Hong Minute knew that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. Ji Hyun of Silla did not want No Agreements to underestimate his opponent, so he reminded him, No Agreements, I've told you before that you should never underestimate your opponent no matter what. Have you forgotten? Of course, he did not want No Agreements to lose. Although the golden crow saber was not something that he could not give away, it would be very troublesome for him to give it away. It was too difficult to find another similar item. He could only find something that was slightly inferior as a replacement. Therefore, Ji Hyun of Silla did not want to create trouble for himself if he could avoid it. I understand. No Agreements stopped laughing, but he did not take it seriously. All right, let the battle begin. Ji Hyun of Silla waved his hand down and the battle began. Ling Xiao did not plan to take the initiative to attack because it was not easy to find a good opponent. He wanted to make use of No Agreements to test his skills. He would defeat him after he was done with him. However, No Agreements was getting impatient when he did not attack. When he heard Ji Hyun of Silla's order to attack, his figure suddenly flashed and he dashed out. He was as fast as a ghost and his body was extremely flexible. He looked like a snake as he dashed forward. A strong wind blew in the arena. Kid, it's time to lose. This is the royal city. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. No Agreements wanted to end the battle quickly. It would be best if he could end the battle in 1 or 2 moves. This way, he could show his strength and Ling Xiao's incompetence. In the process of the surprise attack, 2 sharp daggers appeared in Wu Yu's hands. The daggers danced and turned into a terrifying snake shadow, releasing a sharp sword aura. It almost enveloped his entire body inside. It turned him into a sharp blade, stabbing at Ling Xiao's vital points. Good. Ling Xiao temporarily raised his cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Since he wanted to train, he could not let himself be too strong. Once he released all his cultivation and reached the early stage of the 9th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. If that was the case, Wu Yu would most likely be defeated very quickly. He would not have the chance to test his skills. Let's test the power of the 3-headed lava hound transformation first. He did not use Scorching Hell. Ling Xiao took half a step back with his right foot and leaned forward. 3 huge heads appeared behind him. The heads were completely made of lava, just a little smaller, just like the 3-headed lava hound's head. Boom! The 3 heads collided with No Agreements attack. Ling Xiao felt a frightening impact, and his body involuntarily retreated more than 10 steps. In the end, he had to stab his hands into the ground to stop himself. An opponent at the middle stage of the 9th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm is really strong, and a beast warrior at that. But No Agreements could not chase after him, because he also retreated 4 or 5 steps with a shocked expression. Brat, I told you to go easy on him, but you didn't have to do this. How are you going to fight him? Wu Yang couldn't help but curse. He thought that no agreements went easy on him, otherwise, no agreements would have a huge advantage over Ling Xiao in terms of cultivation. He could definitely heavily injure Ling Xiao in one move. Not only was he unhappy, the other people in the Wangfu who were watching the show were also very unhappy. Although Ling Xiao retreated further than Wu Yu, he clearly didn't suffer any injuries. And no agreements' cultivation is so much higher than Ling Xiao's, but he was still pushed back and unable to continue attacking. Isn't this too unbelievable? Big bro, you're mistaken. No agreements suddenly looked at Avidinia and said, he's not at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell, he's at the peak. Impossible. Wu Ming didn't believe that his probing secret technique would fail. It had to be known that this secret technique had never failed when probing martial artists with weaker cultivations than himself. If you're blind then just stay blind, don't try to detect other people's cultivation. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Ling Xiao sneered and the aura of the 8th level of hell of the yin-yang realm erupted from his body. This time, even without detection, it was clear. I'm wrong. I'm actually wrong. Chapter 26:13. Avidinia's mood became abnormally bad, and his entire being seemed off. He felt as if he had gone mad. That was to be expected. A person who had never made a mistake suddenly made a mistake. It was definitely not a good blow. All right, stop looking at that lunatic. Hurry up and attack. End this battle as soon as possible. I still have other things to do. Ling Xiao looked at No Agreements contemptuously and said, you dare to hurt my big brother. I'll kill you. No Agreements' previous attack was too casual. He did not even use any martial arts techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it would still be a very simple matter. Ling Xiao actually caused his big brother to be on the verge of collapse. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, he had to use all his strength. As he spoke, his entire body's aura instantly erupted and completely integrated into the 2 daggers in his hands. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a huge cobra, and the 2 daggers were the cobra's poisonous fangs. This move will take your dog life. Snake Shadow Fury, Poisonous Fang Stab. In that instant, No Agreements' entire body pounced on Ling Xiao. The sharp daggers flashed with a cold purple light. This should be a special kind of poison. It was probably even more difficult to deal with than the green poison. The giant snake roared, bringing with it a foul wind and a rain of blood. Before it reached Ling Xiao already felt a great threat. Mph, it's time to try that stunt. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, his entire body emitted a towering rage. The rage turned into lava and completely enveloped the entire arena. 3-headed lava hound, scorching hell. In that instant, the entire arena turned into a scorching hell. It was a sea of fire. Whether it was the sky or the ground, there was boiling lava flowing everywhere. No Agreements could clearly feel that the power of his move had instantly decreased. This made him a little frightened. However, at this time, the arrow was already narked on the bow. There was no way he could give up. Therefore, he continued to roar and attack Ling Xiao. Through the scorching hell, Ji-Hyun of Silla and the others watched the battle nervously. This was a strange battle. Until now, Ling Xiao had yet to launch a real attack. Both attacks were launched by No Agreements, but from the looks of it, it was impossible for No Agreements to hurt Ling Xiao. No Agreements, use fire attribute techniques. No Agreements, who was pouncing towards Ling Xiao, heard a voice in his mind. It was Ji-Hyun of Silla's voice. It was obvious that Ji-Hyun of Silla had seen through the characteristics of the scorching hell in an instant. No Agreements didn't have fire attribute internal energy, but he still had fire attribute moves. This guy was indeed a genius. He actually changed his move in midair. Purple Snake, Fire Venom Fang. Purple flames began to burn on the original attack. At this moment, No Agreements also felt that the power of his move was rapidly recovering. It seemed that Her Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla's warning was right. This fire attribute move wouldn't be weakened in the scorching hell. However, he didn't have fire attribute internal energy. He could only use this move once or twice at most. He had to defeat Ling Xiao in 1 or 2 times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. Scorching Hell Wall of Fire. Scorching Hell Fire Snake. The Scorching Hell had many defensive and attacking methods. It wasn't just about weakening. The fire snake pounced towards No Agreements. The Wall of Fire blocked No Agreements' attack. This made Wu Yu feel a strong sense of powerlessness. He actually couldn't even touch this guy Ling Xiao. Even if his opponent was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he couldn't be so useless. Damn it. Hehe, the result of the test is good. Your mission is complete. So, let's end this battle. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a cold smile, which made Wu Yu's hair stand on end. End the battle? What the hell is that guy talking about? Although No Agreements can't hit him for now, how long can that wall of fire last? Wu Yang couldn't help but ask. But no one answered him. Everyone else was watching the battle intently. From the beginning, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. But now, it's full of suspense. For those who are watching the show, it couldn't be any better. I formed the first Heavenly Thunder Guard in the valley. It has half of my strength. Ignoring the buffs from my Tyrant martial spirit and equipment. The Heavenly Thunder Guard's strength should be at the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm at the very least. If the Heavenly Thunder Guard suddenly attacks, what will happen to No Agreements, who is defenseless right now? Ling Xiao was very interested. The Heavenly Thunder Guard is a support-type combat ability. In a one-on-one fight, it's hard to use it to kill or defeat the opponent. But if used properly, the effect would be outstanding. Thinking about this, lightning flashed on his body. A bolt of lightning quietly left his body and condensed into a human-shaped lightning bolt nearby. This was the most basic Heavenly Thunder Guard. After all, Ling Xiao was still far from being able to use it. The human-shaped lightning hid in the lightning and was hard to spot. So even if Ji Hyun of Silla or others wanted to warn No Agreements, it was impossible. Your Highness, this Ling Xiao seems to have exceeded our expectations. You should know that a few days ago, he almost lost his life in the battle with An Po. Now, No Agreements, who is dozens of times stronger than An Po, is on par with him. Should we change our strategy? Although Hong Minute didn't see the Heavenly Thunder Guard. However, she could sense that the battle was probably already over. Wu Yu had always been toyed with in the palm of Ling Xiao's hand. There was simply no chance of victory. There was no hope. Change our strategy? Ji Hyun of Silla frowned and said, "What do you mean? Kill him." Hong Minute lowered her voice and said, "He's obviously not on our side. If we keep him alive, he'll be a disaster." No. Ji Hyun of Silla shook his head and said, "Before we know Yu Fenghua's exact strength and her relationship with Ling Xiao, we can't act rashly. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be him, but us." Ji Hyun of Silla also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Such a person was not someone he could control. However, the existence of Yu Fanghua made him have no choice but to temporarily hide his thoughts. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere. Everyone saw the strange human-shaped lightning. That's the Heavenly Thunder Guard. Ji Hyun of Silla Chen Kanglan gritted his teeth. He had always wanted to get it, but Ling Xiao had snatched it away and refused to give it to him. He thought he still had a long time to get it from Ling Xiao after he came to the capital city. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Guard so quickly. Although it was just a human-shaped lightning, the Heavenly Thunder Guard was a secret technique at the second heaven of the immortal grade. Its power was terrifying. Chapter 26:14. At this time, Avidinia also woke up from the chaos. Seeing this scene, he wanted to warn No Agreements, but found that the scorching hell was surrounded by a terrifying soul power. His soul power could not penetrate it. Of course, this was done by Ling Xiao. Previously, when Ji Hyun of Silla warned him, he did not have time to guard against it. However, it was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Damn it, this guy actually has such a powerful secret technique. He is just a country bumpkin from the 8 Immortals County. How could it be? There is also the 3-headed lava hound beast soul and the 2 beautiful girls. These should not belong to that country bumpkin. They should belong to us. The 6 people were obviously greedy. However, they did not dare to do anything because this was the prince's mansion. As long as Ji-hyun of Silla did not say anything, they would definitely not dare to do anything. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Ji-hyun of Silla. At that time, they would only be in trouble. Just as they were discussing spiritedly, no agreements had already destroyed the fire wall and fire snake of the scorching hell. He turned around and attacked Ling Xiao. In his opinion, there was nothing that could stop him now. However, at this time, a dazzling human-shaped lightning appeared in front of him and crashed into his body. All the power poured into his body. Under the roar of thunder, No Agreements was electrocuted until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. His originally proud body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The good thing about the heavenly thunder guards was that they were not living creatures. Therefore, they could explode at any time and burst out with all their power. Even if No Agreement's cultivation was much stronger than the heavenly thunder guards, it was useless. The power released by the explosion was too terrifying. Almost the entire prince's mansion could hear No Agreements's mournful screams. Seeing No Agreements fall on the arena, Ling Xiao immediately withdrew the scorching hell and the 3-headed lava hound beast soul transformation. Instead, he walked over and stepped on No Agreements's body. He said coldly, "I know you are not dead. The feeling of being struck by lightning should be very unpleasant, right? You cheated." No Agreements was indeed not dead. After all, his cultivation was not bad, and he was also a beast warrior. His life force was tenacious enough. Although he was seriously injured, he was still conscious. However, it was basically impossible for him to fight Ling Xiao again. Cheating. Hihi, do you want me to cut off your head before you admit defeat? Ling Xiao squatted down and patted No Agreements's face a few times, revealing a mocking and sarcastic smile. This scene was clearly seen by everyone present. The 6 great experts of Ji-hyun of Silla's residence, who had been to the extreme royal secret realm countless times, were actually being stepped on by a country bumpkin from the 8 Immortals County, unable to move at all. If word got out, it would be really embarrassing. Avidinia, Wu Yang, and the others are just as furious. However, they also feel ashamed and humiliated at the same time. No Agreements didn't just lose. He also made Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla lose her precious golden crow sword. This is hard for them to accept. They looked at Chen Kanglan of Ji-hyun of Silla. Chen Kanglan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but it disappeared in an instant. He wants Ling Xiao dead. He already had this thought when Hong Minor mentioned it. Ling Xiao's talent is too terrifying. He is a guy that he can't control. If he continues to let Ling Xiao live, he might become the one being stepped on in the future. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. Although he cares a lot about the Golden Crow Sword, what really made him want to kill is Ling Xiao's terrifying talent and his unruly character. This kind of person is hard to tame. Or rather, it is impossible to tame him. However, Chen Kanglan also knows that even if he wants to kill, he can't touch Ling Xiao right now. Otherwise, he might end up like Hong Minor, beaten up by Yu Fanghua and sent flying. Not only would he lose face, he might lose his life as well. Therefore, he can only endure for now. The most suitable place to kill Ling Xiao is in the royal secret territory. No matter how talented Ling Xiao is, it is impossible for him to have a breakthrough in just 2 days. If that is the case, after entering the royal secret territory, Avidinia and the others can team up and kill Ling Xiao. As for that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, Chen Kanglan didn't care about them at all. Get out of here. Seeing that No Agreements didn't want to admit defeat, Ling Xiao kicked him out of the ring. Wu Yang hugged No Agreements and showed an angry expression. What? You don't want to admit defeat? Such a piece of trash actually wants my friend to be his concubine? He thinks too highly of himself. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Yang with disdain. Your cultivation is just a little bit higher than his. If you don't want to admit defeat, you can try again. I'm just afraid you won't be able to take out the stake I want. Ling Xiao believes. The weak and easily bullied will only be bullied and humiliated more. Only when you become strong and regain your face can others respect you. Only then can you have status. If he didn't defeat no agreements today, he believes that the people in the mansion wouldn't look at him with respect. This is the reality. He has proven this reality countless times. Enough, let's end it here. Seeing Wu Yang's ugly expression, the way he wants to go up but doesn't dare, Ji-hyun of Silla felt embarrassed. He stopped the argument. Ling Xiao, you win. According to the bet, this king's golden crow sword is yours. Wait here for a moment. Only 2 people know about the secret underground passage of the mansion. One is Ji-hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan. The other is the Formation Master. Unfortunately, the Formation Master didn't manage to break Ling Xiao's defensive formation in 8 Immortals County. Instead, he was injured by the formation and is still recovering in 8 Immortals County. So now, it can be said that in the entire capital, only Chen Kanglan knows about the secret underground passage of the mansion. So, to get the Golden Crow Sword, he has to go personally. About 10 minutes later, Ji-hyun of Silla came out. In her hand is a golden short sword encased in 1,000-year-old ice. The short sword is releasing a terrifying amount of heat, melting the 1,000-year-old ice. That's 1,000-year-old ice, it's a very rare thing. Normal heat can't melt it. But this golden crow sword can. It shows how terrifying the heat is. Even so, Ling Xiao's palm is spewing out terrifying flames, melting the 1,000-year-old ice like nothing happened. He held the golden crow sword in his hand. TSK, not bad, it's a good sword. Too bad this is a secret blade, normal fighters can't use it. Better let the little demoness eat it. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao threw the golden crow sword into the mountain river world. The little demoness is inside. Ling Xiao is warning Chen Kanglan not to make a move on him, his family and friends. Otherwise, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 26:15. He actually has a divine fire. That should be the true Samadhi fire. This guy is really terrifying. Even I don't dare to touch the golden crow blade directly, but he can play with it as he pleases. The shock in Chen Kanglan's heart was not just a little bit. It was only today that he understood that some people were not born to be dragons in the pond, and could not be controlled at all. Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing this golden crow blade. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, but if I go to the extreme royal mystic realm, Fanghua will have nowhere to go for the time being. Can I trouble Your Highness to arrange a quiet residence for her? The reason why he made this decision was because Ji-hyun of Silla's position in the capital was not ordinary after all. This prince's mansion was protected by a formation, and experts were as numerous as the clouds. It was definitely not much worse than the palace's defenses. Letting Yu Fanghua stay here should be the safest. What's more, he knew Chen Kanglan's intentions. He wanted Yu Fanghua to cooperate with him. Since that was the case, he would not act against Yu Fanghua. In this way, Yu Fanghua would be even safer. Yu Fanghua did not have any objections when she heard Ling Xiao's arrangement. Perhaps in her opinion, this arrangement was naturally the best. Brother, don't worry. This prince will arrange for Miss Fanghua with the best treatment. I will definitely not let her come to any danger. Chen Kanglan was indeed very happy. This was exactly what he wanted. Your Highness, we will leave first. No agreements is seriously injured and needs treatment. Avidinia suddenly said. He felt that if he continued to stay here, he would most likely act against Ling Xiao. Go. This prince will invite the imperial physician over later. He will definitely treat no agreements before the extreme royal mystic realm begins. Chen Kanglan nodded. Thus, Avidinia and the others turned and left. But before they left, they looked at Ling Xiao as if they had a deep hatred. From the looks of it, these guys were definitely not going to settle down. After that, Ji-hyun of Silla sent someone to arrange accommodation for Ling Xiao and the others, and then went to deal with other matters. After all, he was a 9-star prince, so he had many things to take care of. After living in the courtyard arranged by King Zhixian, Yu Fanghua, who had been wearing a bamboo hat, also took off her bamboo hat. Why do you keep looking at me? She looked at Ling Xiao curiously and asked. Don't you want to ask why I let you stay in Ji-hyun of Silla's residence? Ling Xiao asked. There's nothing to ask. I can guess what you're thinking. In the entire royal city, Ji-hyun of Silla's residence should be the safest place. It's naturally better for me to live here. Yu Fanghua said calmly. Alright, since you know, I won't say any more. Let me talk about the second matter. Previously, when you heard about the extreme royal mystic realm, you suddenly had a strange reaction. Can you tell me why? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, it's nothing. When I was thrown out of the Palace of Eternal Life, I was hit by someone's palm. Now, there's a sequela that needs a special kind of herb to cure. And it's very likely that there's such a thing in the extreme royal mystic realm. I'll help you. Without waiting for Yu Fanghua to finish, Ling Xiao said, then what is it? Why are you so good to me? Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with confusion as she asked. I've already told you the answer. Because what I owed you in my previous life, I must repay in this life. Ling Xiao replied. I can't be satisfied with such an answer. Yu Fanghua shook her head. It's up to you to believe it or not, but time will reveal a person's heart. In the future, you'll know whether or not I'm really good to you. Alright, let's not argue about this. What are you looking for? Ling Xiao didn't want to be tangled up in this matter because no matter how he explained it, it wouldn't be clear. The extreme royal herb. Yu Fanghua replied, however, it's very difficult to obtain this kind of extreme royal herb. It might be dangerous, so you'd better be careful. The extreme royal herb, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely obtain it when I enter the extreme royal mystic realm this time. Just stay here obediently. If that Ji-hyun of Silla really plans to do anything to you, don't mind me, just leave. With your strength, I believe that even if there's someone in the capital who wants to stop you, it's absolutely impossible. As for the extreme royal herb, when I leave the extreme royal mystic realm, I'll naturally release the news. Just come and find me. Idiot, how could I leave you and leave? This was what Yu Fanghua said in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she was actually very concerned about this somewhat fussy young man. She couldn't escape by herself. She would wait here for Ling Xiao. No matter what trouble he encountered, she definitely wouldn't leave alone. This kind of feeling seemed to burst out from the depths of her soul, making her unable to control herself. By the way, Fanghua, I'll leave the little demoness behind to protect you. She's actually my avatar. If anything happens here, you can directly tell me through her, and I'll naturally know. As Ling Xiao spoke, he released the little demoness from the mountain river world. At this time, the little demoness, who had swallowed the golden crow saber, had actually raised her cultivation to the early stage of the first cycle of hell. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao really didn't know whether to praise the golden crow saber for being outstanding or his avatar for being awesome. As expected of an avatar that was created with the devil fetus as the foundation and his own soul as the foundation. His cultivation speed could only be described as freakish. You actually told me this girl's true identity. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak it out? In this world, people who can condense an avatar are probably very rare. I believe that other than the top powerhouses of the last two continents, you're the only one who can do it. Yu Fanghua said in surprise. You won't betray me. Ling Xiao could also see that although the Moon Maiden had reincarnated, the feelings hidden in the depths of her soul were still very stubborn. This was why Yu Fanghua would say that he was her man in the restaurant. The Moon Maiden wouldn't betray him. Yu Fanghua wouldn't either. You're more confident than me. Forget it, I won't say any more. Anyway, I feel strangely close to you. I don't know why. Yu Fanghua sighed and said, you still have to go to the extreme royal mystic realm in 2 days. It's better to use these 2 days to cultivate properly. Before entering the extreme royal mystic realm, every bit of cultivation you increase is a bit more hope. Then you should rest. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to accompany Yu Fanghua for these 2 days, he knew that it was impossible. He definitely couldn't slack off. The slightest bit of slack could lead to his tragic death. He left the room and was about to return to his room when he suddenly felt a figure flash in front of the door. Who is it? He used the wolf travels 1,000 li and chased after that person. When he reached the outside of the prince's mansion, that person suddenly stopped. Boss. Ling Xiao was about to ask when that person suddenly turned around and shouted excitedly. Ling Yang. Seeing this person in front of him, Ling Xiao was shocked. It was actually his good brother Ling Yang. Chapter 26:16. When the brothers were hugging, Ling Xiao noticed some strange changes in Ling Yang's body. What's going on with you? Your cultivation has increased very quickly, but why are there traces of beastification on your body? Beastification was different from beast warriors. Beast warriors were usually humans. They would only transform when they activated their beast souls in battle. However, beastification was when a perfectly fine human would eventually turn into some kind of terrifying beast. For revenge. Ling Yang said, "Boss, after I came to the capital, I was discovered and chased by the royal family. In the end, I was saved by the people of the dragon cult. The dragon cult has an ultimate technique. Other than the founder of the cult, no one else has been able to successfully cultivate it. However, after the founder cultivated this martial art, he disappeared. I obtained this ultimate technique by chance, so I started cultivating it. I didn't expect it to gradually become like this. But my cultivation has indeed increased very quickly. It's like flying. Sigh, you can actually go to this extent for revenge. Oh right, Ling Yang, on my way to the capital, I found the things your father left behind. They are all in this storage ring. Take it. Use it, you can live a better life. As for revenge, after I come out of the extreme royal secret realm, we brothers will plan it together." Ling Xiao said, "You can't do it alone." "But boss, I can't implicate you. This is our Ling family's matter." Ling Yang didn't take the storage ring and simply said, "Don't worry. Implicate? You call me boss, but now you're saying you're afraid of implicating me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Moreover, for the sake of the Ling family, I've already become like fire and water with the royal family. If you want me to help, I'll help. If you don't want me to help, I'll help. After all, we're brothers who have gone through life and death together." Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Yang was moved. He wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't say anything. His enemy was the Chen nation's royal family. Yet, Ling Xiao actually said that he would take revenge for him. What kind of brotherly affection was this? "All right, Ling Yang, you can go back first. Remember, keep a low profile for now. Don't act rashly on your own. Wait for me to come out." Ling Xiao repeated. "All right boss, I'll listen to you. However, this Ji-Hyun of Silla is not a good thing. Aren't you afraid of danger for your woman to stay there?" Ling Yang suddenly said. "You know everything." "Yes. Actually, after the incident at the restaurant spread, I knew it was you, boss." Ling Yang nodded. "Brat, you're quite smart. All right, after I enter the royal mystic realm, help me observe the situation here. It should be safe for the time being." Ling Xiao smiled. "Yes, boss, don't worry. I'll treat sister-in-law the same way I treat you. I'll protect her with my life." What else was there to say? Ling Xiao was willing to make an enemy of the royal family for him. Naturally, he could also sacrifice his life to protect Ling Xiao's woman. "With you here, I'm much more at ease. Your current cultivation is even stronger than mine." Ling Xiao patted Ling Yang heavily. Only then did the two brothers reluctantly part. When they left, Ling Yang didn't ask for the treasures. He said that he wanted Ling Xiao to distribute them. Ling Xiao thought about it and didn't refuse. Ling Yang was currently in the dragon cult. He was probably being watched at all times. If he suddenly obtained such wealth, it would be very troublesome. It was better for him to keep it first. 2 days later, the royal mystic realm opened. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death came to the main hall of the king's mansion. They were somewhat excited as they waited to enter the royal mystic realm. As for Yu Fanghua, Ling Xiao didn't inform her. He didn't want to bear the pain of parting. Although it was only half a month, Ling Xiao still felt a little reluctant to part with it. After all, he had just found the woman he loved. A moment later, Ji-Hyun of Silla and the 6 people appeared outside the main hall. "All right, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death. The 3 of you go with Avidinia and the others to the royal mystic realm." Ji-Hyun of Silla didn't say much. He had already told Avidinia and the other 6 in advance. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao come out of the royal mystic realm alive. This was his greatest expectation. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. He led Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death out of the king's mansion with Avidinia and the others. The royal mystic realm is naturally located in the Arcana Academy. The Arcana Academy is located outside of Leidu. Therefore, they are heading out of the city. Kid, you better behave. Don't think that you can strut around just because you defeated my little brother. No agreements. If you piss us off and meet with danger in the royal mystic realm, don't blame us for not helping you. Wu Yang warned. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't mind. He just wanted to use Ji Hyun of Silla to step into the royal mystic realm. He didn't need the protection of these people. If these guys didn't touch him, he wouldn't do anything either. However, if these guys wanted to die, he definitely wouldn't be merciful. No Agreements seems to have recovered from his injuries. Since he's healed, he should be obedient and stop being stupid. Ling Xiao glanced at No Agreements and smiled faintly. He's obviously scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry. He said no agreements but he's actually warning the other 6 people. Wu Yang wanted to flip out but Avidinia stopped him. Don't forget His Highness' words. Don't make a move until we enter the royal mystic realm. He's a dead man anyways, why bother with a few words? His eyes told the other 5 what to do next. They left Leidu and walked about 2 to 3 li. Suddenly, the scenery in front of them changed. The sky seemed to be condensed with royal chi, forcing them to look up. At this time, Avidinia coldly said to Ling Xiao and company, listen up, we will arrive at the Arcana Academy. First, we need to pay a visit to the Arcana Academy's dean. Our Chen country's king is called Lei Di and this Arcana Academy's dean is the king's younger brother. He's called Lei Zun. They are all top experts in Chen country. After you meet them, you need to be careful with your words and actions. It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't drag us down with you. Ling Xiao found it funny. Lei Di, Lei Zun, just like the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder, these are probably titles he gave himself. A mere yin-yang realm martial artist dares to call himself Di Zun, what a joke. If you're afraid of being dragged down, just tell Chen Kanglan not to let me stay with you guys. Do you really think I, Ling Xiao, want to stay with you 6 idiots? Ling Xiao saw that these 6 bastards were up to no good. The way they looked at him is like they're looking at a dead man. This made him very sure that Ji Hyun of Silla wants these 6 to attack him in the royal mystic realm. That's why his words didn't sound nice at all. Impudent, how dare you call Ji Hyun of Silla by his name? Do you want to die? Wu Yang scolded. Mph, Chen Kanglan and I are not subordinates, why can't I call him by his name? On the other hand, you 6 dogs are really obedient. Chapter 26:17. You. Even the usually calm Avidinia was annoyed by Ling Xiao's words. But he could still tolerate it. Country bumpkin, keep being arrogant. Once you enter the imperial mystic realm, it will be your death. At that time, not only will you die, but your woman will also become the prince's woman. Let's see what else you can do. Wu Ming cursed in his heart and didn't say anything else. He silently passed through the forest in front of him. The Arcana Academy was built in the middle of the forest. The Arcana Academy was very large, like a huge beast entrenched in the forest. It constantly emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. It was rumored that the Arcana Academy had its own army, called the Mystic Realm Guards. These people were carefully selected from the Arcana Academy's disciples. The weakest among them was at the early stage of the 9th level of Hell. Although there were only 30,000 of them, not as many as the Imperial Guards in the royal city. In terms of combat strength, they were no weaker than the Imperial Guards. As for the other armies, they were even weaker. Unless it was the army of the Flying Eagle Killing God or the Warhawk Divine General, they would only die if they encountered these 30,000 Mystic Realm Guards. Of course, these 30,000 Mystic Realm Guards were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying was the Thunder Seigneur, the Dean of the Arcana Academy, and the 7 elders under the Dean. These 8 people were practically the top existences in the entire Chen state. Besides the Thunder Emperor and Chen Wang, there was probably no one who could compare to them. And the Thunder Seigneur was very loyal to the Thunder Emperor. He had never thought of usurping the throne. Therefore, when the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur worked together, the Chen state was as stable as a rock. I wonder who will enter the imperial mystic realm this time, but the royal family of the Chen state values it so much. It won't be easy to get the imperial supreme grass. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the academy. But in the blink of an eye, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He liked difficulties. The harder it was to obtain something, the greater the sense of accomplishment after obtaining it. Since Ji Hyun of Silla had bribed him before, it was not difficult for Ling Xiao to enter the Arcana Academy. After entering the Arcana Academy, Avidinia and the others led him directly to the dean's residence. If one wanted to enter the Arcana Academy, they had to get the approval of the dean. Even Ji Hyun of Silla could not overstep his authority. Legend had it that the cultivation of this dean, the Thunder Supreme, had reached the late stage of the 11th level of Hell. Such powerful strength was only slightly weaker than the Thunder Emperor. "Mph, I don't care what cultivation you have. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, even if you're the Heavenly Emperor, I'll kill you." Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. However, his face was still as calm as an ancient well, as if nothing could shake his conviction. On the way to the director's office, they passed by a building. Outside the building, there were close to 5,000 secret realm guardians. Moreover, the surroundings of the building were all protected by formations. Even so, there was still a surge of heavenly chi released from inside, which made people feel very strange. That should be the entrance to the Imperial Secret Realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He wanted to go in now, but he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Not long after, they were already outside the director's office. The Thunder Supreme has ordered that those who want to enter the Imperial Secret Realm must wait outside. He is resting and is not to be disturbed. Outside the director's office stood a woman wearing a sinister silver armor. She was very strong. However, she was only the personal guard of the Thunder Supreme. Of course, this waiting was not just for them. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, there were already many people here. "Hee, you're so arrogant when you're strong enough. You're really putting on airs." Ling Xiao smiled. This was normal in the mystic world, so he had nothing to be disgusted with. He casually found a place to sit down and took advantage of this waiting opportunity to cultivate. "Stinking brat, don't you know this is the director's office? How dare you be so disrespectful? Stand up and wait." Right at this moment, one of the Academy's disciples who was preparing to enter the Imperial Mystic Realm suddenly shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not move at all. He was still sitting there cross-legged, not even lifting his eyelids. "Bastard!" This person roared and directly pounced at Ling Xiao, wanting to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, before he reached, he was stopped by Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. This guy's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th level of Hell. Lin Ruoxian or Moon Death could easily subdue him. The two of them worked together and easily pressed this guy to the ground, making him kneel in front of Ling Xiao. After kneeling from morning to afternoon, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and looked at the idiot in front of him. The Thunder Seigneur didn't say anything, "So what are you yelling for?" He opened his eyes because he felt that a monster had awakened in the director's office. That should be the sleeping Thunder Seigneur. "All right, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, let that ignorant guy go. He's been kneeling for a few hours, it's about time." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, stood up, and walked towards the director's office. At this moment, the door to the director's office opened. A terrifying aura was released from inside. This aura contained lightning and thunder, causing the disciples of the Mystic Realm Academy to tremble in fear. "Come in." A voice rang out, as loud as thunder. Many people did not have time to cover their ears, and blood dripped from their ears. They were obviously heavily injured. Although Ling Xiao was fine, he knew that the bird that pokes its head out gets shot, so he did not rush in. After the people in front of him recovered, he followed at the back and walked into the director's office. The director's office was huge. Not to mention a few dozen people, even a few hundred people could be easily accommodated. Just standing at the door of the director's office, One could feel a terrifying aura rushing towards them. Through the gaps in the crowd, Ling Xiao saw a huge bed. This bed was made of thousand-year-old ice, and was extremely huge. On the bed, a huge figure was lying there, like a monster. Is this still a human? Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. This guy was estimated to be 4 to 5 meters tall, but that was nothing. The most important thing was that his body was shockingly fat. He was so round that one could not even see his head. Only his huge belly was exposed, blocking everyone's view. However, it was this strange monster that no one dared to laugh at. Everyone knew that this Thunder Seigneur was not easy to deal with. His terrifying strength made countless people in the Chen nation tremble in fear. This year's batch of new disciples is not bad. But as for how much you are worth, we will only know after entering the extreme royal mystic realm. The round Thunder Seigneur's voice was like a morning bell, and it sounded very oppressive. Chapter 26:18. The new disciples of the Arcana Academy stay. The rest of you, go outside. The Thunder Senior said lightly. It sounded like he wanted to test the strength of the new disciples of the Arcana Academy. There were many counties in the capital of the Chen Kingdom, but only 3 people could join the Arcana Academy and become a new disciple of the Arcana Academy. And those who were recognized by the prince and the king were even less qualified to enter the royal secret realm. Therefore, there were only 64 people left in the president's office. 64 people all stood in the president's office, but they only took up a small part of it. The president's office was big enough to accommodate all of them. After all, the president, the Thunder Senior, took up too much space. If the president's office was not big enough, it might not even be able to accommodate him. Kneel. Suddenly, a voice came from the mouth of the Thunder Senior. This voice was filled with an incomparably terrifying aura. It was like a ferocious beast pouncing towards them, wanting to press everyone to the ground. Following the order of the Thunder Senior. Out of the 64 people, 60 of them actually knelt down. There were only 4 people who were still standing. Besides Ling Xiao, there were 3 other people. One of them was actually the ninja warrior that Ling Xiao had met in the Sky Dragon continent. He was surprised at first. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. Since he could reincarnate to the Black Tortoise continent. There must be geniuses among the ninjas. It was normal for them to reincarnate to the Black Tortoise continent. This ninja warrior was a woman. She was not very tall, about 1.5 meters, but her strength was not bad. Her eyes were always full of charm. She was definitely not easy to deal with. There was another person who emitted a terrifying aura that only warriors on the battlefield could release. He must have been selected from the army. The third person was a bit mysterious. His whole body was covered in black clothes, leaving only his eyes exposed. He looked mysterious and special. Ha ha ha, 4 of you can still stand. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the 4 people standing, the Thunder Seigneur laughed loudly. The rest of you who are kneeling don't need to be afraid. I just want to check if your identities match the information. After saying that, his smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. He suddenly opened his mouth and blew. A bolt of lightning struck 4 of the 64 people, killing them on the spot. Fortunately, most of the people matched the information. However, these 4 fellows attempted to sneak in and cause trouble. The Lightning Seigneur smiled faintly. Killing 4 people was nothing to him. You are Ruri Wano? Raisin looked at the ninja woman and asked. The ninja woman's face was originally filled with seduction, but at this moment, there was only fear and awe. In front of the Lightning Seigneur, she knew that she was not worth mentioning. She hurriedly answered submissively, this disciple is indeed Ruri Wano. Cultivation? The Lightning Seigneur asked. Dean, my cultivation base is at the peak of the 9th level of hell. Ruri Wano replied. Not bad. You are only 16 years old, but you already have such a cultivation base. You are indeed a genius. Wano Shin, your daughter is not bad. Looks like your Wano family has a successor. The Lightning Seigneur looked at the person beside him and smiled. This Wano Shin should be one of the 7 elders of the Arcana Academy. Although he was not as strong as the Lightning Seigneur, he was still very powerful. Anyway, With Ling Xiao's current strength, he was definitely not a match for this guy. Thank you, Lightning Seigneur, for thinking so highly of my daughter. She is indeed talented and hardworking. That is why she has such achievements. Wano Xin hurriedly said. Good, very good. Continue to work hard. The Lightning Seigneur nodded and looked at the next person. It was the martial artist from the military. You are Jiyu Fang, 19 years old this year? Well, you are a bit old, but your cultivation base is not bad. Early stage of the 10th level of hell. Very good. I heard that Jiyu Tianba's son died, so he took you as his godson. You must be filial to your godson. Don't disappoint him, the Lightning Seigneur said. Yes, Dean. Jiyu Fang lowered his head and cupped his hands. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned. He was not particularly afraid of that Wano Liuli, but this Jiyu Fang was a bit troublesome. With a cultivation base of the 10th level of hell, if they met in the Imperial Secret Realm, it would be best not to be enemies with him. Well, you are called Long Yi? The Lightning Seigneur looked at the black-clothed person beside Ling Xiao. Yes. That person indifferently replied. He did not have the reverence of Jiyu Fang and Wano Liuli at all. Show your true face. This is the basic etiquette. The Lightning Seigneur coldly said. I am sorry. Since I was born, I have always covered my face. My mother said that once the black cloth is removed, I will kill and even eat people. Long Yi still said indifferently. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, as if the Lightning Seigneur was not worth mentioning in front of him. H. This Dean wants to see whether you will eat people or not. Remove the black cloth. The Lightning Seigneur coldly snorted. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. Since the Dean wants to see, I will show you. He stretched out his hand. That hand was as delicate as white jade, not like the hand of a man, but more like the hand of a woman. It made people think that this man was more beautiful than a woman. However, the moment the black cloth was removed, everyone was shocked. It had to be said that this man's face was indeed perfect, but there was a flaw. That was, his mouth was too big. It was not just big, it had already split open to the base of his ears. The most terrifying thing was that the teeth in his mouth were like those of a fierce carnivore. It was very ugly. Just as Long Yi had said, the moment the black cloth was removed, his eyes suddenly became scarlet. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and bit towards a nearby cultivator. And this martial artist that was bitten was none other than Yu Shong. Moon Death was suppressed by the Lightning Seigneur's aura and was unable to make a move at this moment. That bloody mouth was about to swallow her. A sword light pierced from the side. It was sharp, and had the terrifying temperature of lava. Long Yi's big mouth bit the sword edge, but he was not injured. Instead, the owner of the sword light was forced back more than 10 steps. The one who released the sword light was naturally Ling Xiao. Because of the urgency of the situation, he did not have time to transform. This collision could be considered a loss, but in any case, he saved Moon Death. Enough, put on your black cloth. The Lightning Seigneur ordered. Long Yi instantly wrapped up the black cloth, then indifferently looking at Ling Xiao, he revealed a hint of banter. The sword is not bad, but in your hands, it is really a waste. Ling Xiao's face was somewhat gloomy. If this Long Yi had directly apologized after returning to normal, perhaps he would not be angry. However, not only did this person not have any intention to apologize, he even mocked him and even coveted the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. This made him very unhappy. Whether it is a waste or not, it is not up to you to decide. Chapter 26:19. Long Yi, you're only 13 years old, but you're already at the peak of the 9th level of hell. Your potential is truly terrifying. Do well. That immortal grade magic treasure is nothing. The Lightning Seigneur smiled. Clearly, the Lightning Seigneur was very satisfied with Long Yi. Lord Dean, Long Yi has a presumptuous request. Can you let that kid give me that sword? Long Yi suddenly smiled. The Lightning Seigneur looked at Ling Xiao and said, You were introduced by Kang Lan, right? You're only 16 years old, but you're already at the peak of the 8th level of hell. That's not bad, but you're far from being a genius. I really don't know why that kid thinks so highly of you. However, You're also not bad for being able to stand under the pressure of this Dean. How about this? Give the white jade flying dragon sword to Long Yi. Later, you can ask Kang Lan for another one. In any case, Kang Lan has many immortal grade magic treasures. What if I don't agree? Although Ling Xiao had no hope of winning against the Lightning Seigneur, he couldn't give the white jade flying dragon sword to Long Yi. How dare you? You dare to disobey the orders of the Lightning Seigneur? Bo Yi suddenly stood up. He was the patriarch of the Bo Yi clan, one of the 8 great clans of Thunder City. He was also one of the 7 elders of the Arcana Academy. He was also one of the strategists of the Lightning Emperor. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to look down on his royal authority. The Thunder Senior was a sovereign who stood shoulder to shoulder. In the Chen nation, he was someone who stood on equal footing with the Thunder Emperor. Offending him was the same as offending the Chen nation's royal family. Ling Xiao looked at Bo Yi. This person had completely released his aura, so Ling Xiao could see his cultivation. He was at the peak of the 10th level of hell. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't fight against such a cultivation at his current level. But so what if he couldn't fight back? Ling Xiao couldn't be a coward. At worst, he could escape now. When he was strong enough, he could come back and tear down Thunder City. He would make the person who humiliated him pay the price. Orders have to be fair. If I feel that it's unfair, I can naturally disobey. Ling Xiao said coldly. Bo Yi's murderous intent. The Lightning Seigneur's expression was unsightly. He really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death and end this matter. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao was a martial artist recommended by Chen Kanglan. That nephew of his was not easy to fool. If he really killed Ling Xiao here, it would probably cause discord between uncle and nephew. It was really not worth it for such a small country bumpkin. That's enough, Watano Shin. The Lightning Seigneur waved his hand, indicating for Bo Yi to sit down. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Next, this Dean will test each of your combat strength. Only after reaching a certain level will you be allowed to enter the extreme royal mystic realm. Otherwise, you'll just be throwing your lives away. Ling Xiao, listen up. If your performance can be better than Long Yi's, then take it as if I didn't say anything. What do you think?" Disciple obeys. Ling Xiao knew that if he still refused, he would definitely be attacked by the Thunder Seigneur. Since it was just a competition of ability, he wasn't afraid. "Good, you have guts. The rules are simple," the Lightning Seigneur said with a smile. "I'll just sit here and defend. This Dean has a secret technique that can test the power of each person's attack. There's no need to be afraid. Use your strongest attack to deal with this Dean. When the time comes, I'll give you a score. The score will be low, medium, high, and top. You can start now. It doesn't matter who goes first." Ling Xiao naturally planned to start after Long Yi. That way, he could set his own attack power according to Long Yi's attack power. Otherwise, casually revealing his strength wouldn't be beneficial to him. "Ruri Wano, you'll be the first. Lead the way for everyone." The Lightning Seigneur looked at Watano Ruri and said. "Disciple obeys." Watano Ruri nodded. She was only 16 years old, but her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of hell. Naturally, she couldn't fall behind in this matter. She had to perform well. At the very least, she had to be second. After all, Ji Yufang's cultivation was too strong. In this aspect, she couldn't compare. Other than Ji Yufang, she felt that she couldn't lose to anyone. In an instant, the charming woman turned into a terrifying cold-blooded killer. A ninja blade about 3 feet long appeared in her hand. The blade was blood-red. It was actually a divine-grade spirit artifact saber. Well, even the 8 Immortal Mountain had a divine-grade spirit weapon. How could Watano Ruri, as the beloved daughter of the Watano clan, not have one? The terrifying blood-red saber released an astonishing murderous aura. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He had to admit that Watano Ruri's attack was very powerful. Top-tier jade-grade martial skill, blood-red nightmare. Wano Ruri condensed all of his aura on that terrifying blood-red long blade. Then, her figure suddenly became hazy, as if she didn't exist at all. A blood-red nightmare demon appeared in the air. This caused some of the martial artists to tremble in fear. The blood-red nightmare swallowed terrifying sword chi and killing intent as it unstoppably attacked the lightning seigneur. This should be a top-tier jade-grade martial skill. Looking at the level of mastery, it's clearly cultivated to the perfection stage. This woman is really strong. Currently, Ling Xiao's strongest offensive martial skill was only at this level. Although he had cultivated Heavenly Thunder Guard to the small completion stage, it was still an auxiliary martial skill. As for the Imperial Spirit Lightning Shield, it was a defensive martial skill, not an offensive martial skill. Genius. She was indeed a genius. Will the Lightning Seigneur really not move? Ling Xiao looked at the Lightning Seigneur. Facing such a powerful attack, what would the Lightning Seigneur do? Although the Lightning Seigneur said that he wouldn't make a move, could he really do it? In the next moment, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits. He did it. The Lightning Seigneur didn't make a move. He didn't even bat an eyelid. When Watano Ruri's attack landed on the Lightning Seigneur, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was as if the attack had never happened. TSK, this gap is really big. Although he knew how terrifying the Lightning Seigneur was, Watano Ruri, who was at the peak of the 9th level of hell, with a divine-grade spirit weapon, couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. This still surprised Ling Xiao a little. What should I do? Ling Xiao closed his eyes as images of the attack flashed in his mind. That was the Tai Chi Eye's quick analysis. Watano Ruri, high grade. Well done. Watano Ruri was obviously disappointed when she heard that it was only high grade. However, Jiyu Fang's next attack also only got a high grade. Ling Xiao discovered that although Jiyu Fang's cultivation was higher than Wano Liuli's, whether it was his weapon or martial technique, he was inferior to Wano Liuli. Thus, the power of his attack was not much stronger than Wano Liuli's. If the high grade was divided into 9 levels, then Watano Ruri would be high grade level 6, and Jiyu Fang would be high grade level 9. Although they were slightly stronger, the gap wasn't big. They were still in the high grade range. Chapter 2620. Wano Liuli and Jiyu Fang took the lead. The rest of the martial artists also attacked. In any case, there was no danger, so it didn't matter. But among these people, the one with the highest score was only average. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also got average. In the end, only Long Yi and Ling Xiao were left. Both of them seemed to want the other to attack first. This way, it would be easier to control the rhythm. They looked at each other. Long Yi suddenly said, "Forget it, I'll go first. In any case, you can't surpass me." He sneered and suddenly attacked the Lightning Seigneur. He held a strange black iron rod in his hand. The front part of the iron rod was sharp and released a strange black aura. It didn't look imposing, but its attack was very powerful. It even made the Lightning Seigneur frown. Rating, top grade 8. Kid, you're not bad. Among the new disciples this dean has tested, you have the highest rating in history. Previously, you were at most top grade 7. The Lightning Seigneur was very happy. Having such a powerful young man as his subordinate was definitely a kind of luck. Many thanks for the dean's praise. Long Yi returned to his original place, then proudly looking at Ling Xiao, he revealed a contemptuous expression. Ling Xiao, you should give that white jade flying dragon sword to Long Yi. You're not his opponent at all. The Lightning Seigneur said indifferently, your test score can't be higher than his. Not to mention Long Yi, this country bumpkin can't even compare to me. Wano Liuli ridiculed, I've heard of his deeds long ago. He actually made a scene in a restaurant just after entering Thunder City and even destroyed other people's restaurants. He simply doesn't put Thunder City's laws in his eyes. If it wasn't for Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla protecting him, this kid would have already died. Ling Xiao ignored Wano Liuli and looked at the Lightning Seigneur. If you haven't tried, how do you know you can't compare? Simply ignorant. Wano Liuli felt that she was being looked down upon and was very unhappy. Fine, since you want to lose face, then let's start. This dean wants to see how strong your attack is. The Thunder Seigneur also looked at Ling Xiao calmly. He was a little angry in his heart. He had never seen a kid who didn't know when to back down. She had already given him a lot of face, but he was actually so tactless. However, he did not realize how unfair his actions were. He only felt that it was Ling Xiao's fault. Dean, be careful. Swords have no eyes. Theoretically speaking, even if Dean's divine skills are unparalleled, if an ordinary person finds your life gate, they can still hurt you. Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He did not intend to use the 8 Immortals sword. This was because the requirements for the special grade 9th grade were not high. If he could injure the lightning seigneur, then his score would naturally be higher. White jade flying dragon sword could arouse the greed of Long Yi, then male and female 8 immortal swords. Long Yi reckoned that Long Yi would be even more greedy. Therefore, it was better to be careful here. Since he didn't have to go all out, he might as well hide some of his strength. The 8 immortal swords and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit were unnecessary. He could try other things. Ha 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 ha, is he talking in his sleep? Long Yi couldn't injure Lightning Seigneur, and this kid actually said such words. Is he crazy? Bo Yi Chen let out a hearty laugh. He felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's brain. He actually lowered himself to the same level as this fool. Is it very funny? Ling Xiao raised the white jade flying dragon sword indifferently. An ice-cold sword intent condensed on the sword. In an instant, he entered the purple lightning thunder bull beast soul transformation. Then, the top-level lightning battle body was released. Lightning wrapped around his body, flickering with a bright light. The white jade flying dragon sword was also flickering with lightning. Beast warrior, top-level lightning battle body. Hihi, no wonder you are a little confident. However, if you want to injure this Dean with just this, isn't it too whimsical? The Thunder Seigneur said disdainfully. Ling Xiao did not speak, just condensing his move. Each person could only make one attack. This attack was a test. Anyway, the Thunder Seigneur said that he would not make a move, so he could strengthen this attack as much as possible. In terms of offensive skills, perhaps he was about the same as Bo Yi Lioli. But in terms of support skills, Bo Yi Lioli could not catch up to him. Purple Lightning Thunder Bull Beast Soul Transformation Support. Top-level Lightning Battle Body Support. Royal Heaven Earth Power Support. Attack Battle Song Support. Berserk Battle Song Support. A total of 10 battle songs were accumulated. This was also the limit that Ling Xiao could accumulate at the moment. Of course, the battle songs could not be used in normal attacks, and it was impossible to accumulate so many. But now that the enemy was not moving, he naturally did as he pleased. Moreover, the support skills of the battle songs could be used by any soul race, so it would not expose his identity. It's about time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Suddenly, he stabbed out with his sword. He used a top-level Jade Grade martial skill, the strongest move of the shadow martial arts below the Jade Grade Ghost War Emperor. Thunder and lightning intertwined. The terrifying white jade flying dragon sword drove the surrounding elements, forming a terrifying elemental storm that attacked the Thunder Seigneur. The Thunder Seigneur frowned slightly, but he did not care. Although the attack was strong, it still could not hurt him, so he did not care at all. Purple Lightning Thunderbolt, Earthquake. Just when Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from the Thunder Seigneur, he suddenly activated the special skill of the Purple Lightning Thunderball. At that moment, the Thunder Seigneur felt slightly dizzy. Although he didn't pass out completely, it affected his ability to make a move. When he reacted, the sword was already in front of him. The Thunder Seigneur could not defend as calmly as before, and could only concentrate on blocking. However, just as his move was about to take shape, his face changed drastically. No. When he yelled out, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder behind him. Berserk Thunder Art. The terrifying thunder directly struck down from above his head. At this moment, the Thunder Seigneur's entire defense was focused on the person in front of him, and he did not expect that someone would attack from behind. This was a complete miscalculation. Without defense, even an ordinary person could hurt him. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Berserk Thunder Art was actually a terrifying attack that was enhanced by many support skills. The so-called Ghost War Emperor's move was just a pretense. The Thunder Seigneur did not scream. However, his face was ashen. Because he was really hurt. Ever since he became the dean of the Arcana Academy, there had never been a new disciple who could hurt him. This scene made everyone present dumbfounded, as if they had been struck dumb. Especially the father and daughter pair, Bo Yi Chen and Bo Yi Liu Li. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and that was called embarrassment and humiliation. Ling Xiao retreated back to his original position, and the one who attacked the Thunder Seigneur from behind was actually a humanoid lightning, the Heavenly Thunder Guard. Ling Xiao released the Berserk Thunder Art through the Heavenly Thunder Guard. The power of the Heavenly Thunder Guard combined with the Berserk Thunder Art was even more powerful than when Ling Xiao used it himself. Chapter 26-21. Of course, the Lightning Seigneur was indeed powerful. Ling Xiao believed that if it had been any of the 7 elders, they would have been severely injured. But the Lightning Seigneur only suffered some superficial wounds. Men, kill this brat. Bo Yi Xin suddenly came back to his senses and bellowed. Bo Yi Liuli connected seamlessly and pounced on Ling Xiao. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to injure the Lightning Seigneur, but now that he was injured, she could take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Stop! At this moment, the Lightning Seigneur roared and sent Bo Yi Liuli flying. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Good. Very good. A martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of Hell, Yin-Yang realm, can actually injure this dean. Your score is superior grade. Superior grade. Thank you, Dean." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. He had used up a chance to use Earthquake and Mountain, and also used up a chance to condense Heavenly Thunder Guard. Only then did he manage to injure the Lightning Seigneur. One must know that Earthquake and Mountain could only be used once every half an hour. The Heavenly Thunder Guard required even more time. Currently, he could only condense it once a day. However, Ling Xiao didn't know how rare it was to injure the Lightning Seigneur. The 7 elders, including Long Yi, Jiyu Fang, and Bo Yi Liuli, looked at Ling Xiao with disbelief. Everyone thought that the one with the best performance would be Long Yi. But Ling Xiao broke their imaginations, making them feel that their imaginations were so laughable. Of course, Ling Xiao's achievement naturally offended some people. For example, Bo Yi Xin and Bo Yi Liuli. They had originally mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao, but now Ling Xiao had ruthlessly slapped their faces. They naturally harbored hatred in their hearts. Of course, this hatred wasn't deep, but it was enough to make these people who were usually high and mighty feel that Ling Xiao deserved to die. The other person was Long Yi. Long Yi looked down on Ling Xiao, and directly wanted the white jade flying dragon sword of Ling Xiao. He thought that he would definitely win, but in the end, he became a joke. What this kind of person hated the most was losing face. Even though he knew that he hadn't used his full strength, resulting in the current outcome, he still couldn't believe it. But he was still very angry. There was another person who had a love-hate relationship with Ling Xiao. This person was the Lightning Seigneur. Love. That was because Ling Xiao's talent had truly shocked him. As long as such a talent was willing to serve the royal family, he would definitely become a great help to the Chen Kingdom's royal family. The hatred was because Ling Xiao had contradicted him time and time again, and had even given him a fierce slap on the face. This made him a little unhappy. However, the Lightning Seigneur was the Lightning Seigneur after all, not Bo Yi Xin. Being in a high position, he would naturally be more open-minded. Now that he had the intention of subduing Ling Xiao, he no longer had the intention to kill him. I was the one who made an error in judgment. Brat, you're good. However, you'll have to continue working hard in the Royal Mystic Realm. In actual combat, there won't be any enemies waiting for you to use so many support skills. The Lightning Seigneur said indifferently. Yes. At this time, the test was completely over. Naturally, the Lightning Seigneur already had an idea of who was qualified to enter the Royal Mystic Realm. Bo Yi Xin announced the list of those who passed the test. The Lightning Seigneur turned his head and glanced at Bo Yi Xin, then threw over a piece of paper. There weren't many names, only a dozen or so. It seemed that most of them had already been eliminated. Bo Yi Xin read, a total of 12 people passed the test. Ling Xiao, Long Yi, Bo Yi Ruri, Jiyu Fang, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death. Those who heard the names were naturally very happy. Those who didn't hear their names could only sigh in their hearts. So what if they were unconvinced? The lightning seigneur was here, and the 7 elders were also here. They didn't dare to say anything disrespectful. What was interesting was that these 12 people actually belonged to 4 people. Long Yi and the other 2 were selected by Chen Wang. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were Ji Hyun of Silla's people. Bo Yi Ruri, Ji Yu Fang, and the other 3 were 14th Prince's people. The remaining 2 were 7th Prince Chen Kangmang's people. Their strength was average and unremarkable. Among the 12 people, they could only be considered average. Next, Bo Yixin briefly introduced the Royal Mystic Realm. According to him, the Royal Mystic Realm was very similar to ordinary mystic realms. The outer area was relatively safe, but the deeper you went, the more dangerous it was. The Arcana Academy divided the Royal Mystic Realm into soldier level, general level, king level, and untouchable areas. People had been to the first 3 levels, but no one had ever reached the untouchable areas. No one knew what was going on inside, because all martial artists would die as soon as they stepped into that area. But according to the characteristics of the Royal Mystic Realm, from the outside to the inside, the level of heaven and earth treasures would get higher and higher. The degree of ferocity of the demonic beasts would also get stronger. Of course, the benefits would also increase, and the speed of cultivation would also increase. Martial artists who had just entered the Royal Mystic Realm could only stay in the soldier level area. No matter how strong you were, you had to start from the most basic area. This was the rule. Of course, if you killed the strongest demonic beast or Yuanling in the soldier level area, you would be able to obtain the Royal Mystic Realm. Or if you obtained the permission of the Lightning Emperor or Lightning Sage, you could enter other areas in advance. This was a special case. The soldier level area was very large, so it was divided into 8 hunting areas. The 7 elders and the most capable generals of the royal family were in charge of it. They were also known as hunting chiefs. Under normal circumstances, the various hunting areas were not allowed to infiltrate each other. This involved the rights and interests of the Thunder City's 8 great families. The benefits from the first hunting area to the 8th hunting area belonged to the royal family and the other 7 great families. No matter who entered, they had to take out 90% of the things they obtained to show respect to the bosses behind the scenes. Ling Xiao and the others were assigned to the 7th hunting area. Long Yi was assigned to the 1st hunting area. Bo Yi Liuli, Ji Yu Fang, and the others were assigned to the 8th hunting area. Chen Kangmang's people were also assigned to the 6th hunting area. You can leave now. Take your soul locking plate. That is your only proof of entering the Royal Mystic Realm. If you lose it, then you will lose the qualifications to enter the Royal Mystic Realm forever. The hunting chiefs of the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th hunting areas are already waiting for you outside. They will tell you in detail what to do and what to do after entering. Bo Yi Liuli looked at the Lightning Sage and said, "Lord Lightning Sage, do you have any other instructions?" "That's all. Tell them to leave." The Lightning Sage yawned. Perhaps it was because his body was too fat, but he did not like to exercise. He always felt tired and wanted to sleep. "Good. Before you leave, I will warn you one last time. You must contribute 90% of the elixirs and treasures you obtain in the Royal Mystic Realm to the 8 great families. If anyone dares to secretly hide or refuse to hand it over, then there is only one final result, death. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die." Chapter 26-22. Many people felt fear towards Ken Bo Yi's threat. But Ling Xiao felt even more disgusted. "Your sister, I'm going in to risk my life and death, and you actually want 90% of it. How shameless." Walking out of the principal's office, Ruri Bo Yi suddenly walked to Ling Xiao's side. In front of everyone, she said coldly, "Brat, after entering the Imperial Secret Realm, you better restrain yourself. Don't let me touch you. You dare to steal my limelight, you dare to injure Lord Lightning, you have already committed a capital offense." She is threatening Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Obviously, she doesn't take Ling Xiao seriously. It's still not certain who will die. "Don't provoke me." Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of the ninjas. When he was in the Sky Dragon continent, he was often targeted by the ninjas. Later, The ninjas in the Sky Dragon continent even surrendered to the Sea Clan and disappeared from the Sky Dragon continent. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to them. But he didn't expect to come to the Black Tortoise continent and meet these guys again. He hasn't flipped out yet and the other party is actually threatening him? How can he shrink back? You're courting death. Ruri Boyi is so agitated that she wants to attack. Ling Xiao looks at her with contempt, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Even if I give you 100 guts, you still wouldn't dare to attack me in front of your master. Since you don't dare to attack me, then put away your high and mighty face. In my eyes, you're just a dog of the royal family. You're so arrogant in front of me. With a sneer, he turned around and walked away in a grandiose manner. Ruri Boyi wants to attack him several times, but she holds herself back in the end. Ling Xiao is right, this is outside the principal's office. Even if Ruri Boyi has 100 guts, she won't dare to attack. Just you wait, the Imperial Secret Realm will be your doomsday. Ruri Boyi fiercely clenches her teeth, her originally beautiful face becomes incomparably sinister. You're really a troublemaker. You have a conflict with the Boyi family again? Don't you know that Prince Ji-Hyun of Silla is trying to rope in the Boyi clan? The conversation between Ling Xiao and Wano Rui was heard clearly by Avidinia and the others. Avidinia was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. Scram. I'm not Ji-Hyun of Silla's dog. I don't care who is trying to rope in. That Wano Ruri wanted to deal with me. I'm already giving her face by not slapping her. Ling Xiao didn't give Avidinia any face at all. In any case, he was very clear that after entering the extreme Imperial Mystic Realm, these people would absolutely make a move against him. Since they were already like fire and water, it shouldn't be a problem to say something even harsher. Good. Hello. You are very good. Apart from stirring up trouble, do you have anything else to do? Could he have been eliminated? Avidinia was so angry that his face turned ashen as he roared. Nonsense. Do you really think I'm a piece of trash like your brother? No agreements? Ling Xiao coldly said. If others don't treat him nicely, he wouldn't treat them nicely either. You dare call my brother a piece of trash? You should know that he got an advanced level 9 score in the previous exam. What about you? I'm afraid you didn't even get an advanced level, right? At this time, Wu Yang roared. Hee hee. Ling Xiao coldly laughed, he found it very funny. What are you laughing at? Avidinia hated Ling Xiao's cold laugh the most, it made him feel like an idiot. Idiot, my Ling Xiao Gidge got an advanced level score, better than any of you. Moon Death said agitatedly. Advanced level? I've never heard of such a score, did you make it up yourself? No Agreements said in disdain. No, he did get a superior grade. It's a grade above special grade because he injured Lord Lightning Seigneur. At this time, Long Yi passed by and indifferently said. This newcomer of yours is very amazing, he even dared to injure Lord Lightning. Interesting. What? Hearing this, Avidinia and the others were shocked and also felt that this is very inconceivable. Ling Xiao actually managed to injure the Lightning Seigneur? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Avidinia was about to say something when a person walked over from not far away. This person is wearing silver armor, he looks about 30 years old, he is the hunting chief of the 7th district. You guys are the disciples who want to enter the 7th district, right? I am Gale, the hunting chief of the 7th district, follow me. Gale brought them to the place closest to the entrance of the Imperial Secret Domain and then said. Now, you guys have about an hour of free time. I estimate that the hunters of the 7th district will come out soon, at that time we will have a handover. So, within this hour, no matter what you do, you have to come back promptly. Hearing this, Avidinia and the others left, but Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death didn't leave. In fact, one can't do much in an hour. Ling Xiao wanted to find out something from this hunting chief Gale. Hunting chief, I once met a centurion called Lai Huang. What is the relationship between the two of you? If he wanted to get closer, it might be easier to ask. Since Gale and Lai Huang had the same surname, he tried to ask. It didn't matter if they had a relationship, it would be of great help. You guys actually know Lai Huang, he is my younger brother, now a centurion under Warhawk General. Gale said with a smile. Sure enough, because of Lai Huang, the attitude of the crack towards Ling Xiao was a lot better. We met Centurion Lai Huang on the way to Thunder City. At that time, he seemed to be injured, and we happened to save him, so we became friends. Although Ling Xiao's words were false, he believed that even if Gale asked Lai Huang would definitely not expose this lie. I heard about this. You are Ling Xiao, the lord of the 8 Immortals City? Gale asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. As the hunting chief of the 7th district, I have to remind you guys. Avidinia and the others might be unfavorable to you guys, so after entering the 7th district, it's best to split up. Because of the abundance of spirit energy in the Imperial Secret Realm, there are naturally many natural treasures. Normally, yellow rank and mystic rank herbs that are rarely seen outside can be easily found inside. Of course, the soldier grade area is basically filled with yellow rank herbs. Mystic rank herbs are relatively rare, and they are usually only low rank and mid rank. But even so, mystic rank herbs are still very precious in the entire state of Chen. Your mission is to collect herbs, and the other is to hunt demonic beasts and yuanling. Because they eat the natural treasures in the Imperial Secret Realm for a long time, the demonic beasts inside can even be called treasure beasts. Eating treasure beasts can directly increase one's internal energy, but of course, it requires a certain amount of medicinal pills to purify it. After all, the energy is not very pure, but even so, it is simply a dream for warriors. The stronger the treasure beast, the better the effect. Chapter 26-23. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao and the others had saved Lai Huang before, so Gale explained it to them in detail. He hoped that they could really improve their strength through the Imperial Secret Realm. Hunting head, I heard the elders say that we can't hide anything inside. Could it be that it's okay to eat the flesh and blood of demonic beasts? Ling Xiao asked. It seems that you have misunderstood this rule, or perhaps the elders deliberately made you misunderstand. In fact, every Arcana Academy disciple who enters the Imperial Secret Realm will receive a fixed mission. This mission will be distributed according to your strength. Some will be gathering missions, and some will be hunting missions. Basically, if you want to complete the mission, you won't be able to do anything else in this half a month. If you want to get benefits for yourself, then you must complete the mission in advance. I'll teach you a method. The best way to complete the mission in advance is to rob the mission materials of other Arcana Academy disciples. However, this method is what the elders like to do. As newcomers, it's better for you to hide if you're not strong enough. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After your cultivation improves, there will be ways to get benefits. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. Since this kind of robbery was in accordance with the rules, it was easy to handle. He believed that Wano Lioli and Long Yi wouldn't let him go. Also, Avidinia and the others wouldn't let him go either. However, these people definitely wouldn't directly kill him after entering. They would definitely wait until he was almost done with the mission, then kill him and rob him of everything. Since it was like this, he could only wait to be killed. After entering, he would first look for the Imperial Supreme Grass and improve his cultivation. This was his real goal. Soon, an hour had passed, and Avidinia and the others also returned. Seeing Ling Xiao and Gale's friendly appearance, Avidinia secretly sneered, "Building a good relationship with the hunting head is right, but do you really think that you can save your little life by doing this?" Wishful thinking. The hunting chief would not enter the area to hunt. He would only stay near the entrance of the area, unless he encountered a powerful demon beast or a yuanling warrior that the disciples could not handle. Therefore, Avidinia and the others had plenty of opportunities to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could naturally understand the killing intent in Avidinia's eyes, but he didn't care. Although Avidinia was very strong, Ling Xiao didn't care. However, he, Ling Xiao, definitely had the ability to protect himself. If he really couldn't do it, he still had a trump card. At that time, it was hard to say who would die. "The entrance is open," Gale suddenly said. Ling Xiao focused his attention on the entrance to the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. At this moment, a whirlpool-like object appeared there. Two people walked out from inside. Their expressions were very ugly. Why are there only 2 of you left? Weren't there 8 of you when you went in? Gale looked at the 2 and asked. Obviously, these 2 people were the Arcana Academy's disciples who had entered the 7th district. Dead, they're all dead. One of them said sadly, we encountered a demon beast. Only the 2 of us survived. Seeing the miserable appearance of these 2 people, the expressions of the new disciples of the Arcana Academy, who were originally excited, changed drastically. Although they had heard of how terrifying the extreme Emperor Mystic Realm was, it was only hearsay. Without experiencing it personally, they didn't know how terrifying it was. Moreover, these people were all very proud. Naturally, they felt that it was nothing and that they were stronger than others. However, seeing these 2 senior disciples of the Arcana Academy injured to such an extent, and 6 of them had died, their hearts began to feel uneasy. This is the extreme Emperor Mystic Realm, a place where opportunity and danger coexist. Gale sighed. All right, don't look anymore. Go in, your soul lock cards will send you directly to the 7th district. No Agreements looked back at Ling Xiao and snickered. Kid, are you scared now? If you're scared, then go back to your mother's womb and start cultivating again. This isn't a place for people like you to play. After saying that, he was the first to enter the extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. Following him, Avidinia, Wu Yang, and the others went in one after another. Only Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were left in the 7th district. Scared? Ling Xiao asked. No, the worst-case scenario is death. Since we insisted on walking the path of martial arts, we don't plan on avoiding danger. Lin Ruoxian said. Me too. Very good. That's more like Ling Xiao's good friends, good comrades. This is the best chance for you to improve your cultivation and catch up to those people. Let's go. Ling Xiao was actually worried about Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. However, he knew that there's no point in protecting them all the time. He had to let these 2 grow and become independent. Only then can they truly help him. It's not that easy to die. We'll meet inside. Suddenly, Long Yi's voice came from the side. When Ling Xiao went to look for him, he was already gone. Then let's give it a try. Let's see who's going to die. I hope you guys can get more materials so I don't have to waste time completing missions. Ling Xiao sneered and finally stepped into the giant whirlpool. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared in the extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. He didn't know how this extreme Emperor Mystic Realm was formed, but the spiritual energy inside was really abundant. The herbs inside were much larger than those outside. Even the same yellow rank herbs were more effective than those outside. Using them to refine pills would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. It's really a good place. Lin Ruoxian took a deep breath. He could feel that his inner strength had increased by a lot. This was simply mysterious. It's a good place, but Brother Ling Xiao, Sister Ruoxian, I'm afraid we've already been targeted. Avidinia and the rest will definitely deal with us. That Long Yi and Bo Yi Lioli will definitely make a move too. Moon Death seemed to be a little worried. He, I didn't expect you to have offended so many people. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy and give these 2 delicate beauties to us? We'll definitely let you leave alive. Avidinia and the rest didn't go far. Naturally, they heard Moon Death's words. At this time, No Agreement sneered. A loser dares to be so arrogant. This is the extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. Without Ji-Hyun of Silla, do you think I won't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao said coldly. Come, I lost to you last time because I was careless. Do you really think you're stronger than me? No Agreements had always been unhappy about losing to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had always planned to fight with Ling Xiao again. Alright, since you're all here, you're teammates. No Agreements, you'll lead Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death will be in the same group as us. Avidinia suddenly interrupted. Impossible. Ling Xiao said coldly, how could I not know what intentions you have? Since we're already here, it's best that we act separately. Impudent, I'm the team leader. Since when is it your turn to tell me what to do? Do what I tell you to do. Chapter 26-24. Captain. You really think too highly of yourself. Who appointed you as the captain? Ling Xiao would never allow Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to follow Avidinia. Otherwise, it would be sending his two friends into a fiery pit. Moreover, since you've made yourself the captain, have you ever told me even a little bit of information about the Extreme Emperor secret realm? No. Not even a little bit. You probably can't wait for me to die, right? Kid, do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? If it weren't for His Highness protecting you in the Duke's mansion, we would have done it long ago. Avidinia shouted coldly. Now that Chen Kanglin isn't here, you can try. I'd like to see how you'll kill me. The Extreme Emperor secret realm covered a huge area. Ling Xiao's movement technique was much better than Avidinia's. Even if he had Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death with him, he could still easily escape. Therefore, he had nothing to fear at all. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with this kid. Kill him. This is His Highness's order anyway. No Agreements was so agitated that he actually let it slip. As expected. Ling Xiao was only guessing at first, but guessing wasn't the truth. Only when he heard No Agreements' words did he finally confirm it. Ji Hyun of Silla did indeed want Avidinia and the others to kill him in the Extreme Emperor secret realm. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to pretend. Didn't you, Ji Hyun of Silla, want me dead? Then I'll make you lose a few trusted generals first. Oh no, big brother, I let it slip. No Agreements also realized that he had said something wrong and was afraid that Avidinia would punish him. It doesn't matter. Once he enters the Extreme Emperor secret realm, he won't be able to leave for less than half a month. Besides, he's already a dead man, so why should we care about what he said? Avidinia shook his head and said, Ling Xiao, I'll tell you straight. You pitiful worm, not only will you die here, but the two women behind you will also become my brother's playthings. And the woman you left in the prince's mansion, it seems that His Highness has taken a fancy to her. You don't have to worry, His Highness will definitely take good care of her. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, but he did not act rashly. He knew that he was not strong enough to kill Avidinia. Avidinia was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. With 6 people working together, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to be a match. It would be best for him to raise his cultivation first. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would then make his move on these 6 fellows. Remember what you said, it will make you pay a heavy price. Let's go. Ling Xiao ignored Avidinia and the others and left with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Big brother, aren't we going to make a move? No Agreements asked. There's no need for that for now. It won't be too late to make a move when they're almost done collecting herbs. Avidinia said coldly, anyway, these 3 fellows will die in our hands sooner or later. There's no hurry, let them live for a few more days. No Agreements, follow them and monitor their movements at all times, then report to me. The rest of you, follow me to carry out the mission first. Got it, big brother. No Agreements looked excitedly in the direction Ling Xiao and the others disappeared in, then chased after them. Soon, he caught up with Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others did not choose to run away, but were collecting herbs in a place with densely packed herbs. Hee, do your job well. When you're done, the fruits of your labor will belong to us. No Agreements watched from the shadows and sneered. Imagining Ling Xiao's herbs being all taken away by them, he felt very relieved in his heart. Ling Xiao wasn't gathering medicinal herbs to complete some bullshit mission. He just wanted to refine some pills to use in the extreme royal mystic realm. The quality of the herbs here was extremely high, so the success rate and efficiency of refining pills were greatly increased. Of course, they were basically collecting mysterious grade herbs. They only picked some yellow grade herbs that could be used to concoct medicine. About half an hour later, Ling Xiao was about to let Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death sit down to rest. He was going to start refining pills. Suddenly, a strange black teleportation door appeared not far away. This teleportation door was extremely similar to the teleportation door in the Imperial Secret Realm, but it was much smaller. Seeing this teleportation door, Ling Xiao frowned. He heard from Gale that once this teleportation door appeared, it meant that a monster was about to appear. A terrifying giant wolf came out of the teleportation door. This wolf beast was huge, about 3 meters tall. Its fur was white, and every step it took produced a heavy sound, as if a mountain was collapsing. It's actually the strongest monster in the 7th district, the whirlwind white wolf king. No Agreements, who was hiding in the shadows, was shocked when he saw this situation. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The whirlwind white wolf king's appearance here was really unexpected. It was very difficult to encounter a whirlwind white wolf king that was at the peak of the 9th floor of hell. But he didn't know if Ling Xiao was lucky or unlucky that he encountered it. You deserve to die. But that whirlwind white wolf king doesn't seem to have noticed Ling Xiao. No Agreements secretly observed and found that Ling Xiao and the other two were hiding in the shadows. The whirlwind white wolf king seemed to have just come out for a stroll. It was stretching and preparing to bask in the sun. No, I have to do something. No Agreements sneered and suddenly stabbed the ground with his right hand. Then, at the place where Ling Xiao and the others were hiding, a burst of energy suddenly appeared. Although this burst of energy wasn't strong, it attracted the whirlwind white wolf king's attention. The terrifying monster's eyes instantly turned scarlet and a cruel look appeared in its eyes. A terrifying aura instantly erupted. No Agreements turned and ran. He didn't want to stay for even a second. Anyway, Ling Xiao had already been tricked by him. If he encountered the whirlwind white wolf king, he would definitely die. He just needed to hide in the distance and not be discovered. Big brother Ling Xiao, it's No Agreements' doing. Moon Death said angrily. It doesn't matter. The reason why we hid was because we didn't know what would come out of the teleportation door. But now, it's just a whirlwind white wolf king. The three of us together are more than enough to deal with it. I believe that after eating this monster's meat, your cultivation will also enter the 9th floor of hell. I guess I'll also improve a little. Ling Xiao obviously knew that it was No Agreements' doing, but he didn't care. What he needed to do now was to kill the beast in front of him and let the three of them break through. Anyway, the whirlwind white wolf king was big enough. He couldn't eat that much meat alone. Got it. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death heard Ling Xiao's order and stood behind him, ready to support him. The two of them knew that they weren't strong enough, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to support. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the purple lightning thunder bull beast soul. Chapter 26-25. Under the purple lightning thunder ox beast soul transformation, the defense and destructive power of the peak lightning battle physique would be raised to the maximum. Under the transformation state, terrifying purple lightning constantly burst out from Ling Xiao's body. The surrounding ground was blasted into a ravine. Although the battle had yet to begin, a powerful aura had already erupted. Awoo! The whirlwind white wolf king let out a low howl, as if warning Ling Xiao. This was its territory, and it absolutely did not allow humans to enter. However, Ling Xiao did not escape, which made the whirlwind white wolf king very unhappy. It decided to no longer threaten and took the initiative to attack. The so-called whirlwind white wolf king was naturally because its speed was fast enough. With wind under its feet, it instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Its huge claws waved and fiercely clawed at Ling Xiao. Petrification Ray. Soul Control. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death cooperated very well. The moment the whirlwind white wolf king attacked, they released the special skills of two magic treasures. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to take out the 8 Immortals' sword and stabbed out. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost Slaying Dragon. Because his opponent was stronger, Ling Xiao used his second strongest sword skill right from the start. Because the whirlwind white wolf king was affected by the petrification ray and soul control, although it was only for a moment, it was still pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. Dark red blood flowed out, and it actually let out an extremely mournful scream. However, at the same time, the whirlwind white wolf king became even more ferocious. It actually did not retreat. It directly opened its sharp teeth and bit towards Ling Xiao's neck. The distance was too close. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge it, but it was not easy. He was planning to fight head-on. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the whirlwind white wolf king. Well done. Ling Xiao knew that this was Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death working together to activate the spatial blue book, causing his position to shift. While speaking, Ling Xiao did not forget to attack. The 8 immortals' sword in his hand pierced towards the whirlwind White Wolf King. Shadow martial art, Ghost War Emperor. This was the strongest sword skill that Ling Xiao had mastered so far. The sword pierced through the defenseless body of the whirlwind White Wolf King. Terrifying lightning exploded within the whirlwind White Wolf King's body. The terrifying giant beast screamed again and again. However, this fellow was indeed a 1-star Yin-Yang Realm 9th floor demonic beast. After being stabbed twice like this, not only did he not die, his speed did not even decrease. It actually abandoned Ling Xiao and charged towards Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. This guy was also very smart. He knew that it was because of those 2 women that he was unable to attack that man and was instead seriously injured. Dream on. The earthquakes and the mountains sway. The ground suddenly shook. The whirlwind White Wolf King's body, which had been moving like the wind, stopped halfway. It was obvious that it had fallen into a dizzy state. Shadow Black Gourd, Shadow Mist. Lin Ruoxian took the opportunity to take out another magic treasure and released a pitch-black mist, which completely enveloped the whirlwind White Wolf King. This shadow mist not only made the enemy lose their sense of direction, but it also contained a suffocating haze. If one stayed in it for a long time, it would definitely be difficult to breathe, and even poison would enter the body. Skynet Divine Birdcage. Trap. Moon Death also took out a magic treasure and trapped the whirlwind White Wolf King inside. The huge birdcage blocked the whirlwind White Wolf King. The fellow was already seriously injured, and with the weakening effect of the shadow mist, it could only continuously hit the birdcage. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, it added more injuries to its body. The birdcage was made of sharp metal. Touching it was equivalent to hitting the edge of a blade. It was impossible for it not to be injured. It should be dead now, right? Moon Death asked carefully. Don't be careless. Don't let your guard down until the last moment, Ling Xiao reminded while walking towards the birdcage. Suddenly, the birdcage exploded, and a black shadow pounced towards Ling Xiao. Sprite Lightning Shield. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was already prepared. A shield of light flickered with lightning and appeared in front of him. The whirlwind White Wolf King, who was struggling on the verge of death, crashed into the shield and died. It fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Eye of Light, Purification. Ling Xiao used the 6th profound meaning of light that he was once proud of and completely purified the corpse of the dead whirlwind White Wolf King. This was the only way to prevent it from being infected by the poison. It's too wasteful to eat meat directly. Just you wait, I'll use medicinal herbs to make a pot of delicious nourishing soup for you. Ling Xiao had once learned how to make medicinal cuisine when he was in the White Tiger continent. The effect of this nourishing soup was not inferior to pills at all. Moreover, it would taste very good and would not change the taste of delicious meat. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not see the nourishing soup. Just by listening to Ling Xiao's description, they were already drooling. Ling Xiao used less than half an hour to cook the nourishing soup. Then, the 3 of them ate 1 meal each. Naturally, Ling Xiao ate the most. After this nourishment, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's cultivation had successfully broken through. Both of them had advanced to the early stage of the Yin-Yang Stage 9 Hell. Ling Xiao ate the most. The potential in his body was stimulated by this nourishing soup and surged to the middle stage of the Yin-Yang Stage 9 Hell. 8 levels of energy. He was only 2 levels away from breaking through to the late stage of the Yin-Yang stage. It seems that I need much more energy to advance to the next stage than Sister Ruoxian and Moon Death. No wonder my combat strength is much stronger than theirs even at the same stage. This is probably the so-called lose on the swings, gain on the roundabouts. Sensing his current cultivation, Ling Xiao really wanted to find someone to spar with so that he could stabilize his newly broken cultivation. Anyway, he always felt that the effect of stabilizing his cultivation would be better in battle. Big brother Ling Xiao, someone's coming. Moon Death looked at the few figures not far away and said with a smile. No agreements thought that after more than an hour, we must have been killed by the whirlwind White Wolf King. That whirlwind White Wolf King also left and probably came to collect our corpses. My head is probably worth some money. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He understood No Agreements's thoughts too well. That bastard actually dared to scheme against him. This debt would be repaid sooner or later. However, seeing that his cultivation had increased, he would not pursue it for the time being. He still had to hide his cultivation for the time being. This was to prevent those who wanted to find trouble with him from hiding. After all, he wanted those people's mission materials. If they hid, how could he pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Why aren't you dead? Where's the whirlwind White Wolf King? Seeing that Ling Xiao and the other two were unharmed, No Agreements could not believe his eyes. Third brother, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The whirlwind White Wolf King appeared? Avidinia asked. Chapter 26:26. It must have appeared. I didn't see wrongly. No Agreements shouted. Don't doubt him. A whirlwind White Wolf King did appear. This kid was so scared that he turned and ran. But we killed it and made it into a stew. I wanted to ask him to stay and eat the wolf meat, but I couldn't. Your brother is too cowardly, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Nonsense. The whirlwind White Wolf King is one of the strongest demon beasts in the 7th district. You think you can kill it? Avidinia said with disdain. Oh, it's normal that you don't believe me. After all, you're blind. You can't see that there's wolf meat stew in the pot. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Avidinia was furious with Ling Xiao, but he didn't even look at the stew in the pot. Because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill the whirlwind White Wolf King. Actually, if he checked carefully, he would definitely find out. Although the bones might not be as nutritious as the meat stew, because the bone marrow was sucked clean by Ling Xiao. However, eating these bones would definitely have a very good effect. We received No Agreements report and thought you were in danger. That's why we came to save you. I didn't expect you to be like this. Let's go. Avidinia was very good at finding a way out for himself. This excuse was perfect. It was a pity that Ling Xiao completely treated these words as nonsense. Get lost. I, Ling Xiao, can't accept your kindness. Since you said the truth, why are you still pretending to be a good person? It's disgusting, Ling Xiao said with a sarcastic smile. Big brother, I can't stand it anymore. This guy is so disrespectful to you. I want to kill him. No Agreements was fooled by Ling Xiao, so he was very unhappy. Plus, he wanted to get back at Ling Xiao for losing to him. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Shut up, let's go. Avidinia shouted coldly. He knew how to endure silently. He had to wait for the right opportunity to make Ling Xiao fall into complete despair and die in despair. Now was clearly not the time. Yes. No Agreements glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before leaving with Avidinia and the others. This idiot thought that Avidinia's forbearance would allow Ling Xiao to live a little longer. What he didn't know was that Avidinia had actually saved him. If he made a move now, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. He would definitely not show any mercy. Now that the trash is gone, we can continue to look for the Emperor's supreme herb. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help expand the search area. However, if you encounter any demonic beasts, inform each other immediately. Everyone will deal with the demonic beasts together. Of course, it's the same if we encounter people from Yuanling. Ling Xiao reminded them and then described the appearance of the Emperor's supreme herb to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Then, the three of them began to look for the Emperor's supreme herb. 3 people would be more efficient than 1 person. The 7th region was large, but there was a limit. 2 days later, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had basically finished searching the 7th region. Because the whirlwind White Wolf King of the 7th region had been killed by them, the process was easy. The 3 of them had made some progress in their cultivation. Their martial arts skills had improved as well. However, the Emperor's supreme herb was nowhere to be found. Ling Xiao suspected that a treasure like the Emperor's supreme herb would be in the king-level area, or even in the untouchable place. It was said that the king-level area was full of king-level beasts. The weakest one was at the peak of the 9th floor of hell. For example, the whirlwind White Wolf King. The strongest beast there was comparable to the lightning seigneur. As for the untouchable place, because no one had been there, no one knew what it was like. Ling Xiao needed more information about the royal mystery realm. Therefore, he stopped searching and went to the exit of the 7th region to find Gale. He asked about the Emperor's supreme herb. "Why are you asking about the Emperor's supreme herb?" Gale's expression changed slightly. "To be honest, I have a friend who has an unmentionable disease. He needs the Emperor's supreme herb to treat it." Ling Xiao answered. Since he had decided to trust Gale, Ling Xiao was not afraid to tell him his purpose. Anyway, even if he told him, as long as he didn't take the Emperor's supreme herb, it wouldn't be against the rules. "I see. Actually, the Emperor's supreme herb is not rare in the royal mystery realm. In fact, there are a lot of them. Although this herb has a special effect, it can only cure special unmentionable diseases. The range is too narrow. Also, it needs an excellent pharmacist to refine it. Otherwise, it would be useless. You should know that the Emperor's supreme herb is only a yellow-grade herb, right?" Gale asked. "I know that. But why is there not a single Emperor's supreme herb in the 7th region?" Ling Xiao was very curious. "This has something to do with the Yuanling." Gale sighed and said, "The Yuanling can make a special talisman. This talisman needs the Emperor's supreme herb to provide energy. Therefore, a large amount of the Emperor's supreme herb was taken away by the Yuanling as soon as it matured. Some were even taken away as soon as they germinated. If you really want it, you can only go to the King region. The Yuanling's nest is there." "The King region." Ling Xiao revealed a stern expression. "I advise you not to take the risk. With your current strength, you can't survive in the King region. Also, without the permission of the 8 great clans, you can't go near the King region. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Gale reminded, "My brother is indebted to you. That's why I'm telling you this. I hope you won't be stupid." "I know." Ling Xiao nodded, but in his heart, he didn't plan to stop here. It wasn't easy for him to enter the royal mystery realm. Yu Fanghua only needed a single Emperor's supreme herb. He didn't need to fight with the monsters or the Yuanling in the King region. Actually, he only needed to steal one. He was very good at this kind of movement technique. Wu tilde tilde suddenly, the strange sound of a horn came from afar, and smoke signals rose slowly. "Not good." Gale stood up and looked into the distance. Between his eyebrows, there was anxiety and helplessness. "What's going on, hunting chief?" Ling Xiao thought to himself. If even the hunting chief, Gale, was nervous, then it couldn't be anything good. "A war is coming." Gale sighed and said, "The Yuanling doesn't want outside martial artists to enter the royal mystery realm. Therefore, every once in a while, they will launch a small-scale war. Although it's called a small-scale war, it can actually cover the entire royal mystery realm. When the time comes, not only the Yuanling, but also the monsters they raise will participate in the war. Once it's chaotic, the soldier region will no longer be safe. Maybe even monsters from the 10 levels of hell will appear here. Listen, Ling Xiao, immediately go to the 9th region with your friend." "The 9th region? Aren't there only 8 regions?" Ling Xiao was stunned. "The 9th region has the strongest security. You'll be safe there." Chapter 26-27. Ling Xiao, take your friend to District 9. This is the map. If you go there, you won't be swallowed up by this battle. Gale's expression was very serious. Perhaps only he knew what the Yuanling's battle in the extreme royal mystic realm meant. "Is the Yuanling really that powerful?" Ling Xiao said with a frown. "That's right. Otherwise, do you think the extreme royal mystic realm set up so many barriers just to prevent outsiders from entering? No. The biggest reason is to prevent the Yuanling people from going out. They don't have many people, but each one of them is very powerful, comparable to a king-level monster. And the monster beasts in the extreme royal mystic realm basically listen to their commands. I've only seen such a battle once. After that battle, basically all the soldier-level and general-level martial artists who couldn't hide in the safe zone died in battle. Even many king-stage martial artists had died. If it weren't for the Thunder Seigneur, the 14th Prince, and the 7th Prince working together, I'm afraid even the safe zone would be in trouble." Gale sighed. All right, don't ask anymore. Hurry up and go to the safe zone. After you go in, don't come out again. You're very talented. It's not worth it to die in this battle. In the distance, terrifying roars came one after another. Smoke and dust drifted in the sky. The huge demonic beasts actually joined together, covering the sky and covering the sun, like a terrifying army of giant beasts. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with the Taiji eye and found that there was a martial artist standing on the head of one of the king-level monster beasts. This martial artist's body shape was similar to a human's, but he looked more like a spirit of heaven and earth condensed from spirit energy. His entire body was emitting a powerful energy aura. That should be the commander of the invasion of District 7. I'm not his match. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he wanted to help Gale, now was definitely not the time. His cultivation was not enough. He might be able to fight against ordinary monster beasts, but against a king-level monster beast, his battle strength was too limited. Moreover, even if it was an ordinary monster beast, it was an army of tens of thousands. It was definitely not something a few people could deal with alone. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. If they stayed by Gale's side, they would only become a burden. It was better to enter the safe zone as soon as possible. By the time Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had rushed to the safe zone, the entire soldier-level zone had already been occupied by Yarrow beasts and Yuanling martial artists. Along the way, they had relied on Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye to avoid many dangers. That was how they got closer to District 9. Up ahead, a group of people were surrounded by demonic beasts and were fighting. Ling Xiao glanced over and saw that it was Avidinia and the others. If these people were nice to him, he might have chosen to help them. But now, he could only pretend that he didn't see them. Not launching a sneak attack was already extremely benevolent. However, although he had shown mercy, some people did not know what was good for them. Ling Xiao, where are you going? Get your ass over here. No Agreements discovered Ling Xiao and shouted, You coward. Coward. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. His life was more important now. As for No Agreements' angry shouts, he just treated them as dogs barking. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Big brother, I can't take it anymore. I must kill this kid today. I underestimated him at the Wang Mansion. He's definitely not my match. No Agreements jumped out of the battle formation and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was only because there weren't too many demonic beasts in the vicinity that Wu Yu had such an opportunity. When he was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, No Agreements had already launched his attack. The terrifying Cobra martial soul released a terrifying killing intent. No Agreements threw the dagger in his hand and bit towards Ling Xiao's back like a venomous snake. I didn't attack you guys, but I didn't expect you guys to be so ungrateful. You actually want to attack me, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, you guys continue forward. I'll be there soon. Ling Xiao sneered. He had originally planned to start a massacre in the Imperial Secret Realm. Since No Agreements had delivered himself to his doorstep, he would not be polite. It should be said that this battle had come at the right time. In this way, even if he killed the 6 people under Ji Hyun of Silla, it could be explained away as Yuanling's doing. No Agreements was not even worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not even bother to use his beast soul transformation. The white jade flying dragon sword appeared in his hand and he blocked No Agreements' attack. A terrifying aura began to brew in his body. Kid, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. The aura released from his body suddenly became stronger. What? No Agreements was rushing towards Ling Xiao, but he suddenly realized that the aura released by Ling Xiao was actually at the middle stage of the 9th level of hell. All of a sudden, he became incomparably terrified. He stopped abruptly and turned to run. Because he realized that he had made a grave mistake. Ling Xiao had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he did not realize it. His brother, Avidinia, also did not realize it. He originally thought that he was the hunter and Ling Xiao was the prey. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao had become the scariest hunter. Isn't it a little too late to think of running now? Ling Xiao looked coldly at No Agreements. This guy was already less than 3 meters away from him. At this distance, with Ling Xiao's speed, no agreements was dead for sure. Wolf travels 1,000 miles, lone wolf travels. In an instant, Ling Xiao was already behind no agreements. No agreements could even hear his breathing clearly. No. I was wrong. Don't kill me. No agreements shouted in fear, hoping that Ling Xiao would be merciful. At this moment, Avidinia and the others who were fighting with the demon beasts not far away also noticed the situation. Ling Xiao, stop. If you dare to touch my brother, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Avidinia roared. Idiot. When you threatened to attack me, Fanghua, Sister Ruoxian, and Moon Death, you were already on my blacklist. You think you can threaten me? Ling Xiao sneered and pierced no agreements' back. Wu Yu only felt the world turn dark, and his whole person gradually lost consciousness. Before he died, the only thing he thought of was why he had to provoke this Ling Xiao alone. He regretted it so much. You killed no agreements, you killed my brother. I want you dead. Avidinia's roar was insignificant in the extreme imperial mystic realm. Although he was already very angry, his voice still couldn't cover the terrifying roars of the demon beasts. Hihi, you'd better take care of yourself. Don't die before you kill me. Goodbye. Ling Xiao didn't intend to continue fighting. He directly kicked No Agreements's corpse into the crowd of demon beasts. In an instant, the corpse was torn to pieces by the crazy demon beasts. And he sped up to escape. As for Avidinia and the others, although they wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge No Agreements, it was a pity that they were blocked by the demon beasts and couldn't chase. Chapter 26-28. No agreements, you don't have to feel sad, because soon, your brothers will die with you. Oh right, your master, Ji-Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan, will also die. He actually dares to have ideas about my woman, he must be tired of living. On the way, Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. As long as there was a chance, he would not spare any of these enemies who dared to scheme against him. Oh right. Since I have the Tai Chi Eye and Shadow Steps, coupled with the 1,000-mile wolf, can I take advantage of this chaos to make a trip to the king-level area? This is an excellent opportunity. On the way to the safe zone, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Emperor's supreme grass. Now that the Emperor's secret realm was in chaos, the Arcana Academy could not monitor everyone. This way, he could take the opportunity to go to the king-level area, or even the untouchable places. This was a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, he sped up and caught up with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in front. However, at this time, he did not say anything. After sending the two women to the safe zone, he prepared to leave. After all, his women were important, and he could not underestimate his friends. Just as he was about to reach the safe zone, suddenly, a terrifying attack was released from the beast horde. This attack was directly aimed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally thought it was a Yuanling warrior, but after dodging, he found that it was Wano Ruri who attacked him. Wano Ruri led a group of people to stop the three of them. This place was only a few hundred meters away from the safe zone. The reason this guy took the risk to stop them here was definitely because killing was not allowed in the safe zone. Once they entered the safe zone, it would not be easy for Wano Ruri to kill him. After thinking this through, Ling Xiao had an idea. Four-leaf demonic eyes, Soul Catcher. Soul Catcher was a move that the soul race used to control other creatures. The lower the soul power and the lower the strength of the target, the easier it was to control. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not use it to deal with Wano Ruri. It was those beasts. He didn't want to continue fighting. Firstly, it was because he might not be Wano Ruri's opponent for the time being. Secondly, since they were about to reach the safety zone, there was no need to expend too much energy at this time. As the Soul Catcher was released, suddenly, more than 10 demonic beasts pounced over. In the eyes of the bystanders, these demonic beasts had come to attack because they had discovered the enemies on their side. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew that these guys were obeying his orders. Although these demonic beasts weren't strong and couldn't pose a threat to Bo Yi Ruri and the others, they were still able to fight back. However, the sudden attack still gave them a headache. They had to get rid of these demonic beasts before they could deal with Ling Xiao. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao grabbed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and sped into the safe zone. Bastard! Wano Rory roared in anger after killing the demon beast. Miss Lioli, with the current situation, I'm afraid there's no way to deal with them. Let's go to the safe zone first. A warrior next to him shouted. At this moment, because more than 10 demonic beasts were killed, the smell of blood attracted even more demonic beasts. They were densely packed like ants. This scene gave Wano Rory a fright. If it was one-on-one, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of any demonic beasts. However, there were so many of them that they could take her life in an instant. Ling Xiao, you better remember this. One day, I, Wano Rory, will kill you. Let's retreat. Wano Rory led her subordinates and headed to the safe zone. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had already arrived at the safe zone ahead of time, warned Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death before leaving. He didn't want to explain too much, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death understood. At this moment, they couldn't help Ling Xiao. After all, they didn't have the special ability that Ling Xiao had. Sister Ruoxian, I'm so worried. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, Moon Death couldn't help but grab Lin Ruoxian's hand and said worriedly, Don't worry, he'll be fine. Let's go and find a secluded place. We should continue cultivating. The potential in our bodies hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Our strength can definitely increase even more. In order to help him more, we have to work harder. Lin Ruoxian always felt that she and Moon Death were gradually unable to keep up with Ling Xiao's pace. However, she still wanted to work hard to catch up. Fortunately, the potential of the 9 Snake Generals' inheritance and Cold Moon Generals' inheritance hadn't been fully unleashed yet. Therefore, their current cultivation speed was still very terrifying. At this moment, Ling Xiao had entered the state of a ghost wolf. In this state, he couldn't attack, but he also wouldn't be hurt by attacks other than soul attacks. This was the safest state. Moreover, the ghost wolf state was one of the moves of the 1,000-mile wolf, so his speed wasn't slow. He continued to advance from the soldier level area to the general level area. Along the way, he saw many corpses of Arcana Academy's disciples. Of course, there were also corpses of beasts. However, whenever he encountered a Yuanling, he would take the initiative to avoid it. The Yuanling was formed by the spirit qi of heaven and earth. It could definitely hurt his ghost wolf state. This was a very dangerous thing. Soon, he entered the general level area from the soldier level area. The general level area was usually reserved for martial artists from the late stage of the 9th level of hell to the early stage of the 10th level of hell. The battles here were obviously more intense. This was because the martial artists of Arcana Academy who stayed here were more powerful and had organized more effective counterattacks. It wasn't as chaotic as the soldier level area. Of course, this made it easier for Ling Xiao to sneak around. Anyway, he followed a principle. Before he obtained the Emperor Supreme Grass, he would try his best not to fight. Soon, he stepped into the King class area. In the King level area, there were battles from time to time. However, there were much fewer beasts. Almost every battle was a top-notch battle. Although there were few battles, the range was very wide. Ling Xiao even saw the figures of the Thunder Master and the 7 Great Elders. Worried that he would be discovered by these people, he would rather take a detour than meet them. After all, these experts' soul powers were very strong. It was difficult to be sure that they would not discover him. Therefore, he had to be careful. Let's go to the Yuanling's lair. At this time, the Yuanling should be out in full force. If he took this opportunity to go to the Yuanling's lair, he would definitely be able to get the Emperor Supreme Grass. Anyway, the Emperor Supreme Grass was not a precious herb. Even if the Yuanling had guards, they would not send 2 strong guards for such a cheap thing. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He opened his Tai Chi eye and found the Yuanling's lair. Then, he rushed over. Just as he had expected, the lair of the Metaspirit clan was extremely quiet. Other than the fortress that looked like a giant tree, there was not a single person in sight. Good luck. Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced and began to look for the Emperor Supreme Grass. This was his only goal after coming here. Chapter 26-29. If he wanted to collect the Emperor Supreme Grass, He had to remove his ghost wolf form. This was a very dangerous thing to do. However, Ling Xiao saw a large amount of Emperor Supreme grass. How could he give up just because he was afraid of danger? In an instant, he returned to his original form. However, at this moment, the originally huge tree fortress actually stood up. That's right, it stood up. It stood up like a human. It stood up with its roots like a huge human. However, it looked like a huge tree. Oh my god, is this the legendary Tyrant? Ling Xiao had heard about Tyrants before. Animals with spirituality could become demonic beasts and then demons. Plants with spirituality could also transform into monsters. However, an ordinary Tyrant was at most 7 to 8 meters tall. For example, this thing was dozens of meters tall, and its huge body could cause the earth to tremble with just a slight sway. The terrifyingly huge Tyrant glared at Ling Xiao with its hill-sized eyes. The huge tree trunk became its arms. The huge tree roots became its legs. It was roaring and roaring. The terrifying voice made Ling Xiao shudder like he had never felt before. I can't faint. Ling Xiao couldn't care less at this moment. He released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The terrifying Sky Tyrant will help him stay awake and stand under the huge tree. If it wasn't for the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would have died at the hands of this terrifying Tyrant. However, the situation was not optimistic. This terrifying Tyrant had reached the peak of the 1-star Yin-Yang Realm's level 11 hell. What a terrifying cultivation. It was as strong as the Lightning Emperor and even stronger than the Lightning Senior. For such a terrifying existence, as long as he used his killing intent, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao silently. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he had it and it was very powerful. That was why he was able to avoid being killed on the spot. The Tyrant seemed to be confused. How could this puny human resist the attack of its crazy killing intent? However, it didn't matter. His huge legs took a step forward and stomped down on Ling Xiao's position. However, because its body was too big, its movements seemed very slow. However, that terrifying pressure caused Ling Xiao's entire body to be unable to move. Even though he had the powerful heavens dominating will to resist, his entire body still seemed to be imprisoned. He could only watch as the huge foot that was like a mountain stomped down on him. If Ling Xiao was really stepped on by this foot, there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving. Calm down. Don't panic. Even if danger was approaching, even if their lives were at stake. However, Ling Xiao still did not want to panic. The moment he lost his composure, he would be dead for sure. He had experienced danger time and time again, and had encountered similar troubles, but he had always survived. Therefore, this time, he believed that he could still survive. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were still waiting for him in the safe zone. Yu Fanghua, his Moon Lady sister, was still waiting for him in Thunder City. No matter what, he could not die. Absolutely not. He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire, the ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent. He was the king, the overlord. At this moment, his will became incomparably strong. In the Mountain River world, the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent suddenly emitted a strange luster. A heavenly dragon, a divine phoenix, and a white tiger soared into the sky. They appeared in the desolate land of the universe of Tyrant. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became incomparably strong. This aura made the tree fortress giant feel very uncomfortable. His foot actually stopped in the air for a short moment. It seemed to be confused about what was under his foot. It seemed to be confused about why he was afraid. However, after a moment, he did not find any danger. After pausing for only a few seconds, his foot began to stomp down again. However, this short pause gave Ling Xiao an excellent opportunity to transform. Perhaps it was the huge pressure that caused the sun god beast soul in Ling Xiao's body to react. It actually integrated into the universe of Tyrant and became a huge constellation. After that, the sun god beast soul continuously released a strange power, causing Ling Xiao's body to begin to undergo some kind of change. This constellation was made up of hundreds of planets. However, Except for one of them, the rest were very dim. This shining planet released a powerful energy that was directly injected into the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. 5 words suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind: Earth Golden Light Technique. This should be some kind of secret technique that came from the Sun God Beast Soul. It was similar to the special abilities of Ling Xiao's other beast souls, but it was stronger. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel it. The Sun God Beast Soul could awaken more than one special ability. However, it was very difficult to awaken. This time, if not for the encounter with the Tree Fortress Giant, in such a dangerous situation, the Earth Golden Light Technique would not have awakened. In fact, this should not be called a secret technique. To be more accurate, it should be called a remarkable ability. This was because it did not require any seals or incantations. It could be achieved immediately. This scene sounded like it took a long time, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. With the release of the Earth Golden Light Technique, Ling Xiao's body instantly turned into a golden light and directly drilled into the ground, and then fled into the distance. In the process of flying underground, the golden light looked like a strange mouse. Using the fastest speed, it drilled into the ground and formed a hole. This moment was too fast. It was so fast that the Tree Fortress Giant did not even see what was happening. His huge feet stomped on the ground, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. A large area of cracks appeared, and there was spring water and even magma spewing out of the ground. Ling Xiao could feel how terrifyingly fast he was at this moment. Not only was the 1,000-mile wolf incomparable, even the godly light speed of the past could not compare. This speed was beyond imagination. If his body had not instantly entered the Sun God Beast Soul transformation state, his body would have been destroyed because of this. This terrifying speed was too much of a burden on the body. What's more, this thing was not consuming inner strength or spiritual power, but physical strength. Ling Xiao could feel that it did not take long for his speed to slow down. The burden on his body was too great, and he could already hear the creak of his bones in protest. The Tree Fortress Giant's body was huge. Although its speed was very slow, every step it took could cover a very long distance. If it had not been for the Earth Golden Light Technique, Ling Xiao believed that he would have become the mud under the feet of this giant beast. Boom! At a certain time, the ground shattered, and a figure jumped out of it and fell to the ground, panting heavily. Ling Xiao felt as if he was going to be crippled. He had never been so tired. Chapter 26:30. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly as he felt the exhaustion in his body. It seemed that although the Earth Elemental Golden Light Technique was useful, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had left the Tree Fortress far behind. Otherwise, he would have been dead. In the process of running for his life, Ling Xiao did not forget to prepare the Emperor's Supreme Grass for Yu Fanghua. Under such circumstances, he successfully threw the Emperor's Supreme Grass into the Mountain River realm. Awesome! Although Ling Xiao felt very tired, the blood spirit pill was not given to him for free. With just one blood spirit pill in his stomach, his physical strength had basically recovered. His body felt much more comfortable, and his heart was very carefree. Of course, he was afraid. However, for a madman like Ling Xiao, this was very satisfying. He liked this kind of thrilling feeling. If he had not been attacked by the Tree Fortress, Ling Xiao believed that it would have taken him a long time to awaken the Sun Divine Beast Soul's divine ability. However, such a dangerous thing could not happen too often. It would be fine if he encountered it once a day. If he encountered it twice, he would be dead for sure. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that because of the huge external pressure, his body's potential had been released on a large scale. He had finally broken through to the late stage of the Yin-Yang Stage 9 Hell. Not only that, but he had also accumulated 7 levels of energy. He was only 3 levels away from the peak. Perhaps this was what they meant by profiting from a disaster. However, compared to the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the combination of the Sun Divine Beast Soul and the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. After the combination, the Sun Divine Beast Soul had completely integrated into the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and become a constellation. Therefore, he had awakened his first divine ability. He believed that a divine ability like the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique would continue to improve as his cultivation increased. This was much more useful than the secret techniques that he had learned directly. Of course, he would be able to awaken other divine abilities in the future, but it would depend on the timing. This was not something that could be forced. Fortunately, with the experience of the first awakening, he knew that the Sun Divine Beast Soul had to be integrated into the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul to awaken it. He could try this out in the future. In truth, although Thousand Mile Wolf and Shadow Steps could allow Ling Xiao to stay alive, the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. The effects of these two abilities were getting worse and worse. Even though Dark Shadow Step allowed him to conceal himself, there was no way his speed could compare to the Earthen Golden Light technique. With this Golden Light technique, even if he was hunted down by an expert of this level, he would have a way to save his life. He wouldn't be completely at a loss. The Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit is indeed mysterious. It can even fuse with the most mysterious beast god Martial Spirit in the Black Tortoise continent. Looks like I really did obtain a supreme treasure back then. No wonder no matter which continent the martial artists were from, they would crazily pursue the basic form of the tyrannical martial spirit, the Mountain River Martial Spirit. This thing is indeed powerful. The more martial artists he came into contact with, the more Ling Xiao felt the power of his tyrannical martial spirit. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Now that I have the Emperor's supreme grass, I don't need to take any more risks. He stood up and was about to leave when he realized that he had been in a panic and didn't know where he had ended up. He turned his head and saw that there were two huge stone tablets about 100 meters away from him. One of the stone tablets had the words "Untouchable Place" inscribed on it. The other stone tablet had the words "Trespassers shall die." Damn. I actually ended up here in a daze. How did I end up at the entrance of the Untouchable Place? Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the pitch-black entrance and the skeletons floating in the air. He could feel the terror. However, it was very strange. Something in his body was guiding him into the Untouchable Place. Ling Xiao, don't go. There are indeed good things inside, but you definitely can't do it with your current strength. At that moment, Yuan Venerate's voice woke Ling Xiao up from his stupor. Ling Xiao was startled. He was clearly proficient in soul mystic techniques, yet he had actually been hit by such a strange mystic technique. He had really been too careless. Master, what exactly is going on inside? It feels like something terrifying is residing here. Ling Xiao asked. It should be. I suggest that you increase your cultivation base first and come back to take a look when you reach the Yin-Yang First Revolution, the Yuan Venerate suggested. Furthermore, there is a strange array formation in this place that even I can't decipher in a short time. However, I have already memorized the structure of this array formation and will slowly decipher it for you. Just bear with it for a while. The things inside will be yours sooner or later. Thank you, Master. Although Ling Xiao was full of adventurous spirit, he wasn't a fool. He obviously wouldn't be so foolish as to go in and die. Untouchable place. Very well, one day, I, Ling Xiao, will go in and take a look. I will see what exactly is going on inside. Ling Xiao took a deep look at the entrance before turning around and walking away. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't do anything about it. This time, he directly entered his ghost wolf form and didn't want to revert back to his original form for the time being. Although the ghost wolf form would constantly consume internal energy, this wasn't a problem for him. He had more yin-yang pills than anyone else and could constantly replenish his internal energy. Furthermore, his internal energy was much more abundant than the average martialists. Even though he was in his ghost wolf form, he was still very careful, especially when he passed by the Yuanling's lair. However, he suddenly discovered that the terrifying tree fortress was actually fighting with a group of people. There was a total of 8 people in this group. One of them was the Lightning Seigneur. The other 7 were the 7 elders of the Arcana Academy. These 8 experts were actually at a disadvantage when dealing with the tree fortress giants. The 7 elders were already injured and almost couldn't fight. The Lightning Seigneur was also injured. However, he was still strong enough to hold on for the time being. This tree fortress giant is really terrifying. Even the Lightning Seigneur and the 7 elders can't defeat it. It's no wonder that the Yuanling left it behind without any guards. Ling Xiao hid in the dark and watched the battle. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. "Dean, let's retreat. We're no match for this guy," Bo Yi shouted as he covered his bleeding arm. As a martialist at the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm, level 11, hell, he was actually very strong. Even so, he could only suggest that they retreat. "He's about to come. I can feel it." The Lightning Seigneur was also injured, and his injuries were getting worse. However, his face was full of smiles as if he saw hope. Him? Who was he? Who could make the Lightning Seigneur so confident? Would that person be able to get rid of this terrifying tree fortress just by coming? Could it be the Lightning Emperor? Chapter 2631. Who was the Lightning Seigneur waiting for? Could it be the Thunder Emperor? It seemed that the strongest person in the entire Chen nation was the Thunder Emperor. Now that the Thunder Emperor was here, this battle should be over. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling perplexed, the sky suddenly seemed to be torn apart. A figure wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky. This person held a pair of hammers in his hands. Lightning continuously shot out from the hammers, creating fire. The twin hammers smashed onto the tree giant's body at lightning speed. At the same time, lightning flashed. The tree fortress giant actually let out a miserable shriek. Clearly, it was already injured. The Thunder Emperor? No, the Thunder Emperor is not that young. Ling Xiao saw that person reveal his true appearance. He looked very young, not even 20 years old. What kind of terrifying fellow is this? The 14th prince is here. Bo Yi's deep voice suddenly rang out, filled with anticipation and hope. The Lightning Seigneur laughed loudly and said, "My good nephew, you are finally here. How long has it been since we last met? To think that your cultivation has already reached such a terrifying level. You are almost at your father's level. You are even stronger than me, your royal uncle." Hearing this voice, Ling Xiao finally figured out this person's identity. The 14th prince. It was actually the War Prince. The flying eagle killing god, Chen Tsangxiong. Good fellow. I have heard of this fellow's name before. I have heard of him since I was in the 8 Immortals city. He was Ji Hyun of Silla's greatest opponent and was known for his strong martial prowess. However, even though Ling Xiao had heard of him, he did not expect this fellow to be so terrifying. With such a cultivation, he was definitely a peak expert in the Chen nation. The Heavenly Thunder Divine hammers in his hands were said to have been used by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Emperor in the past. Not only were they terrifyingly powerful, but they were also made of special materials that made them virtually indestructible. As the youngest prince of the Chen nation, Chen Tsangxiong was the strongest. Of the 14 princes, only 2 or 3 were mediocre. The rest performed well. However, there were only 2 things that people were afraid of and remembered. One was Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan. The other was the War Prince, Chen Tsangxiong. These 2 9-star princes had won over almost all the princes except for the 7th prince. Ling Xiao had already met Ji Hyun of Silla. His cultivation was unfathomable, and his intelligence was outstanding. Until now, Ling Xiao still didn't know what cultivation level that guy had, but it was said that he was definitely not as powerful as the 14th prince. He relied on his extraordinary intelligence. What a terrifying genius. Not bad, not bad. I'm starting to get interested. Looking at Chen Tsangxiong, Ling Xiao actually had an impulse to quickly increase his strength. Only when his strength rose to a certain level would he be qualified to fight Chen Tsangxiong. He was said to be the #1 genius in the state of Chen. Even in the entire western regions, he could definitely be considered a first-rate genius. It must be fun to fight. This guy's strength was something that even the Lightning Seigneur could not compare to. It was enough to show how terrifying he was. Even the experts of the older generation could not compare to him. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could compare to him. Everyone guessed that the 7th prince, Chen Kangmang, could. However, Chen Kangmang had never displayed his powerful combat strength. The reason why his army was invincible was because of their overall combat strength. Hence, this was only a guess. On the surface, the strongest person in the state of Chen was the Lightning Seigneur. After the Lightning Seigneur, it was the 14th prince, Chen Tsangxiong. Not only was Chen Tsangxiong a genius, but he also had rich combat experience. After all, he was known as the eagle-killing god and controlled one of the two strongest armies in the state of Chen, the Eagle Army. In terms of combat achievements, he was only inferior to the 7th prince, Chen Kangmang. Needless to say, his combat experience did not need to be mentioned. Despite his young age, however, being young did not mean anything. In the world of cultivators, there were plenty of people who ventured out at the age of 11 or 12. The giant in the Fortress of Trees could suppress the Lightning Seigneur and the 7 elders. However, against Chen Tsangxiong's attacks, it was clearly losing ground and being completely suppressed. The terrifying Heavenly Thunder Divine Hammer continuously released powerful lightning in the air, striking the giant in the Fortress of Trees. The giant in the Fortress of Trees kept falling. Green blood poured down like a waterfall. Although it was huge and had powerful attacks, Chen Kangmang was not weaker than it. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, Chen Kangmang was more experienced. Hence, Chen Tsangxiong really had the upper hand in this battle. Coupled with the powerful Heavenly Thunder Divine Hammer, the defeat of the giant in the Fortress of Trees was perhaps only a matter of time. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene. Although he was a strong-willed person, he had to admit that in front of Chen Tsangxiong, he was simply an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. After all, he could not even move in front of the giant in the Fortress of Trees. However, Chen Tsangxiong was suppressing this terrifying giant in the Fortress of Trees. The giant in the Fortress of Trees let out a terrifying roar. It was the last fortress of the Yuanling, their home base. His roar terrified the Yuanling, who were in the midst of a massacre in the extreme imperial mystic realm. They all returned to their home base. 14. Hurry up and finish the battle. The Yuanling guys are back. The Lightning Seigneur had already received a secret message from his soul and knew that the battle of the Yuanling was about to end. So what if they had killed many Arcana Academy disciples? If their home base was destroyed, then the battle of the Yuanling would be considered a complete failure. Hearing the Lightning Seigneur's words, the 14th prince, Chen Kangmang, became even crazier. His body suddenly became huge, as if his entire body was condensed from lightning. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Hammer in his hand also became bigger. Previously, he had been dodging the attacks of the giant in the Fortress of Trees, but now, he was actually fighting the giant to the death. Under that terrifying attack, the giant in the Fortress of Trees was smashed into pieces. Suddenly, something was blasted out of the giant's body and fell into the distance. Ling Xiao did not even think about it and immediately chased after it. Something that had been blasted out of the giant's body was definitely not something ordinary. As long as he obtained it, his cultivation would definitely increase. As for this battle, although it was enjoyable to watch, business was more important. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Kangmang finally smashed down with his hammer and broke the giant in half. He wanted to finish off the giant completely, but the experts of the Yuanling had already rushed back. Chen Kangmang had no choice but to retreat with the Lightning Seigneur and the others. In the Yuanling, there were 3 martial artists at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although Chen Kangmang was not afraid of fighting one-on-one, if he was surrounded, even he would be in trouble. That was why he chose to retreat. However, the direction of his retreat was the direction that the strange light had fallen. Ling Xiao had already picked it up. The Taiji I told him that it was the life essence of the giant in the Fortress of Trees. The giant in the Fortress of Trees had a total of 10 life essences. Each life essence represented 100 years of his life and 10% of his strength. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was one of them. Chapter 2632. Before Ling Xiao could use the life essence, he suddenly sensed that someone was coming. He hurriedly put the life essence and the more precious items in his storage ring into the mountain river world. He knew who was coming from behind. So he had to be careful. Who is it? The Lightning Seigneur and the others discovered Ling Xiao and surrounded him in an instant. Ling Xiao was ready to use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Facing these experts, His only choice was to run. Reporting to Lord Dean, "It's this disciple." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "You're that Ling Xiao? The genius that Kang Lan found?" The Lightning Seigneur clearly remembered Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was the only person who had injured him since the establishment of the Arcana Academy. It was impossible for him to not remember. "It's this disciple. What are you doing here?" The Lightning Seigneur frowned and asked. "Uncle Wang, don't ask such nonsense." 14th Prince Chen Tsangxiong looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao with a condescending attitude and said, "Hand over your storage ring." Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt threatened and humiliated. But the opponent was very strong, so strong that he couldn't deal with it. Moreover, he didn't want to expose the secret of the Earth Elemental Golden Light Technique. Because the Earth Elemental Golden Light Technique consumed too much energy. If he used it before leaving the Imperial Mystery Realm, Chen Tsangxiong would definitely catch up to him. Moreover, he had already put the more precious items in the storage ring into the Mountain River world. He wasn't afraid of being checked. He took off the storage ring and respectfully handed it to 14th Prince Chen Tsangxiong. Then, he swore in his heart that he would definitely find Chen Tsangxiong and make him pay for the humiliation he suffered today. Moreover, it would be soon. Bastard. 14th Prince Chen Tsangxiong's investigation was naturally fruitless. There were only a few spirit stones and some ordinary pills in the storage ring. This was also in line with Ling Xiao's identity. A cultivator from a small place naturally wouldn't have too many good things in his storage ring. However, this infuriated Chen Tsangxiong. He actually crushed the storage ring, along with the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones inside. Then, without even looking at Ling Xiao, he turned around and left. It was as if he didn't care about this ant at all. Don't blame him. You can only blame yourself for being here. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. The Lightning Seigneur glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, then shot into the sky as well. The 7 elders followed him and left. Ling Xiao stared at the shattered storage ring on the ground and clenched his fists tightly. Too weak. You're right. If one was too weak, they would be bullied. Just you wait. Soon, I will make him kneel in front of me and apologize. He heaved a long sigh. Ling Xiao also turned around and left. This was not a place to stay for long. This was a king-class area, and the Yuanling had already returned. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be destroyed by the Yuanling. After leaving the king-class area, Ling Xiao arrived at the general class area. There was already a river of blood here, and there was no fighting for the time being. Ling Xiao chose a safe place and set up a formation. Then, he took out the life essence and swallowed it. Because of this, he had been humiliated by the 14th prince, Chen Tsangxiong. Therefore, he had to make good use of this thing. He sat cross-legged, and the life essence in his body was constantly released. This power was different from other types of energy. It did not harm the body at all. Therefore, he did not suffer any pain. His cultivation broke through the shackles in an instant, and he directly advanced to the peak of the 9th layer of hell. After reaching the peak of the 9th layer of hell, this power did not stop. It was still accumulating. 10%, 20%, 90%, 100%. Finally, the energy needed to break through to the 10th layer of hell was completely filled. However, Ling Xiao now faced a more troublesome problem. This was the Imperial Mystic Realm. How could he open a gate of hell in the Imperial Mystic Realm? The previous breakthroughs were all small breakthroughs in the same layer of hell, so there was no need to open a new gate of hell. However, it was different this time. He had to open the gate of the 10th layer of hell. This difficulty was greater than he had imagined. If Ling Xiao asked others, the conclusion he would get would be that it was impossible. However, he did not know, so he was even more fearless. He sat there and focused on controlling the life essence in his body, constantly attacking the barrier of the breakthrough. Above his head, the terrifying gate of hell had already appeared, but it was unwilling to open. Open for me. Although the Imperial Mystic Realm had been affecting his cultivation and did not allow him to open the gate of hell. It was a mysterious energy that was constantly blocking him. However, Ling Xiao had a way to defeat it. This mysterious energy, to put it bluntly, was a kind of energy circulation similar to an array. He could not understand the mysteries within, so he could not rely on brute force. However, Ling Xiao could do both at the same time. The Taiji Eye analyzed the flaws of the energy, and his source spirit came out of his shell, constantly attacking the weakest part of the energy. After 7 days, he finally broke through. At that moment, the gate of hell opened. A terrifying energy soared into the sky. Ling Xiao's cultivation had officially entered the early stage of the yin-yang realm's 10th layer of hell. It was easy to break through the small realms of the same layer of hell. However, it was very difficult to break through between 2 layers of hell. To be able to break through, for Ling Xiao, it was definitely a great fortune. Too powerful. This life essence, just one, allowed me to make such a big breakthrough. I guess no one would have thought of it. 14th Prince, I still have to thank you. Just treat it as spending a storage ring and those spirit stones in exchange for this huge breakthrough in strength. The breakthrough in cultivation also allowed Ling Xiao to start cultivating new moves. The current him was no longer satisfied with top jade grade martial skills. With his cultivation reaching the yin-yang realm's 10th layer of hell, he had the ability to come into contact with immortal grade 1st layer martial skills. The shadow martial arts had a follow-up move that was immortal grade 1st layer martial skills. What Ling Xiao wanted to cultivate now was this move, Shadow Sword Demon. Ling Xiao spent a day comprehending the martial skills. This was already the 9th day since he entered the Imperial Mystery Realm. After he succeeded in comprehending the martial skills, he used the powerful demonic beasts in the general level area to hone his martial skills. This move, Shadow Sword Demon, was cultivated to the small success stage by him. However, he felt that he was almost there. While most martial artists were still stuck at top jade grade or even high-level jade grade martial skills, he had already secretly learned immortal grade 1st layer martial skills. This was a huge improvement in his strength. The reason why he stopped cultivating was that it was already the 10th day. He had to go back and check on the situation and see if the Arcana Academy had any other arrangements. On the other hand, he was worried about the safety of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. The two of them were in the safe zone when the battle broke out. However, after the battle subsided, no one could be sure of their safety. Therefore, he had to go back. Ling Xiao hid his true cultivation and only revealed that he was at the 9th layer of hell of the yin-yang realm. Chapter 2633. On the way to the safe zone, there were corpses everywhere. The corpses of Arcana Academy disciples. The corpses of monsters. And the corpses of Yuanling. Indeed, war was always the most miserable thing. No matter which side it was the same. Perhaps it was because the battle had just ended, the monsters were all hiding in their nests to recuperate. Ling Xiao didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Instead, he met a lot of Arcana Academy disciples. However, people who didn't know each other wouldn't greet each other. Ling Xiao arrived at the safe zone as fast as he could. However, there was basically no one in the safe zone at this time. After the battle ended, all the Arcana Academy disciples who hid in the safe zone were sent out to collect the corpses of the dead warriors. Ling Xiao was anxious and directly went to the 7th zone. They were in charge of the 7th zone, so Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death naturally went there too. After his cultivation had increased, Ling Xiao's current speed was much faster than before. Originally, it would have taken at least half an hour to travel, but now, he arrived in less than 10 minutes. The moment Ling Xiao arrived at the 7th zone, he encountered Avidinia and the others. These 5 people directly surrounded Ling Xiao. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Where are Sister Ruoxian and Moon Death? Ling Xiao knew why Avidinia and the others surrounded him. They saw him kill no agreements, so they definitely wouldn't let him go. In fact, he wasn't afraid, but he was worried about Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, so he didn't want to waste time. You don't have time, but we do. Avidinia said coldly, when you killed my brother, you probably didn't expect this day to come. To be honest, I didn't see you for so many days, so I thought you were dead. I was really sad because if you were dead, I wouldn't be able to avenge my brother. I wouldn't be able to kill you. Now, it's great that you're not dead. This is really surprising. But after the surprise, I'm happy. Idiot. If you attack now, I can guarantee that none of the 5 of you will survive. The current Ling Xiao didn't even put these 5 people in his eyes. The reason why he didn't want to make a move was purely because he was worried about Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the hunting chief of Division 7. He believed that Gale should know about the Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Leave. Can you walk? Of course, Avadinia didn't know what Ling Xiao had experienced in the past 10 days, or how terrifyingly strong he had become. He only knew that his younger brother was killed by Ling Xiao, so he had to kill Ling Xiao for revenge. What's more, they were shouldering a mission. Ji Hyun of Silla had ordered them to eliminate Ling Xiao here. Now that half a month had passed, it was time to complete the mission. So, no matter what, Ling Xiao had to die. You're courting death. Ling Xiao was already very anxious, but these people still wanted to cause trouble for him, which made him furious. I think you're the one courting death. But before you die, let me tell you something good. Avadinia suddenly sneered and said, aren't you looking for your 2 women? I can tell you now where they went. Where did they go? Ling Xiao was about to leave, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped and his anger was contained. Do you still remember Bo Yi Ruri? After Elder Bo Yi returned, I don't know why, but he asked Bo Yi Ruri to bring Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back for questioning. I guess they should have left the extreme royal secret realm by now. Avadinia sneered and said, I'm afraid you're not familiar with Bo Yi Ruri's personality. That woman hates all beautiful women. I have to say, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's beauty is quite good. Once they fall into her hands, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as death. In the end, they will be turned into something that doesn't even look like a human or a ghost. Do you know how Bo Yi Ruri raised a group of ghost-masked female generals? They were transformed from the beautiful women she captured. Beautiful women turned into ugly ghost-masked female generals. TSK, I believe you'll be very interested. Didn't you say you wouldn't let them marry my 2 brothers? Now it's good. Their ending will be even more miserable than you can imagine. Hearing this, Ling Xiao confirmed that Avadinia wasn't lying. He guessed that although the 14th prince didn't find the tree fortress's life essence on him, Bo Yi Ruri wasn't willing to give up. He probably suspected that he had hidden the life essence. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were captured because of this. After thinking this through, Ling Xiao felt a wave of irritation in his heart. Bo Yi Ruri, just you wait. If anything happens to my sister Ruoxian and Moon Death, I'll definitely make the 2 of you pay with your lives. Since he already got his answer, he didn't want to waste any more time with Avadinia and the others. He once again took a step forward and was about to leave. Go. Avadinia didn't know how angry he was at this time, and even more didn't understand how strong his killing intent was. He actually gave the order to attack at this time. Apart from him, the other 4 people pounced at Ling Xiao at the same time. At that moment, a sharp and cold light flashed in the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes. If they want to die, then let them die. Suddenly, a sword light appeared. The 4 people who pounced at Ling Xiao all fell to the ground on the spot. On each of their throats, there was a very small but absolutely fatal wound. I told you, don't court death. Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at Avadinia. You know that I'm angry, yet you still want to court death, stupid. You dare to kill people in the Extreme Emperor secret realm. Avadinia was incomparably shocked. According to the rules, killing was not allowed in the Extreme Emperor secret realm. Of course, if it wasn't discovered, then it was a different story. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the Yuanling campaign to kill no agreements. In fact, Avadinia and the others were also prepared to use the demon beasts in the Extreme Emperor secret realm to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was more straightforward and direct than them. So what if I killed people? You asked for it, Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, he turned his head again and headed out of the Extreme Emperor secret realm. But how could Avadinia be willing to let him leave just like that? Of the 6 Arcana Academy disciples who were like brothers and sisters, he was the only one left. He would never let Ling Xiao go. In that instant, His entire body turned into a terrifying poisonous snake and attacked Ling Xiao from behind. This move was similar to No Agreement's attack, but it was stronger and more ruthless. Go to hell, lowly country bumpkin, even if you kill 5 of them, I alone am enough. Avidinia's voice was roaring. At this moment, he no longer cared about the rules. In any case, Ling Xiao had already killed people, so his attack could be explained as legitimate self-defense. Moreover, with Ji-Hyun of Silla as his guarantor, he would definitely be fine. Chapter 2634. When he thought about how Ling Xiao might die and how he might make a great contribution, Avidinia felt the pain of losing his friends disappear. Even if his brothers No Agreements and Wu Yang were killed, it doesn't matter. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, then his clan would be able to achieve meteoric success. Although they can't compare to the 8 great families, they can definitely rise from a small family to a medium family. What a beautiful hope! I told you not to throw your life away. You didn't listen. Ling Xiao sighed. He really didn't want to waste time with Avidinia. Then he'll use the strongest move that he just mastered. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He didn't use beast soul transformation because there was no need. With his current cultivation, killing Avidinia in this state is more than enough. Shadow battle technique, Shadow Sword Demon. In that instant, a shadow flew out from the sword. It carried a strong sword intent and charged towards Avidinia. Looking down on me. Avidinia saw that Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. He was a bit angry. This guy dared to look down on him. Does he really think he's that easy to deal with? Although you hid your strength, you're at most a yin-yang stage 9 Hell's middle stage. With this kind of cultivation, you dare to look down on me, Avidinia? Who's the one looking for death? The black shadow didn't have the momentum he expected, it was very low-key. So Avidinia didn't pay much attention to it. Indeed, Ling Xiao's martial arts weren't weak, the strongest attack martial arts could reach the peak of Jade grade martial arts. But he also has martial arts of the same level. What's there to be afraid of? In terms of cultivation, the difference between him and his opponent is too big. There's no reason for him to be afraid. What's more, the move he was using now was his strongest move, and he had used close to 90% of his strength. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao in battle. Unfortunately, Avidinia, who was planning to attack with all his might, didn't know. Ling Xiao wasn't in the middle stage of the 9th level of Hell, but in the early stage of the 10th level of Hell. There was a huge difference between them. Moreover, Dark Sword Demon was not a Jade grade martial skill, but an Immortal grade 1st level martial skill. Cold and powerful, yet low-key and gloomy. This was the specialty of the Shadow Sword Demon. It didn't seem like much, but once the power of the attack was unleashed, the result would be very shocking. Rumble. The 2 attacks finally collided. At that moment, Avidinia finally revealed a terrified expression. How is this possible? He was shocked. He was terrified. His opponent's attack had completely suppressed his own, which was unacceptable to him. When you're in the underworld, don't forget that you shouldn't have given me these 10 days to cultivate. My cultivation isn't at the middle stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th level of Hell. It's the early stage of the 10th level of Hell. Ling Xiao's contemptuous voice rang in Avidinia's ears. The moment before his consciousness completely disappeared. Only now did he realize that he'd still underestimated Ling Xiao in the end. This was simply like a dream, a nightmare. From the beginning, he had offended the wrong person. Perhaps, Her Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla will also accompany us in Hell. He suddenly thought of Ji-Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan. Her Highness was still coveting Yu Fenghua's beauty and strength. She didn't know that she had offended such a terrifying person. This was a monster, a demon. As long as he didn't die, he would be able to strike fear in everyone. I hope this guy dies in Bo Yi Chen's hands, otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Finally, Avidinia completely lost consciousness. Ling Xiao's figure had also completely disappeared. As Ling Xiao, he obviously didn't know about Avidinia's complicated emotions before his death. Fear and anticipation. Fear of death, anticipation that Bo Yi Chen could kill Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the exit of the extreme royal mystic realm. Because half a month hadn't passed yet, the extreme royal mystic realm was still closed. When the martial artists guarding the entrance of the extreme royal mystic realm saw Ling Xiao coming over, they all gripped the weapons in their hands and looked at Ling Xiao with great vigilance. "Get out of the way, I want to go out," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Impudent, the extreme royal mystic realm's time hasn't ended, you can't go out." The guard shouted loudly. "Is that so? But I heard that Bo Yi Liuli has already gone out. You have already violated the rules. Could it be that these rules were only prepared for me?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He didn't have time to waste with these guards. But after all, he didn't have any deep hatred with these guards, so he suppressed his urge to kill. "What a joke, can you compare to Miss Liuli? Miss Liuli is the eldest daughter of the Bo Yi clan, one of the state of Chen's 8 great clans, and you're just a lowly commoner. What qualifications do you have to compare to her?" The guard sneered and said, "Scram. If you don't scram, don't blame us for being impolite." Impolite? A martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the First Revolution, I want to see how you can be impolite to me. Since the other party was shameless, then Ling Xiao didn't need to be polite. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword again. Even if he had to kill his way out. Courting death, actually daring to be disrespectful to the guards, kill him, one of the guards shouted loudly, and the other guard immediately responded. The two of them attacked almost at the same time, wanting to make Ling Xiao's blood splatter on the spot. In any case, this wasn't a big deal. If Ling Xiao wanted to force his way out, they had the authority to kill him. However, in the next moment, blood indeed splattered out. However, the one who died was not Ling Xiao, but the two guards. Blood gushed out from their necks, but they didn't die immediately. They could only look at Ling Xiao in horror. They felt that this was unbelievable and ridiculous. A new disciple of the Arcana Academy who could only mix in the soldier-level area could actually kill the two of them in one move? What kind of joke was this? "Not only will I kill you, but that bitch Wano Liuli must die too," Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger that had never been seen before. Wano Liuli should still be in the Arcana Academy. There's an interrogation room in the Arcana Academy. This is the map I drew for you, be careful. Ling Xiao was about to open the exit of the extreme royal mystery realm to leave when suddenly, a figure flashed out. It was Gale. Gale had serious scratches on his body. It was obvious that he was attacked by a monster. It was almost to the point where he couldn't fight. However, he dragged his sick body to give Ling Xiao a map. "Why?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. If it was to help him with some small matter, he could understand that Gale was helping him because of Lai Huang. However, this time, he was going to become enemies with the Wano clan, one of the 8 great clans. "I almost died, but the two ladies saved me. It's too bad that I was seriously injured and could only watch as they were taken away, unable to save them. Promise me, you must save them." Tears welled up in Lai Feng's eyes as he spoke. Chapter 2635. "Don't worry, I will definitely save them." Ling Xiao nodded. Lai Feng stepped forward and fiddled with the teleportation gate of the extreme royal mystic realm for a moment before opening it. "Saving them is important, but you have to be careful. Bo Yi Xin shouldn't be in the interrogation room, so your chances are still very high," Gale reminded. "Got it." Ling Xiao nodded and glanced at the map. He had already memorized the location of the interrogation room. Bo Yi Ruri. Ling Xiao originally didn't treat this guy as an enemy. Because he had seen many so-called geniuses who liked to show off, he had long been used to it. But he didn't expect that this guy actually dared to target Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. This had touched his reverse scale. After exiting the teleportation door, Ling Xiao ignored the shocked gazes of others and went straight to the interrogation room. He knew that he didn't have much time. Once Bo Yi Xin found out about this, he definitely wouldn't be able to save them. At that time, he might even lose his life. Hurry up. His speed became faster and faster. Because Gale's map was more accurate, he didn't take a detour and went straight to the interrogation room. He knew very well that if he killed Bo Yi Ruri, He definitely wouldn't be able to stay in the Arcana Academy. But he didn't care. If there was anything else about the Arcana Academy that attracted him, it would be the untouchable place in the Imperial Secret Realm. But that place, he still didn't have the ability to enter. When he had the ability in the future, who would be able to stop him? Leaving now really wasn't a pity at all. He didn't believe that the Chen country's royal family could cover the sky with one hand. What are you doing? When he reached the door of the interrogation room, there were already warriors who began to stop him. These people were clearly Bo Yi Ruri's subordinates. Ling Xiao didn't stop at all and directly sent these people flying. He didn't care whether they lived or died and kicked open the door of the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were hung on a wooden beam. Fresh blood was dripping from his body, dripping onto the ground. The dripping sound was heart-wrenching. Ling Xiao even saw Ruri Wano cutting Moon Death's body with her knife. As she slashed, she sneered, "Lin Ruoxian, I know you're not afraid of death, but you're very sentimental. If you don't tell me, I'll cut this woman into pieces." How could there be such a vicious woman? Ling Xiao's anger soared to the sky. At that moment, he did not intend to show any mercy. Kill. Kill them all. Kill everyone who dared to stop him. These were his true thoughts, his truest thoughts. As this thought formed, the second star of the sun god constellation lit up. In his mind, the second divine ability of the sun god constellation appeared. Bloodthirsty plague. It was also a secret technique that had been awakened under special circumstances. However, it was different from the horizontal golden light technique. The bloodthirsty plague was extremely evil and powerful. As Ling Xiao uttered these 4 words, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. His body instantly transformed into the bloodthirsty demon rat. The plague spread. Countless germs were released, quickly spreading in the interrogation room. Aside from his own people, the other martial artists, including Ruri Wano, could clearly feel their blood suddenly turning black, and was being devoured by the germs. Those with weaker cultivations had their blood sucked dry on the spot. The plague germs became a lot bigger, and then merged into the demon rat transformation. This allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to increase. Although the increase was not too obvious, this kind of terrifying attack was enough to make people tremble in fear. Aside from Ruri Wano who could still move, the others were completely infected by the germs, their skin turning black as they screamed. Ling Xiao did not expect that this Abhijna secret technique would actually be so terrifying. Although Ruri Wano could still move, she was feeling very uncomfortable, as if breathing had become difficult. You bastard, stop. Stop. Ruri Wano cried out in pain. Do you know who my father is? My father is Ken Wano, the patriarch of the Wano clan, one of the 8 great clans of the state of Chen. Even the Thunder Seigneur would have to give him some face. You dare to hurt me, you will die a horrible death. Even though Ling Xiao had the upper hand, Ruri Wano was still very arrogant. Her words were not begging for mercy, but threatening. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to her. He walked over, took out clean clothes from his storage ring, and wrapped them up with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Then, he let them enter the beast ring to rest. I will definitely take revenge for you, no matter who the other party is. Ling Xiao now regretted bringing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death out. If these 2 girls had not followed him, they probably would not have been tortured like this. He understood that after leaving Thunder City, he would send Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to the 8 Immortals City. In the 8 Immortals City, they would be of great use, and they would not encounter too much danger. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to do now was to kill Ruri Wano. However, the bloodthirsty plague seemed to be the same as the earth elemental golden light technique. It consumed a lot of stamina. Helpless, he could only remove it midway. Then, he ate a blood spirit pill to completely recover his stamina. After the bloodthirsty plague was removed, Ruri Wano survived. However, her subordinates were all dead. The scratches on their bodies, were they all done by you? Ling Xiao looked at Ruri Wano and coldly asked. That's right, I did it. So what? A lowly commoner asked them questions, and they actually dared to not answer. This is the light punishment. Don't worry, after I capture you, I will make you suffer 10 times more painful than them. Ruri Wano ate a pill and her body gradually recovered. At this time, she also wore the leather armor that she was very proud of. It was a leather armor made from the skin of a powerful demon beast. It is a divine-grade spirit tool. At the same time, she also took out a weapon. It is also a divine-grade spirit tool. Obviously, Ruri Wano knew that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. Therefore, she wanted to use all her strength to torture Ling Xiao. I will use these 2 daggers to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I will make you suffer so much that you will wish that you were dead. While speaking, she also released her martial spirit. Her martial spirit is actually an ugly swamp monster. This is the first time Ling Xiao saw this kind of martial spirit. It is very special. Brat, I'm going to cut off your flesh inch by inch and eat it with wine. Licking the dagger in her hand, Ruri Wano's expression became even more malevolent. It seems that she is very proud of herself. When she thought about the process of torturing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, she felt incomparable satisfaction. And all of this is because she loathes Ling Xiao, this lowly commoner, who dares to ride on her head and obtain better results than her. Chapter 2636. In the Dean's room, the 7 elders and the Lightning Seigneur were healing together. During this time, someone came in to report Ling Xiao's audacious behavior. Bo Yi sneered, so what if that trash barged into the interrogation room? Dean, can you let Ruri kill that guy? Of course, barging into the interrogation room is a serious crime. Although that kid's talent is not bad, the Chen state hates rebels the most. The Ling family used to be rebels. Who would have thought that this Ling Xiao would follow in their footsteps? Could it be that he's a surviving member of the Ling family? The Lightning Seigneur said. I'm not sure about that. After all, he's a martial artist who's reincarnated. It's not impossible for him to change his name. Bo Yi said. It doesn't matter. Since he's a rebel, there's no need to be merciful. Pass down the order. Bo Yi Ruri can punish Ling Xiao however she wants. After the Lightning Seigneur finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Due to the heavy injuries from the battle with the Tree Fortress giant, it's not easy for him to recover. At this moment, none of the experts present thought that Bo Yi Ruri would lose to Ling Xiao. Not even the slightest bit of thought. The person who passed down the order quickly arrived at the interrogation room. He even brought a team of secret realm guards, each of them very powerful. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, did you hear that, Ling Xiao? Lord Lightning Seigneur told me to punish you however I want. So what if you're right? Who told you to appear at the place where the life essence fell? Even if you didn't take the life essence, you still have to die. Bo Yi Ruri laughed excitedly. Originally, she was still a bit worried. After all, the Lightning Seigneur seemed to think highly of Ling Xiao. If she killed Ling Xiao, would the Lightning Seigneur blame her? Would he blame her family? But now, there's nothing to worry about. Lowly commoner, you country bumpkin from 8 Immortals City, are you ready to die? Bo Yi Ruri waved the dagger in her hand, looking very excited. She seemed to have forgotten the horror of the bloodthirsty plague. Lowly commoner? Hehe, today I'll let you see the wrath of a lowly commoner. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stepped out of the interrogation room. This place was too small, making it inconvenient to escape. Although he wasn't afraid of Wano Ruri, if an expert were to come to his rescue, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar in the interrogation room. The wrath of the untouchables? Ha ha ha, with just you, do you dare to go against our Bo Yi clan? Ruri Wano also followed him out of the interrogation room. They arrived at the square of the Arcana Academy. At this moment, there were already many people surrounding the square. These people came to watch the show after hearing about what happened in the interrogation room. Most of them were here to support Ruri Wano. After all, most people were still in awe of the 8 great families. In the state of Chen, the 8 great families were like gods. Brat, don't be stupid. How can you fight Lady Wano? Even if you work hard for your whole life, you won't be able to get that set of equipment on her. Not to mention that your cultivation is inferior to hers. Even if your cultivation is the same as hers, you will still be crushed by her. That's right, lowly commoner, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy to Miss Ruri Wano? Shut up, You're just a bunch of domesticated dogs. Ling Xiao angrily roared. This brat is crazy. That's right, he actually dares to call us dogs. Let Miss Ruri Wano teach him a lesson and stomp him to death like a bug. Angry voices came from the crowd. Miss Ruri, kill him. Miss Ruri, we support you. Ruri Wano looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. She enjoyed the feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars. Almost everyone was supporting her, hoping that she would be able to kill Ling Xiao. What a wonderful thing it would be. Hehe, did you hear that? This is the voice of the crowd. So what if you're right? Because your strength is inferior to mine, inferior to my Boyi clan, so your words are nothing but fart. But we can call a deer a horse, inverting black and white. Ruri Wano was clearly saying that she was calling a deer a horse. But the surrounding people didn't seem to hear her words. How do you think I should teach this brat a lesson? She loudly asked. Cut off one of his legs? No, this brat's mouth is too rotten. Just cut off his tongue. That's too easy for him. I think we should just cripple his cultivation and throw him to the Imperial Beast Garden to feed those demon beasts. In the crowd, there were all kinds of opinions. One was more cruel than the other, one was crazier than the other. It was as if in their eyes, Ling Xiao wasn't a human, but an insignificant animal. Pitiful Ling Xiao, you're obviously doing the right thing, but you're being spurned and insulted by people. Don't you feel wronged? Ruri Wano coldly laughed. She hoped to see Ling Xiao's dispirited and desperate appearance. Why should I care about the barking of a group of dogs? Moreover, as long as I kill you, these dogs will immediately shut up. Because you're their master, they have to listen to you. Ling Xiao disdainfully said. Hehe, your mouth is quite tough. Let's see how long you can be tough. Ruri Wano coldly laughed, and then said, Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. You've already said that once, so there's no need to repeat it. Only weaklings keep shouting pretentiously. Just do it. Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He didn't need the 8 immortal swords to deal with Ruri Wano. Looks like you're really tired of living. Good, very good. Ruri Wano's first revolution yin-yang stage 9th level of hell aura suddenly burst out, piercing through the clouds. Everyone was shocked. All the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. Only 16 years old first revolution yin-yang stage 9th level of hell cultivation. Miss Ruri Wano is really a genius. Ling Xiao also released his aura at the same time. However, he was only at the middle stage 9th level of hell cultivation. In his opinion, this cultivation was enough. It was just killing Ruri Wano, so there was no need to completely expose his cultivation. Moreover, since Chen Wano and the others didn't come, he didn't need to be anxious. He wanted to properly torture Ruri Wano and then kill her. Otherwise, it would be hard to appease the hatred in his heart. When he saw the countless blade wounds on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he almost wanted to eat Ruri Wano alive. If he couldn't make this vicious woman suffer, he definitely wouldn't be able to appease his anger. He guessed that there were 2 reasons why Chen Wano didn't come. One was that he was injured, and the other was that he looked down on him, thinking that Ruri Wano could easily kill him. To be honest, he was quite afraid of the Wano family. But so what if he was afraid? Even if the other party was the emperor of Chen country, as long as they dared to harm his friends, he had no reason to retreat. Even if he died, he would make them pay a heavy price. Chapter 2637. Ha ha ha, that kid is so funny. He's only in the middle stage of the 9th level of hell, but he dares to challenge Miss Wano, who's in the peak stage. Moreover, she's wearing a full set of divine-grade spiritual equipment. He's dead for sure. That country bumpkin probably doesn't know what a full set of divine-grade spiritual equipment means. Let's just wait and see. At this moment, Wano Lioli suddenly attacked. She held her dagger in a reverse grip and quickly approached Ling Xiao. Beautiful. This attack simply doesn't have any flaws. Perfect attack. That kid is probably going to die soon. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully at the crowd's comments. Flawless. Perfect attack. But in his Taikai eye, Wano Lioli was full of flaws. This proud woman didn't even think about defending when she attacked, so the flaws on her body were as numerous as the holes in a sieve. How dare you be so arrogant with such strength? What a joke. Ling Xiao wasn't going to use his beast soul transformation. With the white jade flying dragon sword in hand, he stared at Wano Liuli and took a deep breath. Then, his body shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was too fast. Wano Liuli didn't even see how her opponent attacked, and one of her arms was already cut off and fell to the ground. Ah! Wano Liuli screamed miserably. She didn't expect this to happen. She didn't even touch her opponent, and she lost an arm. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Many people in the crowd rubbed their eyes. They thought they were dreaming and that this wasn't reality. Because everything in front of them was too strange. It was completely beyond their imagination. Unfortunately, when they opened their eyes, Wano Liuli's arm was still gone. It's actually real. Wano Liuli endured the pain. The swamp monster behind her let out a strange cry. It turned the soil under its feet into mud and fused it with Wano Liuli's arm. Her broken arm was regenerated. Although you can't hurt me, it really hurts. It really hurts. Ruri Wano glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. She was incomparably furious. Swamp monster, fuse. Amidst the ear-piercing roar, Ruri Wano disappeared and was replaced by a gigantic creature. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its huge body was completely made of mud, but it was very sturdy, just like a giant. Ha ha ha, you can't even find me now, how can you hurt me? The voice seemed to be coming from all directions, making it impossible to determine where Ruri Wano's real body was. Now, pitiful peasant, go to hell. My patience has been worn away by you. Troll blade, exterminate. As the huge swamp monster roared, a huge dagger appeared in its hand, and it slashed towards Ling Xiao. When this huge dagger was waved in the air, a strong wind blew, rocks flew everywhere, and the surroundings were in a mess. Wano Ruri, you actually abandoned your pride. Hihi, I will let you know that even if you abandon your dignity to launch an attack, it will still be useless. Shadow martial arts, ghost slaying dragon, ghost war emperor. 2 moves in a row. The first move, ghost slaying dragon, was a pitch-black ghost dragon that went berserk and crashed into the huge swamp monster. It blocked the terrifying blade of the swamp monster. Then the second move, Ghost War Emperor, was accurately aimed at a certain part of the swamp monster's body. At that moment, Ruri Wano, who was hiding in that position, was shocked. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to find her exact location. When she wanted to escape, it was already too late. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the swamp monster, and at the same time, her body. Ah! Once again, Ruri Wano let out a shocking scream, and fell from the swamp monster's body. Ruri Wano, who had fallen to the ground, was in a very miserable state. There wasn't a single part of her body that was intact, and almost all of it had been pierced through. A large amount of mud was gathering, trying to repair her body. This swamp monster's martial soul was really special. In a sense, it was almost invincible. But even so, the pain was unavoidable. Ruri Wano felt like she was being cut into pieces by Ling Xiao. The pain she felt was 10 times, 100 times more intense than the pain she felt from Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. She gave up her pride. She gave up her dignity. She hid in the swamp monster and tried to use it to defeat Ling Xiao. But in the end, she was still defeated. She was still found and defeated by Ling Xiao. She felt that she had lost all her dignity. She wanted to regain her dignity and her pride. But her body still couldn't heal completely. You've had enough fun. Now, it's time to send you to hell. Ling Xiao and Ruri Wano had been fighting for almost half an hour now. Ruri Wano had also been tortured for almost half an hour. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue, he knew that he would be in danger if he continued. So, he decided to end this battle. Bloodthirsty Plague. This was Ling Xiao's second time using the Bloodthirsty Plague. Ruri Wano's swamp monster martial soul was very strange, but it was meaningless in the face of the Bloodthirsty Plague. No. No. Seeing a large amount of black plague germs crawling onto her body, Ruri Wano let out a terrified scream. The germs would contaminate her blood as soon as they came into contact with her wounds. Not only were her wounds unable to heal, But large amounts of her blood and internal energy were also sucked away by the germs. The intense pain caused her to let out ear-piercing screams. However, Ling Xiao just stood there and watched all of this coldly. In the crowd, the people who had been speaking ill of Ruri Wano all shut their mouths. But just because they had shut their mouths didn't mean that Ling Xiao would forget. The plague germs didn't stop spreading. These people all had them on their bodies. Although they didn't deserve to die, Ling Xiao still wanted to teach them a lesson and make them understand. Not just anyone could laugh at them. "Spare me, spare me." Screams and pleas for mercy came from the crowd. "Spare you? What did you say just now? I'm just a lowly commoner, what right do I have to make you beg for mercy?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. "Aren't you all capable people? Can you talk? Now, use your abilities to save yourselves, a bunch of idiots." After experiencing so many things, Ling Xiao had already seen through them. The more benevolent you are to these people, the more arrogant and despotic they will be. When you become an evil spirit, they will become docile and obedient. Chapter 26:38. At this time, Rory's screams were still hysterical, but they were getting weaker and weaker. The terrifying plague had turned Ruri Bono into a skinny monster. In her life, she loved and cherished her beauty the most. In order to prevent other women from surpassing her, she didn't hesitate to destroy other women's beauty. This could be considered retribution. When she died in the form of a monster. There were nearly 100 people who had suffered unimaginable pain because of the bloodthirsty plague. Because of their cheap mouths. But fortunately, it was only their mouths, and Ling Xiao didn't kill them. However, Ruri Wano was in a much more miserable state. Under the torment of the bloodthirsty plague, she screamed for a full 15 minutes before dying completely. When Xin Bo heard the report and rushed to the scene, Ling Xiao had already left for half an hour. This was because when Ling Xiao left, he didn't recall the plague that he released, allowing it to trap the movements of the Arcana Academy students who were watching the show. Half an hour was the time he fought for. At this time, he had already arrived at Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. When Ji Hyun of Silla saw Ling Xiao return unscathed, the shock on his face couldn't be faked. There was no way to hide it. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Hyun of Silla coldly and said, "I've disappointed you. The one who died wasn't me, but Avidinia and the others. They deserved to die. You killed them?" Ji Hyun of Silla frowned and asked. "That's right, I killed them. Is your highness dissatisfied?" Ling Xiao asked back. "Those were my 6 most capable subordinates. You dared to kill them?" Although Ji Hyun of Silla had always tolerated Ling Xiao because of Yu Fanghua. But at this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Why wouldn't I dare? I think your highness shouldn't be concerned about their deaths, but about the Bo family's revenge." Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. "What do you mean?" Chen Kanglan frowned. He knew that he might have been tricked by Ling Xiao. "What can I mean? Ruri Bo was killed by me. Do you think Chen Kanglan will come looking for trouble with you?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "As far as I know, the Bo family is under the 14th prince. They will definitely take this opportunity to cause trouble for you. Why should this prince be the scapegoat for the trouble you caused?" King Zhixian was famous for his intelligence, but he never thought that he would be tricked by Ling Xiao. "Hehe, I should be asking you. Now, the entire Thunder City knows that I, Ling Xiao, am your man. Even if you don't admit it, others won't believe you. Ling of Silla. You bastard. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now and bring you back to the Bo family?" Chen Kanglan's face was gloomy. He hated being tricked the most. "You won't." Ling Xiao was very calm. "Why?" "Because you're a smart person. You know that it won't be easy to kill me. But if you take this opportunity to destroy the Bo family's prestige, it will be more beneficial for you, right?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although he didn't want to admit it, Chen Kanglan knew that Ling Xiao was right. When Ling Xiao left, he had been trying to get close to Yu Fanghua and persuade Yu Fanghua to leave Ling Xiao and become his woman. But not only did he fail, he was also taught a lesson by Yu Fanghua. At that time, he realized that Yu Fanghua's strength was very terrifying. He couldn't deal with her at all. Unless Ling Xiao died in the royal mystery realm, he wouldn't be able to get Yu Fanghua to help him. But now, Ling Xiao was back. Safe and sound. It was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao, but he could use this incident to get Yu Fanghua to help him get rid of Bo Yi. Even if he knew that Ling Xiao was using him, he still had to protect Ling Xiao and weaken his 14th brother's wings. Thinking of this, he said, "You're ruthless. But after this matter is over, you should leave. You killed my people, I can't accept you anymore. Otherwise, my subordinates won't be convinced." In fact, the reason Chen Kanglan did this was because he felt that Ling Xiao was difficult to control. Since he couldn't control or kill him, he might as well not keep him by his side. Of course, he didn't want to be Ling Xiao's enemy. This was the strategy he and Hong Minor came up with after discussing for a long time. If he couldn't kill or subdue him, then he would try his best not to be his enemy. Anyway, with Ling Xiao's personality, he wouldn't be willing to be under someone else. So, he didn't have to worry about Ling Xiao becoming his 14th brother's subordinate. Ling Xiao and Chen Kanglan had already discussed the plan to temporarily cooperate. Chen Kanglan still had the ability to protect Wano Ruri if he died. Of course, Ling Xiao would also help Chen Kanglan weaken the Bo Yi family's combat power. Less than 10 minutes after they had finished their discussion, Zhong Xian suddenly spoke up. A group of people rushed in from outside Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. Everyone was emitting a terrifying killing intent. They were heading straight for Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. The leader wasn't Bo Yi Ruri, but he looked very similar to Bo Yi Ruri. He was dressed in black and had a gloomy expression. It was probably because Bo Yi Ruri's injuries hadn't healed, so he couldn't come. However, this person was also very powerful. He was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm's 10th level of hell. Although he was weaker than Bo Yi Ruri, he was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. Behind him were the people who were poisoned by Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao only taught them a lesson and didn't kill them. However, they didn't know what was good for them and dared to come looking for trouble. If Ling Xiao attacked again, he might not be able to keep them alive. Among the crowd, there was one person that Ling Xiao was more familiar with. This person was Jiyu Tianba's godson, Jiyu Fang. Jiyu Fang also looked very angry. Because he was Bo Yi Ruri's fiancé. Ever since Jiyu Tianba chose Jiyu Fang as his successor, Bo Yi Ruri's fiancé, Jiyu Mingyu, became Jiyu Fang. His fiancé was killed, and died so miserably. How could Jiyu Fang not hate Ling Xiao? Moreover, Ling Xiao had also offended his adoptive father, Jiyu Tianba. No matter what the reason was, he had come here today to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, with the experts of the Bo Yi clan holding the fort, he believed that even if something happened, he wouldn't have to take responsibility. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Outside the Ji Hyun of Silla residence, 2 guards blocked the path of the newcomers, preventing them from barging into the residence. "Stop, this is the Ji Hyun of Silla residence. Who dares to barge in?" The black-clothed middle-aged man from the Bo Yi clan coldly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of the 2 guards. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "Scram!" As his thunderous voice rang out, the 2 mansion soldiers were sent flying and crashed into the door. So powerful. Chapter 2639. The soldiers of Ji Hyun of Silla were repelled, and they looked at the intruders in horror. However, the middle-aged man in black had no intention of killing them. He directly destroyed the snake guards at the gate of Ji Hyun of Silla's residence, and then broke into the prince's residence. In his eyes, the dignified Ji Hyun of Silla's residence was like entering a place where no one could stop him. Perhaps this guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted with the support of the 14th prince. However, as soon as the middle-aged man in black and the others entered the prince's residence, they were stopped by a group of warriors. "How dare you? This is Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. How dare you do whatever you want here?" This group of people was much stronger than the previous 2 soldiers. Moreover, there were many of them. To a certain extent, they were the elites of Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. However, the middle-aged man in black was still indifferent and arrogant. "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you all." Kill you all? Even if Bo Yi Chen came here personally, he wouldn't dare to behave so atrociously in Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. A man in black armor walked out from the group of soldiers. This man should be the commander of the soldiers of Ji-hyun of Silla's residence. Of course, he had the right to speak. When the middle-aged man in black heard this, he looked at the commander in front of him and sneered. He raised his hand, and there was a shining golden token in his hand. Look carefully, this is the command medallion bestowed by Lord Lightning Senior. So what? Even the Thunder Senior can't let you break into the prince's residence, right? Her Highness is not a pushover. The commander glanced at the token and said coldly, "Don't worry. We don't want to break into the prince's residence. We just want to take one person away." The middle-aged man in black obviously had some scruples about Ji-hyun of Silla, so he took a step back. His main mission this time was to capture Ling Xiao. The reason why the Thunder Senior gave him the token was also for this matter. "Who are you taking away?" the commander said with a frown. "Ling Xiao." The middle-aged man in black said the name very clearly. Although the commander was very angry with the intruder, he had the token given by the Thunder Senior. It was impossible for him, a mere commander of the prince's residence, to stop him. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't know much about him. He only heard that Ling Xiao had defeated no agreements, and was under Ji-hyun of Her Highness. Thinking of this, he glanced at the middle-aged man in black and said, "I need to ask His Highness about this matter. You should leave the mansion and wait." "Leave? Humph. That's not possible. Of Silla's residence. Of the Academy of Silla's residence. And hundreds of Silla of Silla of Silla's of Silla. Of Silla of Silla Su of Geoff Silla of Silla of Silla of Silla. Of Silla of Sessav of Silla of Sof Silla. If Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla wants to protect this thief, then she will be the enemy of the Thunder Senior." Because of the Thunder Senior, the middle-aged man in black didn't even care about Ji-hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. His attitude was very arrogant. Listen carefully. If Ji-hyun of Silla refuses to hand over Ling Xiao today, then even if this is the residence of Ji-hyun of Silla, we will still turn it upside down. Hearing the arrogant words of the other party, the commander became angrier. But anger aside, he didn't want to cause trouble for Ji-hyun of Silla. It was hard to say whether Her Highness would protect Ling Xiao or not. But there was one thing that the commander was sure of. It was unlikely that Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla would come forward. After all, this matter was very difficult to handle. Only a small commander like him could think of a way to deal with it. "Men, go and call Ling Xiao over." He wanted to call Ling Xiao over first and then see how to deal with this matter. Hearing the commander's words, the middle-aged man in black nodded with satisfaction and a smug expression appeared on his face. Being able to behave atrociously in the residence of Ji-hyun of Silla was something that the Boyi family had wanted to do for many years. Now, it had finally come true. Chen Kanglan of Ji-hyun of Silla didn't even dare to show his face. He must be afraid of the Thunder Senior. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was currently treating the injuries of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in the room. Although the two girls had hundreds of cuts on their bodies and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But Ling Xiao had the best blood spirit pill and life martial spirit, so they could still be healed. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. "Ling Xiao, come out quickly." This voice made Ling Xiao quite unhappy. He was concentrating on treating his injuries and definitely couldn't be disturbed. Not only was the person outside very loud, but his voice was also infused with internal energy, so he was shouting at him unscrupulously. What's more, he wasn't Chen Kanglan's servant, but a guest. If it were any other guest, this guy's rude behavior would probably kill him directly. But Ling Xiao didn't have time for that now. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the guy outside. The treatment was already in the final stage, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the person outside. The person outside waited for a while and finally became angry. He came near the room and directly pushed the door open. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, the other party obviously didn't realize that Ling Xiao was angry. He even said arrogantly, "You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that with His Highness protecting you, you can do whatever you want? You actually dared to cause trouble at the Arcana Academy. Don't you know that doing this will make things difficult for His Highness? Even if you're a dog, you should understand your master's thoughts. If you can't even be a good dog, you might as well die. The person who came in to report didn't see the scene of Ling Xiao defeating no agreements with his own eyes. Although he heard about it, he thought it was all nonsense. So in his opinion, Ling Xiao was just relying on His Highness Ji Hyun of Silla's favor to do whatever he wanted outside. This made him jealous and unhappy. He looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao wasn't a good dog. Now go out obediently. No matter what the Boyi family asks you to do, you'll bear it yourself. Don't say anything that's not good for His Highness. After he finished speaking, the person turned around and left. There was a smell of pills in the room, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to act recklessly. After all, this was the residence of Ji Hyun of Silla. Stop! A cold voice came out from the mouth of the little devil girl. This little devil girl was naturally Ling Xiao. In a sense, the external avatar was the owner's second body without a soul. It relied on the owner's soul force to control it. The little devil girl's words were naturally what Ling Xiao wanted to say. What? The person obviously didn't expect that a 6 or 7-year-old girl would dare to speak to him like this. Her tone even had a hint of command. Kneel down and apologize, the little devil girl said coldly. Apologize? You want me to kneel? The person's eyes flashed with disdain. Is this little girl an idiot? I'm the commander's right-hand man. Why would I apologize to a lowly commoner like you? You're asking for a beating. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the little devil girl's face. Chapter 2640. The arrogant official soldier tried to slap the little demoness. However, his hand did not manage to hit the little demoness' face. His hand was cut open from his wrist. His hand fell to the ground. He was stunned for a moment before he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You, how dare you hurt me? He looked at the little girl in front of him in horror. He finally understood that this little girl who looked easy to bully was too scary. So what if I hurt you? Chen Kanglan won't dare to say anything even if I kill you. You're his dog and we're not. The little demoness said coldly. What do you want? What do I want? Of course, I want you to kneel down and apologize. At this moment, Ling Xiao had finished treating his wounds and stood up slowly. Little demoness, on the other hand, stood aside. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and eerie. He was releasing a terrifying killing intent from his body. Only then did the person realize what a stupid thing he had done. Everyone in this room was stronger than him. He was really stupid. You can't do this to me. I was sent by the commander. He pinched his wrist and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The reason why he brought up the official soldier commander was because he was not confident enough and was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him. Commander, you don't seem to understand what I said. Even if Chen Kanglan sent you here, don't even think about leaving this room alive if you don't apologize, let alone the official soldier commander, Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was no room for negotiation. As he spoke, Ling Xiao raised his hand gently. He could take the incomer's life at any time. I apologize. The official soldier commander finally knelt down. All right, you can get lost now. Wait outside. If you dare to leave without permission, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao waved his hand and an irresistible force blasted the official soldier commander out. Of course, there was also an elixir. A pill to stop the bleeding. The other party had been disrespectful to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao had only given him a small punishment, but not to the extent of taking his life. The man hesitated for a moment before swallowing the pill. The blood on his wrist quickly coagulated. Looking at his bare wrist, he was filled with regret. He thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted as long as he received the order from the commander of the prefecture soldiers. He didn't expect to receive such an outcome. The hand that he lost was a lesson to him. In the future, he would not dare to offend people with unknown identities. Inside the room, Ling Xiao said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, you two can rest here. I'll have the little demoness stay behind to protect you. I'm sorry, we're really useless. Not only were we unable to help, We even implicated you and made the Boyo family hate you. Lin Ruoxian said bitterly. Don't say such useless words. If you're my friend, you must remember that to me, you're not tools for battle. You're living people, friends. As for the Boyo family, even without you, Boyo Lioli would still find trouble with me. In the end, I'm the one who caused this, so how can I blame you? Ling Xiao waved his hand, turned around, and walked out. Everything was within his expectations, and everything was going according to his plan. If everything went smoothly, it wouldn't be Ling Xiao who was taken away today, but the people from the Boyo family who would be killed in the Ji-Hyun of Silla residence. Why were those people able to enter the residence so easily? It was because Ji-Hyun of Silla Chen Kanglan accepted his suggestion and deliberately let those people in. Only then would he have an excuse to kill them. Otherwise, how could the dignified Ji-Hyun of Silla residence be so easy to break in? Wait a moment, I'll accompany you. Yu Fanghua, who had been silent all this while, slowly stood up and said, I'll be fine. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and said. Although he knew that Yu Fanghua would definitely keep him safe, he really didn't want his woman to take any risks. That won't do. If you die, where am I going to find such a good person to order around? Yu Fanghua said indifferently. Her tone was still cold, but her words were filled with deep concern. Others won't go to the king-level area of the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm for me and get the precious Extreme Emperor herb. From today onwards, I, Yu Fanghua, will definitely keep an eye on you. Ling Xiao felt a warm current in his heart, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. This woman, she was clearly concerned, but she had to say it in such a cold and heartless manner. Did she have to be so arrogant? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were originally worried about Ling Xiao, but since Yu Fanghua was willing to help, they were relieved. One Yu Fanghua was worth 10 of them. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you. Then let's go together. Ling Xiao sighed. He suddenly thought of the time when he fought side by side with the Moon Lady on the Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent. Today, he had to face danger together with his woman once again. Perhaps this was the so-called fate. After leaving the door, the guard captain was still standing there obediently. As expected, he didn't leave. Lead the way, Ling Xiao said coldly. However, the guard captain was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked. Reporting to young hero Ling, the Boyi family said that besides you, they will bring 2 more accomplices. One is Lin Ruoxian, and the other is Moon Death. The guard captain said in a trembling voice. He was really afraid that he would be killed by Ling Xiao because of this. Boyi family? Temph, just lead the way. Don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. After killing Boyi Ruri, Ling Xiao's heart had gradually calmed down. He didn't expect that the Boyi family would still dare to cause trouble for him. They even said that they wanted to find Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. It seemed that he would have to continue his massacre today. The guard captain didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly led the way. At this time, many martial artists had gathered in the courtyard of Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence. Among them were the guards and guests of Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence. Everyone was discussing, but the middle-aged man in black had a proud look on his face. It was as if he didn't care about these people at all. Look, Ling Xiao is here. Suddenly, the crowd parted and someone shouted. This shout attracted everyone's attention. On the separated path, the head of the household soldiers walked in front, while Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua, who was wearing a bamboo hat, walked side by side behind them. Although Yu Fanghua had covered her peerless face, her graceful figure and cold temperament still attracted many people's attention. It even gave people the urge to see what kind of face she had under that bamboo hat. However, the middle-aged man in black frowned. This was because there was no sign of Lin Ruoxian or Moon Death. This made the guard captain's face turn ugly. He had made it clear that he wanted Ling Xiao and the 2 women to come. Now, an unrelated person had come. Chapter 2641. What did you do? The commander asked coldly. The prefectural soldier's body trembled as he stretched out his right arm that had been cut off. Seeing this, the prefecture soldier commander suddenly understood. He looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. You did this. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. He broke into the guest's room and disturbed my cultivation. I'm already being nice by not killing him. Humph, you're ruthless. Let's not talk about this for now. Did you make a scene at the Arcana Academy, take away 2 criminals, and kill Wano Rurik? The commander snorted. Criminals? Commander, you seem to be mistaken. I only saved 2 of my friends. I'm not a criminal. As for Wano Rurik, yes, I did kill her. So what? Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of this commander, nor did he want to have a good impression of him. Your friends are criminals. That's right. This is the residence of Ji Hyun of Silla. How can you let criminals in? Seeing that Ling Xiao ignored him, the commander was even angrier. His voice turned cold. I don't want to hear the word criminal again. I hope you remember it. Otherwise, even Chen Kanglan can't save you. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. If he was a criminal, it would make sense. After all, he killed Avidinia and the others. However, if one were to say that Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shong were criminals, that would be a blatant insult to them. He could not accept it. How dare you? The commander roared. How dare you call Her Highness by her name? You're asking for death. The people around, whether they were the guest of the residence or the disciples of the Arcana Academy who came with the middle-aged man in black, saw that their leader dared to talk back to the commander and even called Ji Hyun of Silla by her name. They found it unbelievable. This kid is interesting. Too bad he's going to die after he's used. A guest of the residence sneered. Ji Hyun of Silla's order was simple. Let Ling Xiao and the Wano family both suffer. Then, clean up the mess and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, how impressive. I say, Ji Hyun of Silla is getting worse and worse. Even a dog dares to be so arrogant. You don't even respect the commander. The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at the commander of the prefecture soldiers. It was not just a taunt but also a provocation. Although he knew this, the prefecture soldier commander's expression was still very ugly. It was also true that Ling Xiao did not give him any face and called out King Zhixian's name in front of so many people. How was he going to get off the stage? Even if you are an honored guest favored by His Highness, you cannot be allowed to bring trouble to His Highness. Lord Lightning Supreme has orders to bring you and those 2 criminals for questioning. Do it now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The commander's face was filled with anger. His killing intent was spreading. He looked like he was going to attack at any moment. However, before he could do anything, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao's palm. He fell into the crowd and was in a sorry state. I said, I don't want to hear you call my friends criminals. Do you think you're fit to be the commander of Ji Hyun of Silla's residence? It was simply laughable. Although the Wano family is one of the 8 great families, it's a far cry from Ji Hyun of Silla. Now, they dare to step into Ji Hyun of Silla's residence to show off their power. Not only did you not chase them away, you even went along with them to find trouble with me. Do you think you're so impressive? You don't know that everything you do will be mocked by the Wano family. You're a coward to the extreme. Ling Xiao's words silenced all the soldiers and guest elders in the courtyard. Although his words were a little overboard, they weren't without reason. Indeed, regardless of what Ling Xiao had done, the fact that the other party had barged into the residence was a huge crime. As the commander of the soldiers, the most important thing to do was to chase the enemy out of the residence before discussing whether to hand over Ling Xiao and the other 2. Although they all understood this, the only one who dared to say it out loud was Ling Xiao. The commander wasn't weak. Although he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, he wasn't severely injured. He stood up, and his terrifying aura continued to expand. He was actually a martial artist at the advanced stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 1 transformation. Although he wasn't as strong as the middle-aged man in black, he wasn't far off. Admitting defeat was a lowly thing to do. You're courting death. The commander's anger was almost completely directed at Ling Xiao. Courting death? I don't mind having a big battle with you, but if you really have the guts, if you're really as strong as you seem, then chase this group of invaders out first. Otherwise, don't fart and keep your mouth shut. Be a coward and don't let me see you making a fuss in front of me again. How dare you? The prefecture soldier's commander was filled with rage. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was right, he couldn't afford to offend the lightning seigneur, so he definitely wouldn't dare to attack the Wano family. He could only vent his anger on Ling Xiao. In that instant, he pulled out the long saber at his waist, and a terrifying saber aura shot into the sky. The entire space was filled with an intense killing intent. Ling Xiao had to die. How dare he humiliate him like this? Don't worry, after I kill you, these people will be dealt with. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Kill me. Do you dare? Ling Xiao sneered and casually flipped his hand. He has the lightning seigneur's token, and I also have your master's token. Do you want to take a closer look? Seeing the token in Ling Xiao's hand, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Even the commander of the prefecture soldiers was confused. What did his master, Ji-Hyun of Silla, mean? Back in the 8 Immortal City, I received Ji-Hyun of Silla's invitation to come to Thunder City and live in Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence. In order to make things easier for me, Ji-Hyun of Silla bestowed this token to me. He said that as long as I stayed in the residence, nothing would happen. But now it seems that this is pure nonsense. Staying here, not only am I being chased by outsiders, I'm also being attacked by the commander of the residence. How laughable. Ling Xiao's words made the faces of the people in Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence burn. No matter what Ling Xiao did, it was true that they didn't protect Ling Xiao well. A guest who held the Ji-Hyun of Silla's token was actually being humiliated by others. If this spread out, it would really make Ji-Hyun of Silla lose face. The commander was stunned for a moment, and his face was incomparably stiff. That token was clearly real, and there was Ji-Hyun of Silla's aura on it. There was absolutely no way it was fake. With this token, as long as he stayed in the residence, no matter what he did, they would do their best to protect him. Instead, he had to deal with Ling Xiao. This was too embarrassing. But to ask him to protect Ling Xiao, he couldn't do it. Because Ling Xiao attacked him and humiliated him. If he admitted defeat now, how could he convince others in the future? How could he establish a foothold in Ji-Hyun of Silla's residence?